Entering the castle and heading to the hall, he saw the busy half-elf girl Eunice and encouraged her. "How's the situation in Orlando?" Varen sat on a chair and motioned for Baird to sit down and talk. "The land reclamation situation is very good." Baird came to a chair, sat down, and replied, "With most of the military power in the territory, plus the slaves you sent back more than 2 months ago, there is sufficient manpower. Now, in the southern area of Anasta's private icy zone, all monsters covering 600 square kilometers have been eliminated according to the original plan. At the same time, Orlando and the others are working on establishing a buffer zone." Wylan looked at him with his chin propped up and asked with a smile, "How are you doing? Are you feeling stressed?" "My lord, it is impossible to say there is no pressure," Baird said with a wry smile. "Ha, it's good to have pressure. This way you will make progress faster, and I will be able to relax in the future." Wylan looked at his chief manager's expression and rarely laughed out loud. "Otherwise, the supplies returned from this transaction will be left to you and not given to Orlando and the others." After hearing this, Baird stood up directly and said seriously, "My lord, you must not do it. I believe that with my ability, I will be able to defeat Orlando." "Okay, then I'll give it 50-50 and leave it to the two of you." Seeing that his master did not insist, Baird breathed a sigh of relief. He did such a shameful thing, despite winning the victory with the Lord's support. Besides, if he agrees, how will his brothers view him? Is there anything else to report? Yes, Baird took out a piece of parchment from his arms and handed it to Varen, then explained. A magical plant was found at the junction of the icy area of Lord Anasta's private land and the Lake of Prayer for Stars. It is of great value. Magic plant, are you sure? Varen took the parchment and looked at the recorded information on it carefully. At the same time, Baird continued to explain. This ice attribute magic plant only grows in small amounts in 6 places at the junction of the ice-cold zone and the Lake of Praying Stars. It is not distributed in other places. After research by my subordinates, it was found that the environment of these 6 locations is different from other places, which should be the necessary conditions for the growth of these magical plants. Looking at the various data recorded at the bottom of the parchment, Varen raised his head and asked, "Did this magical plant grow recently, or did it exist before but it just mutated?" "There must be a mutation." Baird thought for a while and said with some uncertainty, "I asked people to compare hundreds of common plants around me and found that the blue dill grass and this plant are almost identical except for the color." "What's the effect? Has it been tested?" Wylan asked further. "This may open up the territory's commercial development. Quickly stops bleeding and has a similar effect to diluted water of life." "Okay." Wylan couldn't help but wave his fist and said excitedly, "This thing will support our further development." "My lord, this magical plant was discovered at the border between the ice-cold zone and the Lake of Praying Stars. Sir Anastas, how should we deal with it?" Seeing that Varen had calmed down, Baird raised another important question. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter." Wylan regained his composure and replied to Baird. "Yes, that subordinate has resigned first." "Kindness." After Baird left, Varen left his seat, turned to look at the newly replaced map on the wall and stopped to watch. Developed territory map. Hixing Lake, which exists as the main body of the territory, now has a small town, 3 villages, 3 lumber camps and a salt mine, with a population of about 3,000 people. There is only one marked pioneer town in the newly developed area, with a population of about 2,500 people. As for the specific surrounding conditions, he still needs to understand it himself. The Lake of Praying Stars covers an area of 150 square kilometers, and at least 70% of the land is still undeveloped. However, these are things Baird should worry about now. He just needs to determine the general direction. "I'll rest for 2 days, then I'll go to Mashia's place to discuss the magic plant, and then I'll go see how the kid in Orlando is doing." For the next 2 days, Varen rested in his room in the castle, enjoying this relaxing moment. As for the caravan leader Raimundo, he just took over the food from the caravan, sorted out the goods that needed to be traded, and planned a new route. At the same time, 3 knight attendants who served as messengers carried letters from their lords to the 3 baronies. In the province of Cardero. On the morning of April 10th, Varen left his cozy nest. After breakfast, he took weapons, rode his beloved red scale horse, and took his knight squire Kyle with him. Yes, I have worked very hard, and have reached the advanced apprenticeship stage. It is the Lord's gift that makes Kyle what he is today, Kyle said respectfully, half a body behind Varen. Feeling that his first knight attendant was a little nervous, Varen couldn't help but said gently, "Don't be nervous. I usually leave you to Orlando and the others. And I don't know much about your situation. We just take advantage of this situation to have a good exchange. Lord, without your gift, I would still be an ordinary serf, living a mediocre life." Kyle's nervousness was relieved, and his tone remained respectful. "Master Orlando and Master Hebrew, they treated me well, they didn't hide anything from my teachings, and they didn't look down on me because of my birth. If you have any difficulties in cultivation, you can come to me for help." Kyle was a little distracted when he heard his lord speak. Like this for the first time, "My lord, you. As my first knight attendant, you are a special existence in my opinion." Wylan raised his upper body and turned his head to look at Kyle, who was a little dazed. Looking directly at the Lord's eyes, Kyle felt different emotions in his heart, which made him have a deeper understanding of his mission. "Guard. One day I want to be the Lord's guardian knight, under the witness of the gods like other lords." Wylan didn't know about the changes in his knight attendant's heart. He patted the red phosphorus horse and asked it to slow down and level with Kyle's figure. "It's rare that there are only two of us today. Talk about some of your questions, and I will answer your questions." "Yes, Lord." Along the way, Wylan really satisfied his interest in being a teacher, and he was still not satisfied until he arrived at the border of the ice-cold zone. Looking at the ice elves appearing on the edge of the ice and snow, Kyle knew that the time had come, and silently fell behind one position and followed the Lord. In response, Wylan regained his majestic side and slowly approached the ice elf hundreds of meters away. "Welcome, Lord Wylan." A 1.7-meter-tall ice elf bowed and saluted, then made a gesture of invitation, motioning Wylan to get on the carriage. Wylan took a look at the carriage made of ice, turned his head and said to Kyle, "Wait here first." "Yes, my lord." Kyle turned over and got off the horse, walked forward to hold Wylan's mount, and then went to the rest post set up not far away. After Kyle left, Wylan boarded the ice carriage. There were chairs on both sides and a finely carved table in the middle with a fruit plate on the table. He grabbed a fruit of unknown variety and sat down on a chair nearby. Then, the ice elf followed him into the ice carriage and closed the door of the carriage. As the ice element pulling the carriage, it received the instructions of the ice elf, put a shield on the carriage, and pulled the carriage to the ice castle. Inside the car, Wylan looked out the window. It was a land of ice and snow, with few vegetation and bare land everywhere, without any signs of life. "My lord, please." The ice elf suddenly held a teapot and poured a cup of tea for Wylan, then stepped aside and continued to stand, waiting for his next instructions. "How is Ms. Zia doing recently?" Looking at the vast expanse of white, Wylan retracted his gaze, took a sip of the unknown fruit tea, and turned to ask the ice elf. "My lord, the master's situation is not something that a humble servant can understand." The ice elf bowed slightly and answered in a humble tone. Without the answer he wanted, Wylan was tactful and did not ask any more questions. The ice carriage was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, it had arrived at the ice castle on the top of the hill. "My lord, the ice castle is here." The ice elf opened the door and motioned Wylan to get off. Wearing his weapon, Wylan got out of the car and looked at the exquisite fortress. There were patrolling ice elements around. Each of them was very powerful, at least he couldn't tell what level they were with his strength. "Lord Wylan, welcome to your arrival. I am the master's maid. I will lead the way for you next." An ice elf in a maid outfit appeared in front of him, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Wylan nodded and followed the ice elf maid into the ice castle. There were various soldier statues displayed on the side of the road, but I didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Crossing the long road, we came to the front of the hall. The ice elf maid gently pushed open the door, stood aside, put her hands in front of her abdomen and leaned forward slightly. "Please come in." Wylan didn't say anything polite and went straight into the room. He found that Miss Zia was sitting on the ice throne and waiting quietly. Madam, good afternoon. Wylin, welcome to your arrival. Anastasia stood up, walked down the throne, came to Wylin, and said in a gentle tone, Madam, I came here mainly to apologize for my subordinate's recklessness. I already know about this. Anastasia waved her hand casually, creating a set of ice chairs and motioning Wylin to sit down. You can cultivate and use ordinary plants that evolve into magical plants at will. Thank you for your understanding, madam. Wylin sat on the ice chair and replied respectfully. This time I came here for another important matter that needs to be troubled, madam. Please speak. Then Wylin told the story of the famine cult, launching the famine sacrifice one by one. Anastasia was silent after listening. Is there a specific location? Wylin shook his head after listening. He didn't know where the famine cult would launch the famine sacrifice. After all, launching an evil god sacrifice. At least tens of thousands of people were sacrificed. For a phenomenon like this that affects 1/3 of a kingdom, at least hundreds of thousands of lives were sacrificed. If there is no specific location, it will be very troublesome. I have 3 guesses about this. Please speak. Wylin sat up straight and listened attentively. Then Anastasia slowly spoke. First, someone in your kingdom colluded with the famine cult to cover up the monitoring of church personnel. Second, through the demoplane, the number of sacrificed lives is reached and the sacrifice is completed. But this method requires the collapse of the demoplane of the holder, which is very costly. Third, the enemy country invades your kingdom and completes a large-scale sacrifice at the cost of the lives of its own soldiers. Madam, is the last one feasible? The first 2 were fine, both reasonable, but the last one surprised him. As soon as Wylin finished speaking, Anastasia shook her head and said, The third one, I have seen it in my hometown. It is about a demon sacrifice. In short, it is best to nip the danger in the bud. If not, I can also protect the safety of your territory. Madam, I remember. Feeling the sadness in the other party's tone, Wylin did not ask questions. After having lunch together, Wylin declined Anastasia's retention and set off on his way home. After meeting Kyle at the border, Wylin turned to the newly developed area to see Orlando's achievements in the past 3 months. In the newly developed area, Orlando had just cleared a group of dog-headed people who had fled here and was resting at the outpost farthest from the development town. So this time we killed a total of 62 dog-headed people, of which 6 teeth that can be used as proof of merit have been cut off and preserved. In addition, we collected 45 sets of dog-headed people's teeth, 6 iron maces, 236 kilograms of food, and 134 silver coins. Finally, as per your instructions, all meat and cobbled corpses have been burned. Orlando took a sip of water and asked his subordinates, What are the casualties? There are no casualties in our knights. 3 infantrymen from the 2 squadrons accompanying the army was slightly injured. The high-level knight apprentice, wearing iron armor, reported with great honor. You did a good job this time, but you still have to work hard. Orlando stood up, patted his subordinate on the shoulder, and encouraged him. The senior knight apprentice beat his chest and swore to Orlando, For the Lord, we are willing to sacrifice everything. Kindness. Although he is only 14 years old and will turn 15 next month, Orlando is already qualified to stand alone. Sir Orlando, this is a letter from our Lord. A high-level knight apprentice with an ice bear tattooed on his breastplate came to Orlando, beat his chest in salute, and then presented the letter with both hands. Orlando received the letter sent by his brother Hebrew and opened it directly to check it. Brother, something bad is going on. The Lord is back and will be here to inspect today. Come back soon. Looking at the awkward handwriting on it, Orlando covered his head and said, This kid, let him practice his calligraphy well. Sir, what happened? The knight on the side asked with concern when he saw his captain covering his forehead. It's okay. Let the knights clean up and prepare to return to the pioneer town. In addition, order Knight Randolph to stay with the infantry of these 2 squadrons and conduct a search of the surrounding area to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. Yes, my lord. The knight left quickly to convey Orlando's order. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the town of Kaichuo, Hebrew was wearing armor and walking back and forth at the entrance of the town. Andrew saw this and stepped forward to comfort him. Hebrew, don't be nervous. Brother Andrew, the master is here to inspect. How should I report next? Usually my brother is in charge, Hebrew said to Andrew with a somewhat anxious look on his face. Don't worry if the master asks, I can help you on the side, don't worry too much. Seeing that the child was sweating anxiously, Andrew advised kindly. Hey. Hebrew regretted a little. He should have volunteered to clear out the roaming dog-headed people. Not long after, a sound of horse hooves came, and 2 figures appeared in the distance. Line up. Hebrew came to the front of the queue and ordered loudly. 5 squadrons of infantry, more than 30 knight attendants, and 300 militiamen quickly formed a team to show their best side. Andrew and 6 other silver knights put on their helmets, stood behind Hebrew, the acting commander, and waited quietly. Wylan rode on the red phosphorus horse, looking into the distance, looking at the pioneer town and the neatly arranged army that appeared in his sight. My lord, welcome to inspect the pioneer town. Acting Commander Hebrew reports to you. Hebrew stepped forward, came to Wylan, beat his chest and saluted and reported loudly. Well, you have grown up. Wylan turned over and dismounted, came to Hebrew, patted his shoulders with both hands and looked at him carefully. Where is Orlando? My lord, my eldest brother is out to clear out the roaming dog-headed people. I have sent someone to inform him. Then inspect the troops first and see your construction results. Seeing that the real master did not come back, Wylan did not waste time and began to inspect. Coming to the 6 silver knights, Wylan looked at the familiar faces. Andrew, Greg, Mike, Dosius, Alf, Adolf. Long time no see. Led by Andrew, the 6 silver knights beat their chests and saluted to express their high respect. Greetings, sir. Then Wylan began to inspect the troops again. Every soldier in the 5 squadrons of the regular army has become a warrior apprentice, and many have been promoted to mid-level warrior apprentices, which made him very satisfied with the construction results of Orlando. As for the 300 militiamen behind, nearly 100 of them have become warrior apprentices. Afterwards, Andrew pushed Hebrew and asked him to start reporting. Suddenly coming to Wylan, Hebrew suppressed his anxiety and reported, My lord, it has been 3 months since the development began in January. With our joint efforts, we have built a town, 2 villages, 3 logging sites, and developed 6,000 acres of land, a 100-acre orchard, and built 5 outposts. At the same time, an iron mine was discovered in the southwest of the development town. The reserves are unknown, and preparations are being made before mining. Also, during the development process, more than 500 goblins, more than 500 dog-headed men, and more than 30 jackals were killed. There are 33 goblin leaders, 21 dog-headed man heads, and 28 jackal heads that can be used as proof of military merit. Finally, during the development process, the harvested materials are. After reporting here, Hebrew suddenly forgot what materials there were. Seeing this, Andrew took over Hebrew and continued to report to Wylan. My lord, as the person in charge of the warehouse management of the pioneering team, I will report to you next. Yes, sir. Wylan nodded and motioned Andrew to continue. Seeing this, Hebrew breathed a sigh of relief, stepped aside, and handed the stage to Andrew. My lord, in the past 3 months, in addition to the consumed food supplies, the pioneering team currently has 421 gold coins, 1,732 silver coins, 6,738 copper coins, and 270,000 kilograms of food, of which 180,000 kilograms were confiscated from the monster tribe. In terms of weapons, various scrapped iron tools were confiscated, and a total of 127 iron swords, 373 spears, 23 bed crossbows, 3,000 feather arrows, 37 sets of leather armor, 7 sets of iron armor, 6 excellent level staffs, and 2 excellent level maces. Other items include 600 kilograms of fruit, wine, 30 kilograms of royal honey. Finally, after Andrew finished his report, he stepped aside and waited for Wylan's next instructions. Well done. Wylan looked around and praised generously. I am very pleased that you have achieved the results you have achieved in the past 3 months. I look forward to your more brilliant achievements in January next year." Everyone present felt very honored to receive the praise from the Lord. Whisper. Following the source of the sound, everyone turned their heads and saw more than 30 knights approaching quickly. Looking at the flame pattern on the breastplate, Wylan knew that this kid Orlando had returned. "My lord, welcome to your arrival." As soon as Orlando got off the horse, he took off his helmet and his golden hair and saluted with his chest. Wylan stepped forward to hug Orlando and then said to him, "You have matured and achieved results, not bad. It is the Lord who provided the stage for my achievements today. Everything comes from the Lord," Orlando said seriously, without taking the credit. "Come on. Take me to the town you built and have a good look." "Please follow me, sir." Orlando took over the task of being a guide and took Wylan to see the hard work he had done over the past 3 months. Towards night in the government hall, Wylan met Orlando and Hebrew alone. Half an hour later, after listening to Orlando's plan for the next 9 months, Wylan did not intervene or guide. "Follow your idea. If you fail, I will cover it. I hope you two can really become my right-hand men." At this point, Wylan stared at Hebrew and said, "You kids should learn more from your elder brother. You even asked Andrew to help you report today." Seeing this, Orlando immediately said, "Don't worry, my lord. I will urge Hebrew in all aspects in the future. No matter which aspect, I will not let you down again." When Hebrew heard this, he immediately lowered his head and did not dare to look at the Lord and his elder brother. "Don't be so serious. Sit down, let's talk about other things." Wylan asked the two to sit down and started to discuss other topics. The next morning, Wylan took Kyle away from the pioneering town and set off to return to the Praying Star Lake. In the following time, until the kingdom army assembled, Wylan was not going to ask about the affairs of the territory, and completely handed it over to Baird and Orlando. "For more than 2 months, we have to double our training. We can't fall behind." On the other side, Baird began to purchase the remaining grain in the surrounding territories in batches according to Wylan's instructions. This move was soon noticed by the surrounding nobles and pioneers. Some people laughed at it and sold a lot of grain to make a fortune. Some people fell into deep thought and sold a small part of the grain to make money, and some people thought about it for a while and then. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Barony of Cleveland. Brandon paced back and forth after listening to the butler's report, thinking about whether there was any conspiracy in it. "Are you sure? They started buying grains half a month ago and there is no sign of stopping." The uneasy Brandon confirmed to his butler again. "Yes, sir, the Lake of Prayer for Stars began to purchase grain on April 15th, and it is still going on now. The surrounding lords have raised the price to sell grain, and they have accepted the order." In response to the inquiry from his own lord, the butler explained patiently again. "Is there something I don't know about here?" After listening to the butler's words, Brandon murmured to himself and fell into silence again. Since his 2 defeats at the hands of Varon Akers, he had paid special attention to his neighbor, not sparing his every move. "Sir, look, should we also join this carnival, make a lot of money, and recover our blood?" Seeing Brandon not speaking for a long time, the housekeeper asked in a low voice. The defeat in the last war almost made it difficult for the Baron of Cleveland to recover. "Let me think about it for a while. There is no rush in advance." Brandon couldn't make up his mind for a while, whether to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune, or to imitate his opponents and buy grain. Dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted Brandon's thoughts. "Come in." The valet outside the door heard Brandon's voice, opened the door gently, bent down to salute, and respectfully reported, "Master, this is news about the territories of the 3 nobles Violet, Leslie, and Barry. Please, take a look." The butler stepped forward to take the letter from the servant, waved him away, and then handed it to Brandon. Opening the letter and reading it carefully, Brandon found that his 3 neighbors, Leslie and Barry, were purchasing grain, while Violet was still in the wait-and-see stage. "Old Bull, we also purchase grain from other noble territories." After making a decision in his heart, Brandon decided to take a gamble and his subconscious told him that he should do this. "Sir, how much is appropriate to purchase?" the steward asked. "A year's rations for 20,000 people should be purchased according to this standard." "Yes, sir." When the butler bent down to salute and was about to leave the study, Brandon continued to say something. "Food is cheaper if you go further away." "Yes, sir." After the butler left, Brandon sat in his seat, read the information again, and said to himself, "I hope I did the right thing." Time flies by, and more than 3 months have passed. 3 days ago, Wylan received another reminder from Destiny and received important news. There is a book written by a stranger hidden under the house at No. 76, District 3, Lando City, Kurs Province, as far as Wylan knows. The Kurs Province is located in the central region of the kingdom. It is a province directly under the royal family. It is roughly located to the north of his hometown of Zih Province. It belongs to the border province between the Kingdom of Ilia and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. Liuxing Province is 3 provinces away. The distance is too far, so we can only put it aside for the time being and explore the matter later. As usual, Varen worked hard on the training ground, honed his fighting skills, and trained his knight attendants. After his own instruction, Kyle has been successfully promoted to the Bronze Knight, officially becoming a professional. After finishing the morning training, they found that Baird had been waiting for a long time. "What's the matter?" Wylan asked while wiping the sweat off his body. Baird heard this and replied, "Lord, I have 3 things to report to you. First, 5 bluegrass plantations have been completed. It is expected that the first batch of bluegrass can be harvested in the second half of this year in December. However, we lack the necessary bluegrass potion preparation technology and need to hire a magician to solve the problem. Plant it first, and I will handle the preparation process." Without any hesitation, Wylan made his decision. "Second, according to your instructions, 30,000 people will receive 3-year rations. Based on the ration of 300 kilograms per person. Per year, we plan to purchase 13,500 tons. We have already purchased 2,000 tons of wheat and 5,000 tons of jicama. 500 tons of rye, 3,500 tons of black beans, a total of 11,000 tons, costing 110,000 gold coins. All the liquidity in the territory has been exhausted. Do you still need to continue to buy food? Let's pause now. The food now should be enough. After a few months, we can earn back the money we spent and replenish the population. Don't worry now." After thinking for a while, Wylan quickly did a decision was made. "In this case, I will suspend the purchase of food when I return." Baird replied immediately, and then went on to report the third matter. "Early this morning, I received an official letter from the province. It was sent in the name of His Excellency Medmonkey Colombo, the head of the 16th Knights of the Kingdom. Please read it." Wylan recalled the news that his Aunt Flora told him 3 months ago, and then received the official letter. Seeing a letter mixed with it, Wylan immediately put it away and put it in his trouser pocket, and then read the contents of the official letter. With the recommendation of Kodki Akers, captain of the 3rd Battalion of the 16th Knights. The 16th Knights of the Kingdom hereby sends an invitation to the pioneer knight Varen Akers. Please lead 20 people before August 15th. 200 cavalrymen and 200 infantrymen went to Loyunpo on the border of Cadero Province to assemble. Baird, I will select 5 knight attendants and a squadron of infantry from you, and 50 knight attendants and 3 squadrons from Orlando. They will be in the military camp tomorrow morning, and I will personally train them. Wellen handed the official letter to Baird for inspection, and then issued an order. After carefully reading the official letter, Baird immediately asked, "My lord, do you need to transfer a few more silver knights?" "No, I will take away 1/3 of the army, and there will inevitably be a gap in the safety of the territory. I feel relieved if they stay." "My lord, I understand." After Baird left, Wylan opened the letter and read it carefully. "Dear Wylan, it has been 3 months since we last met, and I miss you very much. The main force of this military operation is the Kingdom Knights, so there is no danger, please rest assured. In addition, I have helped you with the baggage and supplies. You only need to bring enough troops. Be prepared, my brother will create an opportunity for you to meet our leader, Mr. Madmonchi Colombo, alone at the right time to help you establish contact with him. Signed by Fleur. It seems that we have to prepare well this time. At least these 200 infantrymen have to be fully dressed. After folding the letter, Wylan put on his shirt and returned to the study to formulate a 1-month training plan for the 200 soldiers, striving to improve their strength by a level before the military operation begins. The next morning, in the military camp, 200 infantrymen and 20 knight attendants were all in place, arranged in formation, waiting for the arrival of the Lord. Salute to the Lord. The leading bronze low-level warrior Eden took the position of consular commander and said loudly, "Swish tilde." Everyone raised their weapons in unison to pay tribute to Wylan. Very good, very energetic. Wylan handed the mount to the knight attendant Kyle and then walked onto the high platform of the training ground. Line up. Everyone put down their weapons, stood up straight, and saluted their lord. From today for the next month, you will be trained by me personally. During the training, everyone will call me General. As soon as Wylan finished speaking, more than 200 people answered in unison, "Yes, General." In the next month and a half, Wylan was very satisfied with the feeling of being a general. In a limited time, he trained these 200 people to death. In contrast, the rich food was 3 times the usual amount, which made them enjoy it without any complaints. On August 10, the 1-month training was successfully completed. Under the leadership of Wylan, the army, which had changed its clothes, carried 5 days of dry food and went to Loyunpo, 300 kilometers away, to assemble. Loyunpo, a deserted place in the past, has now evolved into a huge camp. Qualified nobles from all over the province of Cadlo led their troops to assemble here, ready to participate in the next military action. At the registration office at the gate of the camp, the clerk of the 16th Knights was registering the information of the noble army. Name: Wylan Aches. The clerk listened to this familiar name, raised his head and looked at Wylan carefully, and then asked, "The number of troops?" 20 cavalry and 200 infantry. The clerk quickly recorded it, and then waved to call a bronze knight on duty. Sir, seeing this, the bronze knight came to the clerk and bowed. "Take this noble to Camp No. 6. "Yes, sir." "Sir, please follow me." Then Wylan led his troops and followed the bronze knight to Camp No. 6. After a distance, Wylan arrived at a clean and tidy camp. Wylan. Looking at the source of the voice, Wylan found that it was his Brian. "Sir, this is Camp No. 6. I'll take my leave." "Thank you." After thanking the bronze knight, Wylan walked straight towards his cousin. "Wylan, I didn't expect you to come. You are really amazing. You actually received an official letter." Brian stepped forward to hug Wylan and then said with a smile, "Cousin, thanks to the help of Aunt Flora, I have this opportunity." Wylan also responded with a smile. "Oh," Brian suddenly realized and then said, "Let's go, I'll take you to meet the 2 cousins." "Cousin, my people haven't settled down yet, we have to." "Leave it to Adrian." The magic knight Adrian behind Brian went to take over the team and took them to the camp for rest. Wylan no longer refused and followed Brian to the tent to meet the 2 cousins. As soon as he entered the tent, Wylan laughed at Orcott and Edgar, who were sitting and discussing heatedly. 2 cousins, long time no see. The 2 heard the familiar voice and turned their heads to look. "You kid is here too." "Not bad, Wylan. You have all reached the entry qualifications for this military operation, and you have developed well. Come on, Wylan, sit down, let's have a good exchange." Brian pulled Wylan to sit around Orcott and started a heated conversation. "You kid is good. Your cultivation has not fallen behind at all, your physique has grown, and you are strong enough. How many people did you bring this time?" Orcott said, stroking his beard. 200 infantrymen and 20 knight attendants, all of them are at least mid-level apprentices. Faced with the questions of the 2 elders, Wylan did not keep them in suspense and answered directly. When the 2 heard it, they were all surprised. Brian opened his mouth wide, very shocked. "You said they were all mid-level apprentices, you didn't lie to me." "If you don't believe me, cousins and uncles, you can go and see later." Wylan responded with a smile to their doubts. "Good boy, when I first came here. It took me 5 years to have your current accumulation, but you achieved it in 1 year." Olcott looked at his nephew differently and admired him very much. Edgar was also shocked. Thinking of his eldest son, he said to himself, "After returning, I have to formulate a more rigorous training plan for Alec, and I can't let this stinky boy be so dissolute." Brian, who was sitting aside, heard Edgar's words and felt silent for his good friend in his heart, hoping that the next meeting would not be too far away. "Cousin, uncle, how many people did you bring?" Seeing the elder's shock, Wylan was very satisfied, and then he asked. Seeing this, Brian took the lead and said, "Uncle, let me introduce Wylan." "Okay," Alcott said. Edgar nodded on the side, indicating his agreement. "Wylan, this time I brought 600 people, 30 bronze knights, 70 knight attendants, 300 infantry, and 200 militiamen as civilian laborers." Uncle Alcott brought 800 people, including 50 bronze knights, 150 knight attendants, 300 infantrymen, and 300 militiamen who served as civilian laborers. As for Uncle Edgar, he brought out of people this time a total of 200 people, including 50 bronze knights, 250 knight attendants, 600 infantrymen, and 300 civilian laborers. Speaking of this, Brian suddenly asked, "Why, Lin, didn't you bring any logistics personnel?" After hearing this, Wai Lin shook his head. "Well, I'll give you 50. Here I am. And cousin, uncle, you don't need to give me civilian laborers. Aunt Flora wrote to me in advance and told me that she had helped me solve the logistics. I only need to bring enough soldiers." Wai Lin hurriedly explained before the three of them finished speaking. Well, that's fine. Seeing that their nephew's logistics problem had been solved, Alcott and the others no longer paid attention to this issue and began to discuss other topics. "My two cousins, how many military merits do you need to be promoted to Viscount?" Faced with this question, Alcott and Edgar was silent for a rare time. After a few minutes, Alcott said, "According to the promotion rules of the kingdom, for a baron to be promoted to Viscount, he needs to have a population of 30,000 people in the territory, a qualified army of 1,000 people, 12 silver-level extraordinary people, 100 bronze-level extraordinary people, 3,000 military merits. And the last and most important is 30 military merits. Our two families have met the other standards, but there is still a gap in military merits. I hope we can meet the standards this time." Edgar continued Alcott's words and explained to Wylan. "Velen naturally knows a lot about military merit and war merit. According to the kingdom's promotion system, military merit can be obtained by handing in monster heads, making contributions during non-war periods, and being rewarded by the king. However, war merit can only be obtained on the battlefield. In other words, it must be obtained by launching foreign wars in the kingdom. There are strict review rules. There are no other channels for obtaining it. Even the king cannot give any nobles war merit out of thin air. This military action against the monster clans in the Grey Wasteland is, in a sense, a kind of foreign war. Joining the war also requires reaching a certain threshold. Velen, do you know how many nobles participated in this military action?" Facing Brian's question, Wylan was very confused and asked, "Cousin, just tell me directly." "There are a total of 17 families, less than half of the number of nobles in the province of Cardero." Brian took a deep look at Wylan and then said, "And there is only one reserve noble, you." Wylan suddenly understood in his heart. Not every noble has the opportunity to obtain war merit, and there is a certain threshold to participate in military actions. "Uncle, how many merits do you still need?" Wylan turned his head and looked at Alcott and Edgar and asked. "During my tenure as lord, I have obtained 13 merits, plus the merits inherited from my father, a total of 27, and 3 are still missing to meet the standard." Edgar spoke first. Then Alcott also spoke. "I have accumulated a total of 25 merits, and 5 are still missing. If we are assigned to the second-line auxiliary position this time, we may not get much merit at all. Then we can only wait for the next opportunity. And this wait may be more than 10 or 20 years. After all, there are not many wars on the western border, and the opportunities to obtain merits are even fewer." Listening to the words of the two uncles and looking at their ages, Wylan knew very well that they were not exaggerating. "Sir, there is an adult visiting outside, claiming to be Lord Wylan's aunt." A silver knight entered the tent and reported to Alcott. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, Wylan explained, Cousin, uncle, it should be Aunt Flora. Please invite him in. The Silver Knight took the order and left the tent. A moment later, a heroic female knight entered the tent. Flora looked around, smiled at Wylan, and then formally introduced. Flora Akers, from the lineage of Earl Anjusy, meet all the clansmen. Alcott Akers, from the lineage of Earl Eagle. Edgar Akers, from the lineage of Earl Mishighs. Brian Akers, from the lineage of Earl Eagle. Wylan Akers, from the lineage of Earl Eagle. After everyone introduced each other, Wylan took the lead and said, "Aunt, come and sit here." Flora was not polite and came directly to Wylan and sat down. Afterwards, Wylan acted as a contact person to ease the serious atmosphere. In less than a moment, everyone was talking happily, thanks to the good family education and family tradition of the family. For those who share the same ancestors, the barriers between strangers quickly melted away. "Flora, you have developed very well, much better than us." Alcott sighed with emotion and sighed sincerely. "Cousin Alcott, you can't say that. You are all working hard outside with the help of the family. We are not like us who have the help of elders. The road is smooth, and there are not so many things to worry about," Flora said modestly. "You can't say that. The elders are just guides. Your current achievements cannot be achieved without your own efforts." Edgar shook his head and said to Flora with a smile. At this time, Wylan said, "Aunt, do you know how the reorganization of the army is carried out this time?" Alcott and Edgar turned their heads and stared at Flora, and even Brian, who was playing soy sauce on the side, was no exception. He looked at his distant aunt with bright eyes. "I have some understanding of the military organization." Flora thought for a while and answered, "According to the captain's plan, our knight's headquarters will serve as the central army, and the noble army will be divided into the left and right armies, of which the right army will serve as the logistics and cleaning forces." "Then do you know the list?" Alcott asked tremblingly. Flora heard this and shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, my eldest brother may know." Suddenly Flora patted her head. "By the way, I suddenly remembered what I came here for this time." "Aunt, why are you looking at me?" Wylan looked at Flora, turning her head and staring at herself, and asked puzzledly. "Of course, it's a good thing." Flora rubbed Wylan's head and said, "This time I have planned a good job for you. And others are still waiting there. You hurry up and come with me." "Yes," Wylan suppressed his doubts and nodded in agreement. Flora stood up and said to the other three, "I will inquire about the list. If possible, I will ask my eldest brother to try to get you to the left army." "Thank you." The three stood up and thanked him. Then Flora took Wylan out. At this moment, there were only 3 of them in the tent. "If it works, we can't let them help in vain. We must give something in return." Alcott's words quickly won the approval of the other 2. Just letting the clan members contribute their efforts and enjoying it without giving anything in return is not in line with their rules of doing things, nor is it in line with the rules of the family's work. Therefore, the 3 of them agreed that if they could be assigned to the left route army, each of them would pay 20 kilograms of orichalcum, and the total of 60 kilograms would be given to Flora's brother as a reward. In the night station, Flora took Wylan to the logistics office. "Flora, you're late." A young female priest stared at Flora and complained. Flora, who knew she was in the wrong, smiled sheepishly. "Moira, I'm sorry. I just communicated with the tribe for a while and forgot about this matter." "Hey," the young female pastor sighed. "Forget it, this is your nephew, right?" "Right." Flora quickly pulled Varen to Moira. "Varen, this is Moira Colombo, my friend, the silver mid-level priest of the goddess of life and the head of the logistics force." Then Flora turned to Moira and warned, "Moira, this is my nephew, and I will leave it to you for the rest." "Well, I understand." The regiment leader just called a meeting of combat unit officers. "You go quickly." "No." Upon hearing this, Flora said something quickly and ran towards the largest camp of the knights without looking back. "Wylan, come with me first." Moira looked her friend's nephew up and down, and then said gently, "Yes, sir." Valen followed Moira, thinking about his role in what was to come. About 10 minutes later, the 2 came to the right area of the knight's station. Looking around, countless knights and servants were carrying supplies. Along the way, people kept putting down what they were doing and saluting Moira. It can be seen from the eyes of these people that everyone respects the middle-level silver priest in front of him. This is his most intuitive feeling. It seems that this priest has a good reputation in the Knights, Varen thought as he followed Moira into a tent. The interior decoration of the tent is very simple. The miniature statue of the goddess of life is placed in the center. On the left is a resting place, and on the right are various holy water of life, medicines, and herbs. Come sit down, let's chat for a while. Seeing the friendly face and gentle and melodious voice of the other party, Wylan felt a sense of peace of mind and came to the opposite side of Moira, sitting upright on the small bench. You come from the Akers family lineage. Moira poured a cup of tea for Varen and asked. Varen took a sip of tea and said slowly, I am the fifth son of Earl Eagle, a contemporary family of the Akers family. I remember that the current Earl of Eagle is His Excellency Angus, who is known as the military god of the kingdom, the destroyer of the mountain dwarf Bola Legion, the honorary bishop of the Church of Life, and the commander of the non-staff legion of the Third Kingdom of the Holy Dawn. Moira was surprised. He covered his mouth and said, this, yes. Wylan didn't even know his father was so powerful, so he could only nod his head. Ever since he was born, his father Angus has always looked majestic. He didn't expect that he had so many titles, but he had never heard his mother or other elders mention it. Then do you have a portrait of Lord Angus? Moira stood up suddenly and held Varen's hand and asked excitedly. Seeing the reserved priest in front of him turn into a fanatic groupie, in an instant, Wylan almost spit out the tea he had not yet swallowed. Moira also realized that she had lost her composure. Smiled awkwardly, let go of Varen's hand, and sat on the small bench like a lady. Well, Sir Moira. Just call me sister. Moira interrupted Varen, her gentle tone with a tough attitude. Sister Moira, I don't have my father's portrait in my hand. Oh, Moira looked a little disappointed, but then quickly returned to normal. Then, do you have a token from Mr. Angus? I mean, he gave you something that is not very important. Can you give it up? I collect. Varen looked at Moira with longing in her eyes, and was too embarrassed to refuse. So he vaguely responded, let me think about it. It's okay, Wylan, just think about it slowly. Moira suppressed her inner desire and whispered softly. 10 minutes later, Wylan thought about it and finally said, Sister Moira, I have a wooden toy that was given to me by my father, but it is now in my territory. When Moira heard Varen's words, she waved her fists excitedly. Wylan, after the military operation is over, can you let me follow you to your territory? Feeling the extremely longing gaze from the other side, Wylan nodded. Of course. Moira suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, by the way, if you need any help from me, I can do architectural planning, potion manufacturing, carving magic circles, guiding goddess statues, etc. Looking at his young age, Wylan was really shocked by what he knew. Sister Moira, there is a magic potion planted in my territory. I hope you can leave it to me. When the time comes, I will take care of the magic potion cultivation planning, preparation process, and even sales channels. Before Varen could finish speaking, Moira stood up and waved her hand, taking care of her. He was stunned for a moment. Let's talk about the arrangements for you during military operations. Kindness, Varen said softly. Then Moira came to the bed and took out an official letter from under the pillow. This is the appointment letter. You read it first and I will explain it to you later. Wylan took the official letter, opened it and read it carefully. A few minutes later, Moira watched Varen close the official letter and began to explain. In the next operation, you and your troops will be incorporated into the logistics force and will be under my management. Your main responsibility is to protect the chaplain, carrying the wounded and collecting the remains of the fallen. This duty is relatively safe. Unless you encounter special circumstances, you will not go to the battlefield. Finally, after the military operation is over, your contribution will be converted into a battle merit. At the end, Moira added, when the situation escalates, the number of combat achievements will also increase. Anyway, since Flora handed you over to me, I won't let anything happen to you. After hearing this, Wylan was silent for a while, then stood up and bowed to Moira. Thank you. In the next half-day, Varen organized the troops he brought into the logistics system of the 16th Knights, accepted the management of logistics director Moira, and became familiar with their responsibilities. On August 16, the day after the scheduled assembly date, the reorganization began. The 11,000 men of the 16th Knights headquarters were organized into the Central Army, commanded by the Knights Grand Master Medmonchi Colombo. 3 viscounts and 6 barons, totaling more than 13,000 men, were organized into the Left Army, commanded by Monkas Loic, who came from a viscount family that had been passed down for 400 years. The 3,000 provincial troops of the Cadlo province, 8 barons, totaling 9,000 men, were organized into the Right Army, commanded by the deputy governor of the province, Cadmonk, who was responsible for the logistical support and necessary security work of the Central Army and the Left Army. Standing in the logistics team, Wylan looked at the 3 noble flags moving towards the Left Army, and then looked at Flora not far away, thinking that he owed a lot to his 2 uncles and cousins. Now even he didn't know how to repay Flora for her help. "Let's go!" Dozens of messengers shouted loudly. The order was issued, and the Central Army set off first. At the end of the team, Wylan sat on the carriage of the logistics troops, looking at the endless marching team. "Don't fall behind. Carriages no, 15 to no. 20 need manpower, Ryan. You take 10 people over. Those in front, don't delay, keep up with the combat troops." Moira rode back and forth in the logistics troops, adjusted the personnel structure, strengthened protection, and did a good job of coordination. She looked like a strong woman, and there was no trace of the crazy star chaser before. In the next half-month, the army in the middle route was overwhelming, and countless goblins and kobold clans were wiped out. The entire operation went surprisingly smoothly. Except for the low-level monster clan, there was almost no trace of any medium or high-level monster clan. In the logistics camp, the clerk was numbly counting the left ears of a bunch of goblins and kobolds. At the same time, a steady stream of monster left ears were being transported. "You'll die if you're busy, and you'll die if you're idle." Wylan sighed and continued to lie on the flatbed truck covered with straw to leisurely supervise the work. Since the beginning of the military operation, as an idler in the logistics camp, Moira had to arrange a supervisor position for Varen to make him less boring. After counting the monster's left ears, a scribe came to Varen and reported, "Sir, the statistics are complete. There are 327 goblins and 869 kobolds. There is no fraud. They are all genuine professionals. Since there's nothing wrong, just put it in a bag, label it with the unit it belongs to, and put it in the back for safekeeping." Wylan took the roster presented by the clerk's hands, put it in his pocket, waved his hand, and gave him instructions. "Yes, sir." The clerk stepped back and began to direct the staff to continue working. Compared to Wylan's leisurely and comfortable mood, the atmosphere in the central tent of the Knights was very serious. Medmonchi, the leader of the 16th Knights, looked at the report in his hand, and his face became more and more serious. When the officers below saw the face of their leader, they all sat upright, without the usual casualness and freedom. Such a large area, covering an area of 100,000 square kilometers, are all goblins and kobold clans, and there is no silver or above. Medmonchi closed the report and said to himself, "Captain, I'm afraid there is some conspiracy in the Grey Mang wasteland. We must report it to the police as soon as possible." A middle-aged man sitting in the first place on the left said, "Theodore, I remember that the last time monsters attacked the western border was because the battle between dragons spread, forcing the monster clan to continuously attack the western defense line." The first person on the right, the middle-aged man, stood up and replied, "Yes, Captain, after investigation by the Kingdom Investigation Team, the conclusion is what you said." Suddenly, a silver knight broke into the camp, knelt down on one knee and reported loudly, "Captain, a Griffon knight has arrived." "Quick, let him in." Medmonchi suddenly had a bad premonition and said hurriedly. Outside the camp, most of the silver transcendents, including Varen, looked at the Griffon knight falling from the sky and had a premonition that something big was going to happen. In border areas, Griffon knights will not be used as messengers unless absolutely necessary. This is a default rule. "Sister Moira, do you know what's going on?" Varen came to Moira's side, watched the Griffon knight heading towards the command camp, and asked in a deep voice. I don't know yet, but these free days are coming to an end. Moira shook her head and said. Inside the camp, the Griffin Knight first saluted to show respect to Medmonkey, then took out a shadow stone and placed it in the center of the camp, and then took out a low-level magic crystal as the driving energy source for the shadow stone. Mettermunch, I am Jerome Latin, the governor of the province of Lenza, the commander-in-chief of the Western Defense Line. Hundreds of thousands of monsters attacked the defense lines of the three provinces of Lenza, East, and Dani, and I ordered you to lead the elite troops to pass by. Cadero's teleportation array will rush to the rescue immediately. This order has been approved by His Majesty the King. An old man with a gray beard announced the order without anger. Medmonkey stood up, beat his chest, and saluted. Yes, Your Excellency. Later, the energy of the low-level magic crystal was exhausted, and the image of the image stone disappeared. The Griffin Knight put away the shadow stone and saluted. Sir, I have to go to the next location, so I'll take my leave first. Kindness. After the Griffin Knights left, Medmonkey looked around and issued an order. Give orders to the left army and right army to assemble here before noon tomorrow. Yes, sir. Everyone responded loudly and then retreated. In the afternoon, the entire station became busy at a speed visible to the naked eye. At night, Flora entered Moira's camp, took off her helmet, and placed it casually on the wooden box next to it. Flora, what is my father's plan? Moira finished her prayer, stood up and looked at her friend, asking worriedly. The leader's plan is a bit complicated. Flora came to Moira's bedside, lay down on the bed, and said with her eyes closed. Moira climbed onto the bed and knelt on the head of the bed, put Flora's head on her knees, and gently rubbed her temples. Is the entire night order going to support the defense lines in the three provinces of Lenza, East, and Dani, while the noble troops stay behind to guard against the raids of the remaining monsters in the Grey Mansion's wasteland? Flora felt more relaxed than ever before, changed to a more comfortable position, and replied unhurriedly, No. What do you say? The leader's plan is that all the knight apprentices and ordinary support staff of the knights will stay, and the combat troops and priests will be mixed into an elite noble army with light equipment. Moira frowned and said, So what? My father means is that the remaining noble armies knights are on guard against the monsters in the Grey Wasteland. That's what the leader means. Then if this is the opponent's plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain, then the Cardro province doesn't want it. Many adults, including the deputy leader Theodore, have raised this question, but the leader convinced us. Flora leaned her head upwards and continued. How can this be done? If all the high-end combat power is withdrawn, if the monster attacks, millions of people in the Cardero province will be exposed to danger. I want to persuade him. Moira stood up suddenly. Ouch. Flora rubbed the back of her head and then grabbed Moira, who was about to leave. Don't go, the leader is under a lot of pressure. This is a forced decision. Think about it, if the defense line of the three provinces of Lenza, East, and Dani is broken, hundreds of millions of people in the western region will be exposed to threats, and then the legendary strongmen of the Grey Wasteland will definitely end up. So you have given up these millions of people by default. Meeting Moira's gaze, Flora nodded silently. You. So I apply to stay. Flora interrupted Moira and said with a smile, For the sake of the overall situation, the captain and his men have to do this, but I can stay. The defense line of the three provinces of Lenza, East, and Dani is not short of low-level combat power, but what is lacking is strong men like the captain and a well-organized knight group. Then I will also. You can't stay here. As a silver priest, you play a vital role. Flora sat up and stared at Moira, saying solemnly, With you here, the knight group will have fewer deaths. After struggling for a while, Moira finally nodded in agreement. Seeing Moira agree, Flora was relieved and immediately lay down on the bed to rest. After a while, she fell asleep. Moira helplessly covered her forehead, skillfully took off Flora's armor, and then walked out of the tent to bring a basin of hot water to wipe it. More than 20 minutes later, after Moira was busy, she lay down next to Flora and began to rest. At the same time, in another independent tent, Wyland stared at the map of the western part of the kingdom while summarizing and speculating on the information collected today. the defense line of the three provinces of Lunsa, East and Dani, has been attacked on a large scale. The surrounding provinces will inevitably draw troops to support it, and the famine cult incident will break out in September. Is there any connection between them? Carefully speculating on the information in his hand, Wylin had uncertain thoughts in his heart. "My lord." Kyle lifted the curtain and walked in, saluted Wylin with his chest. "Kyle, here, sit down." Wylin put down the information in his hand and turned to pour a cup of tea for Kyle. Kyle, who had just landed on the bench, stood up again in a hurry, took the teacup from Wylin's hand with both hands, and took a sip carefully. "Take a look at the information here first. I want to hear your opinion." Kyle put the teacup aside, took the information on the small table, compared it with the map, read it carefully and thought carefully. More than 10 minutes later, Kyle put down the information in his hand, shook his head and said, "Lord, please forgive me for being stupid. I didn't see anything unusual." After hearing this, Wylin touched his chin and said to himself, "It's probably the same as what I thought. The upper level should characterize this as a monster border conflict." Kyle made such a judgment based on the existing intelligence information without knowing the famine cult incident, which is reasonable. As a knight who worked hard to climb up from a serf, although Kyle did not have much knowledge, his judgment of things has surpassed many people. "You go down first, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight." "Yes, sir." Kyle stood up and saluted, then left the tent. Afterwards, Wylin lit the information written on the parchment and threw it into the brazier. After it burned out, he blew out the oil lamp and began to rest. Late at night in the province of Moni, the earldom of Falkreath, the central city of Falkreath, a prosperous city with a population of more than 200,000. In the basement of the city lord's mansion, 4 black-robed men met here. "We received an order from the front line. 2 knights of the Moni province and 50,000 provincial troops have set out. At the same time, the 2 marquises and 6 earls in the province were ordered to gather 80,000 troops. Earl Falkreath is gathering troops and is expected to leave Falkreath in 3 days. A black-robed man spoke first. Then another black-robed man reported, "I received a dispatch order from the bishop of the Church of Life in Moni province. The entire earldom of Falkreath needs to mobilize 300 priests and 800 church knights to the front line. In the end, the church will only have more than 100 priests and 200 church knights." "It's almost the same here," a muscular black-robed man said. "The Adventure Guild of Falkreath City needs to dispatch 8 bronze adventure groups of more than 100 people to the front line. The rest are just a few melons and 2 dates. Not to be feared. 5 days later, let our people start to act and offer sacrifices to our God." The leading black-robed man cheered enthusiastically while performing a prayer ceremony. "For our God," the other 3 also bowed their heads silently and began to pray. The next morning, a large number of noble troops arrived one after another, making the whole camp noisy. In the logistics camp, Flora went straight to Wylin's tent after washing up. Kyle, who was standing guard at the door, looked at Flora coming towards him, bowed and saluted, saying, "Good morning, Master Flora." "Is Wylin still resting?" "Yes, Master went to bed very late yesterday." Kyle stood guard at the door of the tent, showing no sign of giving way. At the same time, Wylin had just gotten up from the bed and put on his clothes when he heard Flora's voice. "Kyle, let Aunt Flora come in." "Yes, sir." Hearing the order from his master, Kyle stepped aside and lifted the curtain. "Master, please come in." Flora nodded and then entered the tent. "Aunt, you are here." "Well, I haven't seen you for a while." Flora sat directly on the bench. After Varen packed up, he turned to Flora and asked, "Aunt, what's the matter?" "I believe you have also received the news that the knights are going to the 3-province defense line of Lensa, East and Dani. Do you want to stay or follow them?" Seeing Varen didn't even think about it and was about to give an answer, Flora said first, "Think it through. Going to the 3-province defense line of Lensa, East and Dani is a good place to gain military merit. This opportunity is rare." "Aunt, what about you?" Varen asked back when he saw this. "My team and I will stay," Flora said with a smile. "Is it for the safety of the province of Cardero?" After hearing this, Flora nodded and agreed. The answer Varen got was not much different from what he had guessed. "Aunt, I don't have much ambition. I just want to develop the territory well. I usually don't do risky things. If you need my help, I can stay and help you. If you stay, what will happen to the safety of your territory? Flora asked with concern. Wylan shook his head and said, My territory has 14 silver knights and a strong man guarding it. No one below the legendary level can threaten my territory, but it is limited to my territory. Good boy, is it someone your father secretly sent? Flora asked with surprise. Aunt, you think too much. This is my own opportunity and has nothing to do with my father. Flora was surprised when he heard it. He thought he knew Wylan very well, but he didn't expect that it was just the tip of the iceberg and quite mysterious. Then I, Flora, beg you to stay and help me. Flora suddenly stood up and said with a serious expression. I am willing to serve. Let's go and have breakfast. I have to go to a meeting later. Yes, sir. In the afternoon meeting, most of the nobles agreed to lead their troops to support the defense line of the 3 provinces of Lunsa, East, and Dani. For them, military exploits are rare, and opportunities are even harder. 2 days later, the elite members of the Knights Templar were mixed with the elite troops of the nobles, totaling 6,000 people, including 1 soul-level warrior, 5 gold-level warriors, 400 silver-level warriors, and more than 500 bronze-level warriors. They went to the provincial capital of Cardro Province and prepared to provide support to the defense lines of the 3 provinces of Lensa, East and Dani through the teleportation array. In addition, the remaining personnel were organized into a defense force and were responsible for the border defense of the province of Cadero during the period when the knights went to support the defense lines of the 3 provinces of Renza Ist Dani. To Varen's surprise, Alcott, Edgar and Brian actually stayed behind and did not follow the knights to support them, thus giving up this opportunity to obtain military exploits. Therefore, although there are still more than 26,000 people in the huge camp, the best part has been taken away. Wylan, let's start, Flora said to Wylan, who was standing aside. Everyone in the command camp became quiet, and their eyes focused on Wylan. Everyone, the defense force currently has 36 silver-level professionals, 373 bronze-level professionals, about 18,000 apprentices, and the remaining 8,000 are all civilians and support staff. In terms of food, it's enough for us to eat for more than a year. In terms of weapons and equipment, it is enough to sustain the defense force for 2 high-intensity battles. Report completed. Seeing Wylan sitting back down, Flora knocked on the table and asked, Now tell me your opinions. How to defend this border? Alcott, as the oldest person in the camp, stood up and spoke first. In my opinion, the focus is to clear a border area and then build fortifications in these areas for defense. If an accident occurs, the nearest troops will rush to rescue. I agree. I agree. I agree too. There is no doubt that the 2-dimensional nobles in the camp and the only pioneer knight directly expressed their attitude, making the other silver knights in the camp look at each other. Except for Flora's men, the other 14 silver knights were all left by other nobles to lead the army, but without noble status or military positions, they directly lost their right to speak. Within the camp, it can be roughly divided into 3 parties. Flora and her 10 silver knights and 1 low-level silver priest serve as the kingdom's military force and are the representatives of the knights. Alcott and other 3 nobles and Varen, the pioneer knight, belong to the Aix family, so they are naturally one faction with 10 silver knights. Finally, the 14 silver knights from the 14 noble families were forced to stay and lead the army. They were forced to stay together and fight for the right to speak. After 3 full minutes, Flora did not speak out her position. The representatives of the 14 noble families could only remain silent, all lowering their heads to admire the patterns on the carpet. Without the status of aristocrat or military, he is just an ordinary knight, which makes them really unable to be tough. After an unknown amount of time, Flora looked at Alcott and nodded, then stood up and announced, My full name is Flora Akers, and I am the current commander of the defense forces. For the sake of the safety of the province, I hope you will make a clear choice. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. In fighting, which Flora hated, the 14 silver knights looked at each other. They all knew in their hearts that they could either choose to obey the commander's arrangements and Complete the tasks assigned to them responsibly, or they would be killed by the other party for a reason. Afterwards, their lords would not dare to say anything unless they wanted to. Enemies of the Axe family. The next moment, all 14 people stood up and saluted Flora. In the name of the goddess of life, we swear that before the end of the military operation, and the Lord has not returned, we will unconditionally obey the commander's orders. Okay, since we are unanimous, let's start the combat meeting directly and make the next arrangements. Get the map. The two silver knights standing behind Flora received the order and immediately laid out a detailed map of the Cardro province and part of the surrounding area on the carpet. Alcott, you deploy. Yes, sir. Alcott took the map stick from Flora's hand, tapped various locations on the map, and began to deploy. There are 5 locations outside the border that need to be cleared up. Sir, does the bottom area, which is close to the border of Sepuru province, also need to be cleaned up? A silver knight from the 14th noble faction asked directly. Wai Lin looked at the place the other party mentioned, and it turned out to be the area directly in front of the Lake of Praying Stars. Remembering that no one had a meeting to discuss it last night, Wai Lin originally wanted the elders to cancel this area so that he could handle it. Unexpectedly, Flora said, "If you stay to help Aunt, I must give you some compensation. It's decided like this, otherwise I'll beat you." Why, you have an opinion? Flora stared at the silver knight who spoke, with no hint of warning. Sir, he has a convulsion in his head, and we don't have any objections. A leader of the 14th Nobles faction Silver Knight stood up in a hurry and said, while glaring hard at the Silver Knight who just spoke. In this case, the first stage is to clean up these 5 areas, and the second stage is to build a stronghold for defense. Seeing that the incident subsided, Alcott continued. Then personnel are assigned to perform tasks. Alcott, Edgar, Brian, and Flora were each responsible for an area, and the other area was given to a leading knight of the 14th Noble faction. Under Flora's tough attitude, the army responsible for cleaning up the Yellowstone area of the Grey Mansion's wasteland, where the Lake of Prayer Stars is located, has the largest number of troops, reaching more than 8,000 people. At the same time, Flora personally commanded them. Not surprisingly, Varen was assigned to Flora's command. After the meeting, the troops began to reorganize. In order to achieve the goal of controlling the army, Flora, Alcott, Edgar, and Brian only need ordinary soldiers and low-level officers, and do not need middle and high-level officers, so as not to affect the command efficiency. Under Flora's tough attitude, the 14 noble factions can only choose to accept. At night, in a remote tent in the camp, the Silver Knights of the 14 noble factions gathered here during the day. Start with me, the leading silver middle-level knight said. My master left 200 people, and His Excellency Flora took away 500 people, leaving less than 700 people. You are still good. A representative of the Baron said dejectedly, my master left 800 people, and 700 people were directly taken away, leaving less than 100 people. I am about the same. 80% of the soldiers were taken away for reorganization, leaving me with only 200 people. One after another, the officers of other noble factions reported their situations. The leading silver mid-level knight counted and found that the total number of troops in the hands of the 14 people was only 6,000, and a total of 13,000 people were withdrawn. Damn that damn woman, if it weren't for. Shut up if you want to die, don't take us with you. The silver low-level knight who talked back during the day couldn't help but complain, but was interrupted forcefully. Even the other silver knights kept their distance from him and stared at him coldly. It's just a Count's family, what are you afraid of? Seeing that he was isolated in an instant, the low-level silver knight couldn't help but yelled. That's because you, a fool, don't know the whole story. Do you think the AXE family is just a Count's family? A baron family born from nouveau rich. I advise you to report to your lord and learn about the outside world, and don't just focus on this small place of Cordero province. Shut up now, or I'll make you, a fool, disappear on the road, so as not to bring disaster to us. All the silver knights around couldn't help but scold, making tea. His low-level silver knight realized that the situation was not good and automatically retreated to the end, not daring to say anything. and determined not to speak out before finishing the defense army duty, so as not to bring disaster to his master. The silver high-ranking knight took a cold look, and then restored his warm expression. This area is located at the northern end of the border of the Cadlo province, close to the border of the railway dwarf mountain kingdom. There are still many centaurs active outside the clearing area. Everyone gather together and discuss it carefully. Yes, think about it from another perspective. Our team has the most high-end combat power and has an incomparable advantage over other troops. When everyone heard it, they thought about it in a flash. It was indeed the case, so they started to discuss it enthusiastically, except for a certain idiot. The next morning, according to the original plan, the defense army was divided into 5 troops and left the original station of the knights. On the march, Flora called Wylan aside and asked, "Is there anything that needs to be solved in your territory? Let's solve it together during this operation." After hearing this, Wylan thought carefully, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. My territory has just been opened up for a year, and the scope of the surrounding reconnaissance is not very large." "I know." Flora immediately called the messenger over and called the deputy commander over. After a while, a knight rode a warhorse from the front of the team to the hillside, dismounted, saluted to Flora and said, "Captain, you're looking for me." "Miller, how is the running in of the troops?" "Very smooth." Miller heard this and reported to Flora. The lower-level soldiers did not resist. According to the information reported by the commanders of each unit, the lower-level officers almost all actively cooperated with us to command the troops. Except for a very few. I threw them to the sharp knife camp and prepared to consume them in the first wave. Well, let them pay attention and gradually master the troops during the march, so as not to start hanging the chain when the cleanup begins. Flora nodded with satisfaction. Second, on the original area, let the scouts expand the scope of reconnaissance and mark all tribes with more than 300 monsters. "Yes, Captain." Then Miller rode away from the hillside. "Commander, then I will go down too." After seeing Miller leave, Wylan said to Flora, "Well, go down and take this opportunity to exercise more." "Yes, sir." Then Wylan rode on the red phosphorus horse and went to the rear of the marching team. As a silver knight, he also gained the command of a 1,000-man team. In order to better control the troops, Wylan used the 200 infantrymen he brought as the backbone and mixed them with the 800 people assigned to him. At the same time, he also organized 20 knight attendants into a supervisory team and messengers, which was conducive to his conveying orders and commanding the troops. Looking at the orderly marching team, Wylan nodded with satisfaction. "My lord, do you need to send someone to contact Lord Baird and others in advance?" Kyle rode to Wylan and asked. After some thought, Wylan ordered, "Send 2 people back to inform Baird and Orlando and others to assemble the troops and be on standby at any time. They may be needed." "Yes, sir." After Kyle's proposal, Wylan had a bold idea in his mind. If possible, after the defense army evacuates, they can occupy the earthen fort they built temporarily as a forward base for opening up the gray wilderness. After 5 days of normal marching, the team of 8,000 people successfully arrived at the pre-planned location Lumen Mountain, a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Wylan followed Flora, stepped on the rocks on the Lumen, and looked at the earthen walls piled up with mud around him, but they had become broken walls and ruins. 300 years ago, this was a jackal city. Miller, who was standing behind Flora, suddenly said. "Here?" Wylan asked uncertainly. "Yes, it's here." Miller nodded and then said, 300 years ago, my ancestor was still an adventurer and had been here." In the diary left by the old man, it was clearly recorded that Lumen Mountain City was a small jackal city, where more than 6,000 jackals lived at that time. "I see, it's just that the place is a bit dilapidated." As for why it became like this now, Wylan probably figured it out. "Miller, have someone clean up this place first, set up camp, and start assigning specific tasks tomorrow." "Yes, Captain." Then a 1,000-man team arrived and began to clear the rubble and dirt on the ground and level the land. A full 1,000 people, all professionals. One person is equivalent to 3 or 4 strong laborers, and the work is very efficient. Near the afternoon, a large area of land was leveled, and then a large number of marching tents was set up. At night in the command tent, the commander, deputy commander, 8,000 captains, and other officers came here for a meeting. After discussion between Miller and I, the following order was formulated. 8 centurions, including Wylan, stood up and waited for the order from Flora. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th 1,000-man teams are the 1st Battalion, and the 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th 1,000-man teams are the 2nd Battalion. With a half-month cycle, the 2 battalions will take turns to take on the clearing and city-building tasks. I declare that the 1st Battalion will take on the clearing and city-building tasks, and the 2nd Battalion will take on the city-building tasks. Tomorrow, I will send the combat missions to each centurion, and the plan will be officially implemented the day after tomorrow. Yes, sir. The 8 centurions answered loudly and then returned to the queue. Flora looked around and continued to order. The logistics troops should do a good job in logistics supply tasks and ensure the safety of food and military equipment. Yes, sir. The logistics minister, a silver knight, stood up and answered loudly. Now adjourn, everyone go back and have a good rest. Yes, sir. Everyone left the tent one by one and went to the area where their troops were located. As the captain of the 7,000-man team, Wylan came to the upper left area of the camp. My lord, do you need me to call all the centurions? Kyle saw Wylan coming back and saluted. No. Let them have a good rest and assign tasks tomorrow. Yes, sir. Kyle took his leave and Wylan went directly into his tent and fell on the carpet to rest. The next morning, Wylan received the order document issued by Flora. According to the order, in the next half-month, he needs to lead the 7,000-man team to eliminate 3 goblin tribes with more than 300 people, 3 dog-headed tribes with more than 300 people, and the remaining more than 20 small tribes of various sizes. Kyle, send someone to the logistics to get food and let everyone get ready. No need to train today, have a good rest. Kyle, who was standing outside the tent on guard, heard Wylan's voice and answered loudly, Yes, lord. Then Wylan found a map and marked the monster clans and tribes that needed to be cleared one by one, according to the directions on the order document. His 7,000-man team is responsible for the upper left area of the camp, which covers an area of more than 3,000 square kilometers. There are 2 tributaries of the Huangsha River system, which leads to a high density of monster clans. It's a feng shui treasure land. Wylan firmly believes that this place will belong to him in the future, and no one can take it away. After a day of rest, Wylan took the 7,000-man team of 100 people out of the camp and officially started the clearing mission. Flora got up early, stood on the temporary sentry tower, looked at the figure of the 7,000-man team leaving, and ordered Miller beside him. Always pay attention to Wylan's movements. I don't want him to be in any danger. Yes, Captain. Miller obeyed his captain's orders unconditionally. After all, his life was given by the captain. It was a painful thing to open up a road in the wilderness. Wylan looked helpless as he saw that he had only advanced 20 kilometers in 3 hours. My lord, this road is too difficult to walk. There are thorn bushes everywhere. If we didn't have armor to protect ourselves, I'm afraid we would have been scarred. Kyle cleared the branches and leaves on the mount and came to Wylan to report. Let the troops stop and rest on the spot first. I will replan the road. Wylan didn't expect that it would be so difficult to march here. It was him, the commander, who didn't do it well. On the boulder next to him, Wylan asked people to spread out the map, mark the existing positions on it, and start thinking about countermeasures. Next to it is the nearest tributary of the Huangsha River system. We only need to move 5 or 6 kilometers to the north to reach it. According to Wylan's guess, the road by the river must be easier than opening a road in the bushes, but he is not sure whether his guess is correct or not. After all, he has never seen it. Take a gamble. If it doesn't work, we can only spend a lot of time to force the road. Fortunately, the magic power in the eastern area of the Grey Mang Wasteland is thin. Otherwise, they will not only have to face the complex thorny bushes, but also the sudden appearance of magical beasts and ferocious beasts. In the afternoon, Wylan adjusted the direction and moved north. After 2 hours of marching, they finally arrived at an unknown tributary of the Huangsha River system, a river 5 or 6 meters wide. standing by the stream. Wylan looked up and down the river with a wide field of vision and said with some joy, "Well, it's true, it's much better than that damn jungle. My lord, thanks to your wise decision, we have been liberated from that green cage." Kyle praised sincerely on the side. "Okay, let the soldiers take a break, and then we will continue to set off and strive to complete the task of destroying the first goblin tribe tomorrow afternoon." Hearing the praise from his subordinates, Wylan was in a very good mood and smiled and ordered Kyle. "Yes, sir." When thousands of people heard about the break, they all found a place near the river to sit down and enjoy the rare freshness. The sultry jungle brought them only depression. Under the pressure of the officers, as the bottom soldiers, they could not and had no right to express their opinions. "Black Hammer, your lord is so good that he actually gave us time to rest." "That's right, unlike our baron, who rode on the horse and whipped us with a whip, disliked us for not keeping up with the speed." By the river, a team sat together and talked in a low voice. "I, Black Hammer, can meet Lord Wylan. It is the blessing of the gods. With the gift of the Lord, I am what I am today," Black Hammer narrated with a pious face. They heard this many times, but they did not feel disgusted. Instead, they sympathized and envied this 16-year-old boy. Compared to Black Hammer, who was born as a serf, they were at least born as civilians, with limited choices and channels for advancement. "Alas, thinking about what our Lord looks like, I really want to take my family to the Praying Star Lake," a soldier in his 30s complained. "You are not going to die. If your Lord's officers hear you, you will have a hard time when you go back." An old soldier next to him was shocked and hurriedly covered his mouth. He looked around vigilantly and advised after finding that there was no officer. "Old Mike, don't say it if it weren't for, alas, I just don't know if there is a way." Others sighed and then fell silent because an officer came over here. After the patrol officer left, Black Hammer looked at his comrade in arms and said woodenly, "Or I will ask my former superior to see if there is any way." "Really, Black Hammer?" "Please." "Black Hammer, may the goddess of life bless you." When everyone heard this, they raised their heads and looked at Black Hammer with hopeful eyes. At this moment, Wylan didn't know what was happening among the lower-level soldiers in the army. Instead, he was thinking about the best solution based on the information obtained by the scouts and the distance to the goblin tribe. 20 kilometers downstream is the first goblin tribe selected this time, with about 400 goblins. According to the most common estimation method in this world, the combat power of this goblin tribe should be 70%, that is, 280 goblin warriors. It is a little difficult to block the news and prevent other monster tribes from knowing the news, but it is not enough to stump me. Afterwards, Wylan asked people to put away the map and ordered the troops to move out and move downstream along the river. In the downstream section of an unknown tributary of the Huangsha River system, in a simple goblin camp, in the eyes of the goblins, this is already a luxurious nest. A strong goblin is dominating the tribe. Since the tribe leader and the elder left with the elite fighting force of the tribe, this place is his world, acting. Acting tribe leader. There seems to be some movement upstream, and there are a lot more fish than usual. An ugly goblin entered the wooden shed and reported carefully, "There are more fish," which means that our God is favoring us. "Now get out of here." The intense movement was interrupted. The acting goblin tribe leader stared at the ugly guy viciously. "Yes, yes, yes." The ugly goblin rolled out of the wooden shed and was laughed at by the goblins next to him. He had no idea that destruction was coming. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. By nightfall, the army had arrived and stationed 5 or 6 kilometers away from the goblin tribe. There is a hill in front of them, which will not let the goblin clan on the opposite side notice the strange situation here. Lighting the oil lamp, Varen called a meeting of the 10 centurions of the army. "This is the first battle since the establishment of our 7,000-man team. I don't care what state you were in before. If you have any questions now, just raise them. When the order is issued later, I don't want to hear other voices." Wylan looked at everyone seriously and warned coldly, Of the 10 centurions, only 2 were brought by him. The remaining 8 were not his direct subordinates, so it was not clear how good they were. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and when no one spoke, Varen immediately asked Kyle to spread out the parchment. An enlarged version of the map appeared in front of everyone, and with the help of the marks on it, they could clearly understand the surrounding terrain. The first battle this time is to wipe out all the Goblin tribe here. 3rd, the 6th, and 100 teams set out at 4 in the morning, detoured to the lower reaches of the Goblin tribe, and conducted a blockade to prevent any fish from escaping. 4th, the 5th, and 700 troops launched an attack from the jungle on the flanks, and at the same time guarded the outside to avoid reinforcements from the other side. The rest of the troops follow me and attack from the front. Varen gave the order while pointing out the marching route on the parchment map. Strictly enforce my orders, and anyone who disobeys them will be killed. Yes, sir. The officers present didn't know whether it was fear or surrender, but they all answered loudly. Afterwards, Varen announced the dissolution of the meeting and asked the centurions of each army to go down and prepare. Lord, I have something to report to you, Kyle said to Varen after seeing everyone leave. Wylan looked at Kyle's serious expression and ordered in the direction of the camp entrance. Disperse all personnel within 20 meters of the camp. No one is allowed to approach without my order. Yes, Lord. The 10 knights on guard responded loudly and immediately began to execute the order. After a while, when everything around him became quiet, Varen motioned for Kyle to sit down and talk. Lord, today the officers below are reporting that our soldiers. After listening to Kyle's detailed report, Lynchen asked, is this common? There are many, and there are no fewer than 10 cases reported to my subordinates. Is that so? Varen fell into thought. Veterans with rich combat experience are in great need of him. In addition, every soldier has a family behind him. If they are attracted to the Lake of Praying Stars, it will greatly alleviate the population gap. However, after all, these are soldiers in the hands of other nobles. Now they are only managed in the name of the guards, with only command rights and no ownership. This matter is not easy to handle. Wylan shook his head, unable to think of any good method for a while. It was not in his interest to offend so many nobles for the sake of hundreds of soldiers. Stop this matter for now and ask the officers below to keep it secret and not leak it out. Wylan rubbed his temples and ordered Kyle. Yes, Kyle lowered his head and responded. In the early morning, Wylan looked at the 400 people getting ready to go, and then looked at the sky. Set off. Along the winding river, 400 people walked lightly and moved towards the Goblin tribe as quickly as possible. Near noon, the main offensive force arrived at the attack site. Through the gaps in the bushes, Varen could clearly observe the specific situation outside the Goblin tribe. Looking at the nearly defenseless Goblin tribe, Varen stood up, drew his knight's sword and shouted an order. Attack! All 400 people stood up, and under the leadership of the officers, launched an attack on the Goblin tribe at the foot of the hill. The goblins who were lazing around and lying around noticed the sudden arrival of humans and screamed, signaling to their tribe that an enemy army was coming. Well. In the camp, the goblins picked up hammers, stone axes, and harpoons and rushed out. They were quickly killed in pieces and fled in all directions within less than 3 minutes. A strong goblin screamed a few times when he saw his people fleeing in all directions, and was then killed by an ordinary soldier. Seeing the soldiers entering the camp, Wylan, who was standing on the hill commanding the troops, felt incredible. That's it. It should be like this. Kyle on the side lowered his head and replied. Let's go and have a look. Varen, who couldn't believe it, walked down the hill and headed to the goblin camp. The remaining 30 or so goblins were driven to the center of the camp, surrounded by soldiers glaring at them. The old, weak, sick, and disabled were so frightened that they buried their heads in the soil, hoping for a little sense of security. Who speaks the lingua franca? Hearing this, an ugly goblin raised his head and looked at the young man wearing exquisite armor who was surrounded by the crowd. He said in common tongue with a strong accent, Dear sir, I can speak it well. Tell me where the warriors of your tribe are. Varen came to the ugly goblin and stuck his sword in front of him, his tone full of majesty. Sir, your majesty, our tribes, chief and great, Eldar are leading the warriors to follow the god. The god has left. Looking at the knight's sword so close at hand, the ugly goblin trembling with fear, he stuttered in reply. God? Wylan frowned when he heard this key information. Could it be that the gods were behind the attack on the western border? Then Wylan shook his head and threw away these distracting thoughts. The sky fell and there was a high roof. He was just a small pioneer knight now, so why should he care about this? Clean it up. After the soldiers saw the centurion leave, they surrounded him and killed all the remaining goblins. In the afternoon, the other two teams gathered at the goblin camp and reported to Wylan. In the next few days, Wylan wiped out several monster clan tribes and found that the situation was similar to the previous goblin tribe. Almost all of them were old, weak, sick and disabled, and a few strong ones. Most of the combat-capable ones followed their so-called gods and left. Half a month later, the 7,000-man team that completed the mission returned to the camp for rotation. When they left, it was still a bare lumen mountain. When they returned, there were already 3 walls. Looking at the compact soil layer above, Wylan would not doubt his defense at all. First, the troops went to the camp to rest, and then Wylan went to the central camp to report to Flora. "Aunt, this is roughly the situation. I suspect these monsters are plotting to gather troops and prepare to attack the provincial defense line." Wylan entered the tent and reported to Flora. "Your guess is correct, but there are some deviations." Flora took out a document from the table and handed it to Wylan for inspection, saying seriously. Wylan was startled and hurriedly opened it to check. "Day before yesterday, I received an official letter from the provincial governor, saying that the monster coalition began to attack the border of the province of Serap." While Wylan was reading the official letter, Flora explained on the side. Wylan closed the official letter and asked with some concern, "Serap province, will we face an impact here?" "It's not clear yet, but I think it's a matter of time. So we must speed up the progress." Then Flora changed the subject, and her tone suddenly became serious. "Wylan, the governor is urging the nobles in various parts of the province to send troops to strengthen the defense force. In addition, another 5,000 provincial troops will be transferred the day after tomorrow. Commander, please give your orders." Wylan stood up straight, stared at Flora, and said seriously, "When the provincial army arrives, I will combine these 5,000 troops with your 7,000-man team into one army, build a city defense at the border between the Serap province and the Cardero province, and serve as an early warning force to form a horn with Lumen Mountain. Please rest assured, I will complete this mission." Wylan took the order solemnly without any resistance. Flora put her hands on Wylan's shoulders and said, "Head to head. This is an opportunity for you to practice commanding an army of 10,000 people. It will help you to fulfill your obligations in the future and lead your troops to join the army. You can get a better position and voice and let the nobles under your command obey you. If you encounter danger, I mean when your life is in danger, save yourself first, and I will bear the consequences. Aunt, you look at me and answer my question." "Yes, Aunt, I understand." "That's good, go back and have a good rest." Then Wylan left the command tent in a daze. Walking on the flat yellow land, Wylan touched his heart and felt very warm. This was a feeling he had never had before, not even on his mother. 3 days later, Wylan successfully took over the 5,000 provincial troops and began to train them for 7 days. With the support of Flora, Wylan was ready to replace all officers who disobeyed his command within 7 days, and replace them with officers who were willing to obey his orders, and completely grasp these 5,000 people in his hands. September 20th, Moni Province, Falkreath Earldom, the central city of Falkreath City. A large number of troops and personnel were withdrawn. In addition to 600 security personnel, the entire city had less than 2,000 city defense troops, plus the personnel of the church and the Adventure Guild, a total of less than 3,500 people. In addition, the defense of the castle, located 20 kilometers outside the city of Falkreath, was empty. Except for the basic personnel left behind, there were not many troops that could be mobilized. In the basement of the city lord's mansion, the bishop of the famine cult, the lord of Falkreath, the priest of the Church of Life, and the president of the Adventure Guild gathered here. Tonight, offer sacrifices to our God. Yes, Bishop. The three people's eyes revealed their enthusiasm for the god of famine, and they prostrated themselves on the ground devoutly and knelt down to worship the statue. In Falkreath City, thousands of cultists hid in the dark, hiding their true intentions. Hundreds of famine priests were distributed in various nodes of Falkreath City, waiting for the order of the famine bishop. At night, in the Magic Defense Tower area of Falkreath City, the Lord of Falkreath City easily entered the central area of the Mage Tower by relying on his identity. Mage Watry, good night. The Lord of Falkreath greeted a high-level silver mage. Good night, Mr. Tevley. May I ask what is the important matter here? The silver mage asked the Lord of Falkreath out of courtesy. Of course. The Lord of Falkreath suddenly grew in size. His limbs turned into claws. His body was covered with thick hair. His head turned into a monster head, and a terrifying mouth occupied 1/3 of his head. A moment later, a monster 6 or 7 meters tall appeared in front of the silver mage. Ate you! The terrifying sonic boom shocked the silver mage and made him retreat again and again. Famine beast! Why did it appear here? Teacher, what should I do? The bronze mage on the side got up from the ground and asked the silver mage Water. Quick, leave here, go! Before the silver mage Water finished speaking, the famine beast pounced and cut the slow-moving bronze mage into several sections. Appetizer! After swallowing it whole, the famine beast felt extremely satisfied. Seeing his student die in front of him, the silver mage Water attacked the famine beast like crazy. Dozens of fireballs were condensed and attacked the famine beast together. But in front of the gold-level famine beast, these attacks had no effect at all. In less than 3 minutes, the famine beast picked up the head of the silver wizard and threw it into its mouth. While chewing, it grabbed the remaining part of the corpse and walked towards the control center. In the wizard tower, without exception, all the wizards were swallowed by the famine beast and turned into part of the power. Speed up. Yes, Bishop. The famine beast responded in its mind and sped up to the top of the wizard tower. 10 minutes later, the reconnaissance array covering the city of Falkreath disappeared, and all the magic arrays on the city walls became ineffective. At the same time, a large number of famine believers appeared in the city and began the last carnival before the sacrifice. A large number of famine priests silently recited the sacrificial words, using themselves as nodes to form a huge sacrificial array, covering the entire city of 200,000 people. Ha, the 50-year plan is finally going to succeed. The bishop of the famine cult stood on the bell tower, looking at his masterpiece and venting his inner emotions. Half an hour later, a pillar of light rose to the sky, and the evil breath spread all around. Everyone in the city of Falkreath was struggling, whether it was the nobles who were high above or the poor slaves who were as low as dust. All were twisted by the omnipresent evil god power and turned into fuel. Even the cultists of the famine cult took the initiative to sacrifice themselves, making the scope of this sacrifice even wider. It's too late. 30 kilometers outside the city of Falkreath, a space crack was torn open, and several legendary strongmen flew out. Looking at the gradually ending sacrificial ceremony, they felt powerless to save the situation. Archbishop, please take action. This sacrifice cannot affect the entire kingdom. A legendary knight saluted to the priest beside him with a firm tone. Alas, it will be hard for the West. I wonder how many believers will return to the embrace of the goddess. The Archbishop of the Life God Church of the Kingdom of Elia, the legendary priest St. Albert Tasman, tightly grasped the priest's staff, closed his eyes, communicated with the gods, and activated the divine art. In an instant, holy and gentle power appeared in the air, illuminating the entire night sky, constantly competing with the power generated by the famine sacrifice. At the same time, the life churches in all provinces in the eastern part of Mani province bloomed with light, forming pillars to support this curtain. The kingdom of Ilia. The famine power was blocked outside the light curtain and could not move closer to the east. Instead, it continued to spread westward. A large amount of land was infected by the famine power, trees withered, and rivers dried up. The closer to the Mani province, the greater the impact, gradually decreasing to the west. Under the gold, it was impossible to feel and see the spread of the famine power. Except for feeling a gust of wind blowing and the surroundings becoming more desolate, there was no feeling of any abnormal situation. In the cold area of the Praying Star Lake, Anastasia woke up from meditation, came to the highest point of the ice castle, and looked at the black fog that continued to spread in the distance. The evil power has weakened a lot. This should be the evil god sacrifice that Wylan mentioned last time, and it really happened. However, it is very far from here. It should be possible to protect the entire Praying Star Lake with all your strength. Then Anastasia came to the bottom of the ice castle and used the magic power of the elemental pool to resist this tiny storm of evil god power. The extremely thin famine power touched the barrier that Anastasia had tried her best to deploy. They collided with each other and turned into nothingness, saving thousands of square kilometers of land in the Praying Star Lake. On the provincial border, the effect of the famine sacrifice gradually emerged in comparison. At dawn in the province of Mani, the legendary knight looked at the empty city of Falkreath. In just one night, 200,000 people were sacrificed inexplicably. The legendary priest St. Albert Tasman fell to the ground and silently recited a eulogy. A legendary wizard activated the time travel spell. And scenes of the past 10 years in the province of Mani kept appearing in his mind to obtain information. Bernier, what's the situation? Faced with the legendary knight's question, the legendary wizard Bernier opened his eyes and replied, "This plan has lasted for more than 10 years. Who is the mastermind? With the protection of the evil god, it is impossible to obtain, but the strongholds of the famine cult in other cities can be found. It's not difficult to guess." Legendary priest St. Albert Tasman finished his prayer and turned to the others and said, "It has been lurking for more than 10 years without being exposed until a conflict occurred on the border and the army and main combat forces were transferred away. This group of damn bastards, it seems that before launching a war against the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, we have to launch a military operation in advance to reduce their strength and number. No hurry, the war against the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom will last at least 10 years. We have plenty of time to prepare and train soldiers, by the way. Too many troops have not participated in wars for a long time. Bernier's proposal is very good, but this group of ignorant things dare to attack the western defense line, so don't go back." A legendary warrior gritted his teeth and said, then went to the border. Before the legendary warrior flew away, he was pulled back by Yarbo, who scolded him with a stern face. "If you rush to the battlefield, it will trigger a series of events." Archbishop I. Doniel, follow the orders of the Archbishop. We cannot move until the other legendary warrior leaves the battlefield. This matter should be handed over to the army. Our role is to deter. In addition, you should also know. HMPH, I understand. Legendary wizard Bernier's words make sense, and he can only obey. At the border of Cadlo province, after a period of training, Wylan has firmly grasped the 6,000 people in his hands. On the march to Lumen South Mountain, 100 kilometers south of Lumen Mountain, the army was in order, and there was no passive sabotage or disobedience to orders. Standing on the hill of Lumen South Mountain, looking down from a high place, the surrounding situation is clear at a glance. In addition to the 2,000-man teams responsible for guarding the south, the remaining 4,000 people are responsible for digging soil, carrying stones, and building temporary fortresses on the hills. Lord Wylan, the commander's order. A knight walked quickly towards the tent on the hill and handed a military order to Wylan. Wylan first checked whether the letter was complete. When he saw that it was not opened, he opened the letter and read it. The kingdom issued a notice that the 8 western provinces will face an unprecedented drought that will last for more than 2 years. It will take some time for the news to reach here. You can prepare early. Do you need my help? Go back and tell the commander that Wylan has known about it. I hope she doesn't worry. I have my own way to deal with it. Yes, sir. The knight turned around and left with the order, returning to Lumen Mountain to report. After the messenger knight left, Wylan had no time to plan the camp deployment. He came to a place on the hill where he could collect wind and sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking about the subsequent plan. The famine sacrifice broke out, affecting 8 provinces and an area of nearly 4 million square kilometers. However, fortunately, we have stockpiled enough food and water in advance, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Objectively, Wylan thought that Kixing Lake must be within the scope of this disaster, but it was contrary to his wishes. This time, we should plan well and try to attract a certain number of civilians to settle in Kixing Lake, so as to achieve the goal of increasing the population without spending money. It can be said that except for the initial 15 people, the rest of the population of Kixing Lake was obtained through money, war, and material transactions. Afterwards, after Wylan completed the general idea, he returned to the camp to continue the deployment of Lumen Nanshan. In the afternoon, a night attendant came down the mountain with a letter and headed northeast. In the south, these 4 places build outposts in turn and light beacons to warn if monsters appear in large numbers. To the east, in the name of the Defense Army, send orders to the pioneer knights and nobles in this direction to assemble and stand by, ready to support at any time. To the west, clear out and drive away the monster clans, cut down and burn trees and ensue. Read that the view on the southern mountain of Lumen is unobstructed. To the north, always pay attention to whether there are any beacons from the outposts, and do not be negligent at all. Wylan looked around, and his majestic eyes stared at everyone. I emphasize again that these things are related to our lives. If you don't want to lose your life in vain, you should be alert to the fullest. Yes, sir. The 6 centurions beat their chests and saluted and answered loudly. Okay, let's go down. Everyone left one by one, and Wylan had a rare moment of leisure and came to the bed to rest and recover his energy. The next month is a critical period for building the city. You can't be careless, and you must always keep track of the progress. 5 days later, in the government of Kixing Town, Kixing Lake, Baird received a letter from his lord. After opening the letter, Baird saw that it said, "Drought is sweeping the entire West. Be prepared to ensure the normal operation of the territory." After receiving this letter, Baird was very confused. According to the statistics reported by the villages below, this year must be a bumper year. There is sufficient water everywhere and no signs of drought. Food, yes, purchased food. Looking at the dozen words above, Baird suddenly understood something. But the direction of understanding seemed to be a little biased. Afterwards, Baird asked someone to call Raimondo, the leader of the caravan, the right half of the Synapse subcontinent. At the end of September, the earthen castle on the hill of Lumen South Mountain barely took shape. The 6-meter-high yellow mud, mixed wall on all 4 sides stood on the hill, giving the garrison defense army a great sense of security. Compared with the carefully built walls, the internal layout is extremely simple. It only needs to ensure the safety of water and food, and everything else is kept simple. Finally, except for the 1,000 people who stayed on the hill, the remaining 5,000-man teams were all dispatched to participate in the establishment of outposts, tree felling, monster cleaning, and other matters. This work lasted until mid-October before it was basically completed. In early October, Wylan was once again guided by fate and obtained an unimportant but relevant piece of information. In 3 years, the Maple Leaf County city of the Duke of Lightend will form a natural space channel, a space channel connecting to the underground world. So far, there's still a small teleportation array sealed underground in the Praying Star Lake, which connects to an unknown underground world. Wylan had not figured out how to deal with this special event that separated several provinces, but he could move towards business, buy and hoard a large piece of land in advance, and earn money from adventurers and noble children, but he had to think carefully. At night in the tent, Wylan used the intelligence obtained by reconnaissance and combined it with the current situation to judge that the monster coalition attacking the province of Serap might go north to find a breakthrough again. This is exactly the case. Outside the border of Serap province, the commander of the 4th Monster Clan Coalition, the most capable dependent of the legendary Red Dragon Waxman, the chief of the half-dragon tribe, Neural Waxman, is a soul-level strongman with a 5-layer soul ring. The continuous failures made this half-dragon, who is known for his wisdom, more and more irritable. Facing the border wall of the Serap province of the Kingdom of Ilia, no matter what strategy and force he used, he could never cross it and invade the human kingdom. Respected sir, I think we can take a detour and start from Cadero province and attack Serap province. From the north, A lizardman covered with scars stepped forward and said respectfully, "Jangula, have you forgotten what the prophet said? We must not attack Cadero province. There is more than one god paying attention to it. Otherwise, we will only be destroyed." A strong wolf stared at the lizardman Jangula and said viciously. Facing the words of the wolfman warlord Perlik, the lizardman Jangula could only return to his own sequence and remain silent. The half-dragon Nurur naturally knew the prophet's prophecy, so before the legend set off, he had set the palm-sized area of Cadero province as an inviolable area and forced all tribal leaders and race commanders to comply. Therefore, they took away the bronze and above warriors of all monster clans around Cadero province and merged them into the monster army of other roads to serve as cannon fodder and play their surplus value. In addition, the Goblin King, who was preparing to launch a surprise attack on Cadlo province, was also ordered to stop the action, which made his plan for many years go down the drain. All his elite subordinates were incorporated, and he was transferred to the southernmost battlefield. The legend above was afraid that the Goblin King had been noticed by the gods, so he decided to throw the Goblin King to the farthest place from Cadlo province to avoid unexpected situations. You should know that in the original plan, the Goblin King would be the first monster army to attack the human kingdom. This is also what Wylin was very confused about. According to the guidance of fate he got after leaving Gut territory, a year later, the Goblin King would launch an attack on the southern part of Cadlo province, but all this did not happen. Now the north cannot go, and the south is the attack range of other monster armies. The only way left for him is to continue the attack. As the most intelligent existence of the four-way monster coalition, he deliberately launched an attack on the province of Serap 1 month after the attack of the other 3 coalitions. He thought that humans would transfer the army of Serap province to the south, but contrary to his wishes, he was greeted by a more fully prepared human army. "Commander, I have a suggestion." A rat wizard standing at the back of the queue walked out of the queue and proposed to the half-dragon. "Speak." For this despicable rat wizard, the half-dragon Neural hated it from the bottom of his heart, and spit out a word while holding back the discomfort. Facing the commander's disgust, the rat wizard didn't care at all and began to talk about his plan. "According to your plan, send a team north, and without violating the rules set by the legends, break into Serap province from the border between Cadlo province and Serap province, and attack unexpectedly." "Yes, sir, that's what I mean." The rat wizard grinned, showing his rotten teeth perfectly, and the stench made the surrounding monster commanders cover their mouths and noses. "Then who will implement it?" As soon as these words came out, all the monster leaders stepped back. Just because they are not very smart doesn't mean they are stupid. If they do well, there will be no reward. If they make mistakes, they will have to face the wrath of the legends. Nuru, the half-dragon, looked around and saw that everyone was retreating, so he looked at the rat wizard and said, "Tatasur, since you proposed this plan, I will leave it to you to implement it." What? The rat wizard Tatasur was stunned for a moment. "Why, do you have any objections?" The other monster leaders looked at the rat wizard with ridicule and sarcasm, without any sympathy. "Respected commander, we ratmen are weak and can be cannon fodder, but we are not qualified to execute such a critical plan. Only other powerful races are qualified." The rat wizard touched the non-existent cold sweat on his head and tried his best to defend. "Then how about other commanders send people and you take charge?" Obviously, the half-dragon Nurur did not intend to change his mind. This. "Sir, our lizardman army is willing to send 200 warriors. Sir, our jackal army is also willing to send 100 skull crushers to support the rat wizard." Other monster leaders stood up and said, "You send a team, I send 100 soldiers," and in just a few minutes they gathered an elite force for the rat wizard. There was no way to avoid it. The rat wizard could only swallow this bitter fruit and take over this fatal and critical plan executor. "Come here." Outside the military tent, 2 low-level gold half-dragons stepped into the tent and saluted to the half-dragon Neural, saying, "Commander, you too follow the rat wizard Tatasur. If he dares to desert the battlefield, just chop him off." "Yes, sir." After taking a precaution, the half-dragon Neural announced the dissolution of the meeting and continued to attack the border of the Serap province tomorrow according to the order. The next morning, a group of 2,000 monster elites were delivered to the rat wizard. Looking at a group of elites who were just filling the numbers, the rat wizard wanted to die and hated himself for standing out. Two half-dragons stood behind the rat wizard, staring at the back of his neck, looking for a suitable position. "Tada, sir. The commander has ordered that if you don't set out before noon, it will be considered desertion." A half-dragon looked at the rat wizard proudly and declared arrogantly, "Yes, I'll leave right away." The low-level gold rat wizard had to deal with two low-level gold half-dragons with caution. Then a group of 2,000 monster elites, 3,000 rat warriors, and 1,500 goblin laborers and rations marched northward in a mighty force. In late October, the first outpost, located 50 kilometers away from Lumen's South Mountain, lit a smoke signal to warn the rear, collect supplies, and retreat to the rear. Looking at the black smoke in the distance, Kyle hurried to the tent to report to Wylan. "My lord, a signal was sent from the south that there are enemy troops attacking, with a number of at least 5,000. Notify all troops outside to return to Lumen's South Mountain Fortress immediately. Send a warning to the nobles and pioneer knights in the east. In addition, send a signal to the north to tell the commander about the situation we are facing." After hearing Kyle's report, Wylan did not panic and issued orders in an orderly manner. "Yes, my lord." The troops on mission around Lumen's South Mountain received the order and directly abandoned everything in their hands and returned to Lumen's South Mountain Fortress with necessary supplies, a shelter they had built for a month. 20 kilometers away from the first outpost in the south, the rat wizard squinted at the black smoke in the sky, his eyes rolling non-stop. "Tucker, Master, I call you by your humble name. What do you want me to do?" A 2-meter-tall giant ratman came to the rat wizard Tattersall with a stone hammer and knelt on the ground respectfully. "How many cannon fodders have been recruited?" In reply to the master, "I have recruited 4,000 cannon fodders, including 500 young and strong, and 3,500 old and weak. All of them have taken the plague potion you gave me. I have raised them for a few days. It's time to show their value." After asking questions, the rat wizard drove the rat mount and let the troops move forward. A day later, at the foot of Lumen Nanshan Mountain, tens of thousands of monsters were stationed here, facing the Lumen Nanshan fortress on the hill. Several scouts hid in the pits, carefully observing and recording the number of monsters through the cover of bushes. The smell of humans. A rat soldier sniffed the surrounding breath and said uncertainly, "Are you sure?" The rat officer looked at the soldiers with a keen sense of smell and his patrol team, and asked in a deep voice, "Captain, I'm not sure, but there is a strong human smell around, which is stronger than the human smell left in those outposts. Send a team over, search around." The ratman officer made a prompt decision and decided to believe it rather than not believe it. After a while, hundreds of ratman soldiers filed out of the camp, searching the surroundings carefully in teams of 5. Relying on the ratman's sensitive sense of smell, the search range is getting smaller and smaller. "It's too late, leave here first." Looking at the ratman soldiers not far away, the leading knight attendant said to the clerk beside him, "Yes, sir." Several people climbed out of the cave and headed towards the top of the mountain. "Sir, humans, it's humans." The ratman officer who led the search looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the figures of 3 humans had appeared hundreds of meters away. It was definitely too late to chase them now. "Keep searching, turn everything around for me." Looking at the ratman officer who was so anxious that he jumped up and down, the other ratman soldiers immediately scattered and conducted a carpet search. On the other side, Wylan obtained intelligence about the monster army and immediately held a pre-war meeting to deploy defenses and boost morale. "Kyle, start reporting." Seeing that all centurions and above were present, Wylan sat down in the main seat and gave instructions. Hearing this, Kyle spread out the parchment and began to report. "According to our reconnaissance, the number of monster troops is about 10,000, including 3,000 ratmen, and the number of goblins and dog-headed men is unknown. According to the number of tents, the number should be between 5,000 and 7,000. In addition, there are about 2,000 000 monsters of various types, such as jackals, lizardmen, centaurs, ogres, etc. In addition, half-dragons were found. The specific number is unknown, but it is not less than 2. As Kyle's report ended, the atmosphere in the whole room became extremely solemn. They call it a defense army, but at best, it is a second-line force. It is okay to fight against monster clans such as goblins, gnolls, and ratmen, but it is difficult for them to muster the courage to fight against medium-sized monster clans such as gnolls and lizardmen, or even monsters as terrifying as ogres. Everyone, I know it is difficult this time, but... Wylan took a deep breath and encouraged loudly, but I have reported our situation to the commander. As long as we survive these few days, the commander and his men will definitely come to support us. In addition, the monster army appears here. I believe that the provincial army and the kingdom army will not stand idly by. Finally, danger is often accompanied by opportunities. As long as we can hold back this group of monster armies, we will have many military merits and even war merits. With Wylan's encouragement, the eyes of nearly 100 people in the room gradually became clear, no longer fearful and numb, and some hope emerged in their hearts. Then Wylan stood up, drew out his knight's sword, and stuck it on the wooden table. In the defensive war, I will stand in the most dangerous place and fight with you. If I flee in battle, you can always point your weapons at me and attack me. As soon as the voice fell, nearly 100 people whispered, making the quiet conference room noisy in an instant. A few minutes later, a 1,000-man captain stood up and said, "Sir, you are usually fair and just, and you will not be partial to who is a legitimate descendant or not. Your character has won my respect. I am willing to obey your orders and fight with you. Under the witness of the goddess of life, I am willing to fight with you. If I run away, please kill me mercilessly." Another centurion stood up and said respectfully to Wylan. Then the other 4 centurions also swore to defend the Lumen Nanchen fortress to the death. The other centurions followed closely and swore with their direct superiors. "Defend this city and destroy the monster's conspiracy. You are all heroes." After the meeting was dissolved, the centurions who attended the meeting promoted and encouraged one level at a time, so that the low morale gradually recovered. Already surrounded, fear of cowardice is death, and bravery will also die. Why should we fear the enemy, not to mention that the High Commander is willing to go to the front line in person? What else do they have to fear? The next morning, thousands of cannon fodder with pustules all over their bodies and stinking bodies were driven to the front, followed by thousands of rat soldiers, escorting this batch of goblin and dog-headed cannon fodder to attack the fortress. The rat wizard stood on his rat mount, looking at his masterpiece, feeling proud. "Today, pollute this mud fortress. Break the city tomorrow. Master is mighty. These humans will surely become the nourishment for the Master's promotion, and will soon be promoted to the soul level and revive the glory of the rat people." Seeing this, the giant rat man said flatteringly, "Haha Tucker, if the Master is promoted, you will not be missing, and the position of the rat warlord cannot be missing you." "Thank you, Master, thank you, Master." On the earthen wall of the Lumen Nanchen fortress, Wylan was fully armed, standing under the military flag holding his sword. Within the sight of all soldiers and officers, the busy soldiers looked in the direction of the military flag from time to time, feeling at ease. "Attack!" The giant ratman Tucker roared, and the ratman soldiers behind him automatically retreated dozens of meters. The 10 ratman plague priests behind the giant ratman picked up the plague war drum and began to beat it regularly. Affected by the drum sound, thousands of goblins and dog-headed men had bloodshot eyes. Their limbs and bones were mutated, spikes grew, and their backs bulged. The stench swept the entire battlefield, and all the surrounding trees withered. After a while, the drum sound suddenly changed, and thousands of plague sources charged towards the Lumen Nanchen fortress. The plague source of the ratman is only active for 3 hours. If you can hold on, you will win. Now wrap the exposed skin and prepare for battle. Officers at all levels issued orders in an orderly manner, and the soldiers followed the orders one by one, taking out clean cloth strips from the gaps in the inner armor, wrapping their hands, feet, mouths, and noses, leaving only their eyes outside. Archers shoot. On the city wall, hundreds of archers first fired 3 rounds of volleys at the plague source. then fired freely, shooting all the arrows in their hands in the shortest time. Hundreds of dog-headed plague sources running in the front were shot and killed, but it still did not slow down the speed of the plague source. Warriors moved forward and prepared to meet the enemy. The archers retreated, and the soldiers with knives and guns stepped forward, staring closely at the plague source that was approaching below. The sharp and piercing sound resounded throughout the fortress, constantly testing the soldiers' psychological endurance. Puff! The plague source bodies that climbed up the city wall were eliminated one by one, and the foul juice carrying the plague virus covered the entire earth wall, corroding the gravel mixed in it. As time went on, soldiers kept losing their hands and were torn into pieces by being pulled off the city wall. Wylan stood on the general platform, watching everything that happened on the city wall, with a blank expression on his face and some ripples in his heart. As the spiritual pillar of the army, he could not show any expression on the battlefield. Kill, the adults are watching us. There is still half an hour. These monsters will lose their activity. Hold on. Soldiers were constantly scratched, but they were soon lifted down and took the diluted water of life to treat their injuries and remove the plague virus. The war was gradually coming to an end, and thousands of plague source bodies that could still move stopped moving instantly, lying softly on the ground, and quickly decayed into a pool of liquid. Although the plague source bodies had all lost their activity, the soldiers guarding the city still did not dare to relax at all. The group of real monsters had not yet started the attack. Master, the war is over. The giant ratman Tucker looked at the half-dragon next to him cautiously and humbly reported to the ratman wizard Tattersall. Withdraw the troops and wait to take over the fortress tomorrow. The ratman wizard stopped meditating and ordered the giant ratman. Yes, my master. In the puzzled eyes of the defense army, the monster army began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Master, why is this? Kyle asked with some confusion. Things are not that simple. Let all the soldiers have a good rest and take potions to avoid the spread of plague. Yes, sir. After Kyle left, Wylan looked at the monster army that disappeared from his sight, his face a little solemn. With the presence of ratmen, you must be careful of poisoning. This is a slang widely circulated among the nobles in this world. Afterwards, Wylan ordered that no groundwater should be drunk, which caused an uproar in the army for a while, and then was suppressed by officers at all levels. At night in the monster camp, the rat wizard sat by the fire and warmly entertained two half-dragons. Tattersall, if you can't take this earthen fort tomorrow, you know the consequences. A half-dragon stared at the rat wizard and warned. I know, just go and accept the earthen fort tomorrow. The rat wizard smiled and said confidently. Humph, conspiracy, the rats are indeed a lowly and dirty race. Another half-dragon said with disdain. Yes. Faced with the ridicule of the half-dragon, the rat wizard could only respond humbly. Others have the support of the half-dragon patriarch and the legendary red dragon, while he is just a rat without background. If it weren't for the profession of wizard, he would have been thrown into the most intense battlefield as a cannon fodder army commander. Late at night in the Lumen Nanchen Castle, a large number of soldiers were thirsty and extremely dehydrated and kept licking their lips. Looking at the well guarded by the knights' attendants and the officers constantly patrolling the camp, many soldiers gave up the idea of grabbing water. They were puzzled as to why the superiors gave such an order. The next morning, it started to drizzle. The thirsty soldiers took off their helmets and pointed their mouths to the sky to enjoy the gift from heaven. Looking at the drizzle outside the window, Wylan licked his cracked lips and smiled. God was really helping him. Yesterday, he was not sure whether the groundwater had been polluted, so he prohibited everyone from drinking groundwater. He knew something about the methods of the ratmen, so he had to do this. After eating the dry black bread, the soldiers guarding the city were on high alert to prevent sudden attacks by monsters. Everyone hide behind the parapets, don't show your head. And wait for orders. Tucker, take people to take over the castle. I think those humans must have died. The rat wizard said confidently, don't destroy the human corpses, they are the resources for my promotion. Yes, Little Mouse understands. The giant ratman Tucker led the ratman army and swaggered towards the city wall. Sir, I seem to see the figure of a human just now. A Ratman soldier wiped his eyes and dared not to speak. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The giant Ratman Tucker slapped the Ratman soldier, hitting him and making him turn around on the spot, and then fell directly to the ground. "The master said that these humans are dead." "So they are dead." The other Ratman soldiers heard this and shut their mouths, not daring to say another word. When the group of Ratmen approached the earth wall for more than 200 meters, more than 500 archers stood up and shot arrows. "Shoot!" Looking at the sudden bows and arrows, the giant Ratman grabbed 2 Ratman soldiers on the spot as shields and ran to the back in a flash. The rest of the Ratman soldiers followed suit and retreated. The monster left behind more than 600 Ratman corpses and retreated in disgrace. "Tattersall, this is what you said. Take over the earthen fortress," a half-dragon asked in a deep voice, holding a sword. "Impossible, they can't not replenish water after the war, they must have fallen into a trap." The rat wizard shook his head and said, "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Today is the deadline." Another half-dragon stared at the rat wizard coldly and said without hesitation. The rat wizard suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He turned his head and looked at the half-dragon holding a knife, and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "We will definitely win if we attack by force. Since the human army is alive and it is raining now, it means that the plan he has worked so hard to plan has failed." "Tucker, Master, I am here." The giant rat man ran out of the rat group, knelt gorgeously at the feet of the rat wizard, and said flatteringly, "Let all the troops go and capture this earthen fort." "Yes, my master." The giant rat man got up quickly and ran to convey the order. Half an hour later, more than 2,000 rat soldiers stood in the front, followed by a joint army composed of more than a dozen monsters such as jackals, lizardmen, and ogres. Compared to the rat soldiers trembling, the rest of the monster army seemed to be scattered and free. For them, it didn't matter whether they could capture the Lumen Nanshan Earth Fort today. Before they set out, their commander had told them that they would work without exerting any effort. The rat wizard looked at the monster army preparing to act and was so angry that his teeth itched, but he had no way to do anything. "Attack!" More than 2,000 rat soldiers, under Tucker's command, raised their wooden shields with fear and approached the earth fort step by step. When the rat soldiers walked forward for hundreds of meters, the monster army behind them began to move, and the main point was obeying orders, but they would never risk their lives. With the strength of the rat soldiers, it was absolutely impossible to capture the earth fort. For this reason, the rat wizard could only spend a lot of money and shouted loudly, "Kill 10 human soldiers and reward a low-level magic crystal." Looking at the eyes cast at him by the surroundings, all of them were suspicious. "The reward is here, counted in human heads." The rat wizard endured the severe pain in his heart, took out a beautiful bag from his space bracelet, opened it and poured it on the ground. Looking at the low-level magic crystal emitting an attractive luster, all the monsters became restless. Even the 2 half-dragons behind the rat wizard looked at each other, their eyes full of greed, wondering whether to take action or not. In the end, they restrained their inner desires and waited until the old thing failed to take down the castle. Before they took action, for a while the monsters who were ready to lie down and fish in the water suddenly became lively and rushed towards the earthen fortress regardless of everything. On the way to the attack, many rat soldiers did not die at the hands of humans, but died at the hands of their allies. "Damn bugs, blocking my way." A silver intermediate ogre swung a mace to clear a smooth road for himself, at the cost of only dozens of rat soldiers. "Get out of the way, everyone." Looking at the soaring casualties, the giant Ratman Tucker hurriedly ordered the Ratman army to hide to the side. After a commotion, looking at the more than 300 Ratman soldiers who had been trampled into meat paste, the giant Ratman Tucker wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only gather his troops again and follow this group of monster armies. "The magic crystal belongs to us lizardmen." The captain of the lizardmen looked around, looked at the many opponents, and ordered his subordinates. "Captain, don't worry. I observed yesterday that this group of humans is very fragile. It is a hard bone to chew for the ratman, but it is a wealth delivered to our door. A lizardman licked his lips and said to the captain of the lizardmen while crawling quickly, "Boys, show your weapons and harvest the heads of humans." A 3-meter-tall jackal looked at the low earthen fort and barked loudly. Standing on the city wall, Wylan looked at the various monsters rushing towards him and felt unprecedented heaviness. There are no less than 200 silver-level monsters. "Lord, please let me stand here for you." Kyle half knelt on the ground and asked Wylan. "I said I would be with them, and I will not break my promise, even if I die here." Wylan helped Kyle up and took off his helmet and said, "Lord, it's impossible to do this. We only have you, a silver-level monster, and the other side has countless silver-level monsters. As long as you leave now, these 6,000 soldiers will stay to resist, and you will definitely be able to leave safely." Kyle still advised without giving up. Wylan's face became expressionless, staring at Kyle and said, "Do you want me to escape from the battlefield?" "I dare not. Let my subordinates fulfill their obligations on your behalf, which is also legally valid." Kyle looked directly into Wylan's eyes and said with a fearless attitude. When the two talked, many gaps had been smashed into the earthen wall, and a large number of monsters rushed into the earthen fort from the gaps and fought with the defense army. A centurion went upstream, holding an iron sword tightly, and faced an ogre. As expected, he was smashed away by the ogre's mace, his internal organs torn apart, and he died on the spot. The military flag still stood on the city wall, and no soldier retreated. Retreating means death, and moving forward is also death, so why not launch your final attack on the monster? Death may not be the end. Seeing the situation further deteriorate, Wylan drew his knight's sword and jumped down directly, beheading a gnoll who was slaughtering the defense army wantonly. "Surround him and kill him." Dozens of gnolls watched their companions being killed, and they surrounded them and continued to attack. Facing 3 silver-level gnolls and more than a dozen bronze-level gnolls, it was difficult for Wylan to resist alone. A mistake in blocking, he was directly smashed out, knocking away several soldiers. This is the commander of the human army. If you take off his head, you can definitely exchange it for a lot of magic crystals from the rat wizard. The gnoll captain's eyes were full of greed. He picked up an iron sword casually and approached Wylan step by step. Suddenly, a token flew out of his body and floated in the air. "Letter, cough cough, token, maybe there is a way to save it." Looking at this familiar token, Wylan recalled that, when Anastasia gave it to him, she once said that this token could block the following 3 attacks of the legend. The gnoll captain looked at the floating token, and his inner desire drove him to reach out to grab the token. The ice and snow world descended, and all the monsters within the earth fort were frozen in an instant. At the foot of the mountain, the rat wizard and the 2 half-dragons watched the entire hill turn into a world of ice and snow, and tried their best to leave here quickly. A familiar voice sounded, and all the frozen monsters turned into ice crystals and scattered around. The token stayed in the air for a moment and slowly fell back into Wylan's hands. The surviving defense soldiers on the battlefield looked at the existence that seemed like a miracle, and sat on the ground, feeling full of the feeling of surviving a disaster. Far away from Lumen Mansion, the rat wizard suddenly attacked a half-dragon and inserted a strange magic weapon into the back of the half-dragon. "Dirty rat man." Seeing this, another half-dragon raised his knife and chopped it horizontally, directly cutting off the rat wizard's neck. The flying rat wizard's head stared at the half-dragon with a smile. Half an hour later, the unconscious half-dragon woke up, his eyes turned, staring at the rat wizard's body beside him, feeling that he had survived a disaster. Not long after, the 2 half-dragons carried the rat wizard's head back to report. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. The Lumen Mansion Earth Fortress. Kyle helped Wylan up from a pile of corpses. "Water, is there any water?" Licking his chapped lips, Wylan felt a little confused and felt pain all over his body. Kyle subconsciously wanted to go to the well to get water, but suddenly stopped at the next moment. He pulled out the knife he carried with him, cut the artery, and put his hand close to Varen's mouth. Feeling the warm water source, Wyland subconsciously sucked it to relieve his body's hunger and thirst. After a few minutes, Varen slowly fell asleep. "You guys come here." Kyle tore off the strip of cloth, bandaged the wound, and said to several night attendants not far away, "Grown-ups." Several people dragged their tired bodies to Kyle and said respectfully, "The Lord is asleep now. You guys can take the Lord back to his room." "Yes, sir." As Varen's adjutant, now that the Lord is unconscious, he needs to take on the responsibility of a temporary commander, count casualties, carry out aftermath work, and prevent the monster from coming back. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Wyland slowly woke up from his bed. He felt extremely hungry and wanted to struggle to get up. "Don't move, lie down first." The familiar voice made Wyland feel warm. He turned around and saw Flora sitting next to his bed. "Auntie, why are you here?" "I'm rushing over here to collect the body for you," Flora reprimanded with a straight face. From his aunt's tone, Wyland heard her anger and explained in a low voice, "The situation at that time, as the commander, I must fulfill my obligations." "Okay, I know, let me handle the rest. This war is about to end. You should take good care of your injuries these days. I will find an opportunity to take you to meet our leader." Flora looked at Wyland's stubbornness. His appearance and tone of voice couldn't help but soften. "Yes, Aunt." Kyle, who was standing outside the door, found the commander coming out and immediately beat his chest and saluted. Flora glanced at Kyle, and what he had done had already reached her ears. "Protect Varen well." "Sir, this is my mission," Kyle replied firmly. After Flora left, Kyle entered the room carrying freshly boiled water. After purification by the priest, the toxins contained in the groundwater have been removed and can be used normally. "My lord." Kyle put down the kettle and stepped forward to help Varen up. "The jackal's hammer almost smashed me into pieces." Varen sat on the bed and said with a smile to Kyle, "Lord, this time you are famous. Everyone calls you the Son of Frost." Kyle handed a bowl of water to Varen and then reported respectfully, "Ahem, cough, cough, what a shameful title. How about we order this and stop discussing this matter?" Kyle said hurriedly when he saw this. Wyland waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Forget it, let them go." "What are the casualties this time?" After resting for a while, Varen handed the bowl to Kyle and asked. "There were a lot of casualties." Kyle put the bowl aside and replied with some disappointment. "There were 431 people before the war, and there were only 786 people left after the war. There were 200 soldiers and 20 knights in attendance. Now, there are only 137 soldiers and 16 knights in attendance. It is impossible to avoid casualties in war." Varen patted Kyle on the shoulder and consoled him, "Cremate their bodies and take them home after the war is over." "Yes, sir." Half a month later, everything was peaceful in the Lumen Nanshan Earth Fortress, and no monsters appeared. The soldiers of the Defense Force were talking a lot. Some speculated that the Frost Storm was brought back to the monster army by the half-dragons. Some speculated that the southern battlefield was victorious, and the monsters were about to retreat. At the border of Serop, in the monster army camp, the half-dragons once again summoned the leaders of each legion for a meeting. At the entrance of the camp, 2 heads were hung high on wooden poles for the passing monster leaders to appreciate. If you look carefully, you can see one is the head of a rat wizard, and the other is the head of a half-dragon. The rat wizard, who completed the soul exchange at the cost of losing an extremely precious witchcraft, was beheaded on the spot when he returned to the camp to report to the half-dragon Neural. All the confidants of the half-dragon Neural knew that their leader had a peculiar ability to tell whether the soul and body matched at a glance. When he returned to the camp to report to Neural with a sense of luck, it was the time for the rat wizard to die. The monster leader who entered the tent looked at the gloomy face of the half-dragon Neural, and then looked back at the half-dragon head he just saw. He stood in his position, calmly like a good baby. After seeing that all the monster leaders had arrived, the half-dragon Neural stood up from his seat and announced solemnly, "You legends have orders to stop your troops immediately and begin to retreat, preparing to face human revenge." "Sir, why is this?" The jackal leader stood up immediately and asked in confusion. The other monster leaders looked at the half-dragon Neural, hoping to get answers. Because the goddess of life defeated the god of famine in the outer starry sky, and the previous news that the goddess of life was seriously injured in the star realm is all false. How so? Then what we did before is nothing, that's right. If I had known earlier, I would have followed the previous 7-step trial policy and tried step by step. The losses could have been minimized. Why should I be so radical and overturn the previous plan? Damn the famine cult, it's all their instigation. Asshole, my clan suffered such a huge loss, but in the end I got nothing. Those old guys won't eat me. We gathered so many troops, but in the end it was all in vain, and we have to face human retaliation. Damn it, I was wondering why other clans were not active. It turns out that I am the clown. The whole tent was in chaos in an instant. The half-dragon Yuru's face became more and more gloomy, and he shouted loudly, "Shut up. Fuck you." The Minotaur leader was in a bad mood. Just when he was about to talk back, he was punched out of the tent by the half-dragon Yuru, smashing 3 wooden towers and injuring and killing many dog-headed people and goblin soldiers. For a moment there was silence. The Minotaur Corps will be the last, and the rest of the army will withdraw in turn. Sir, what about the goblins and kobolds that were recruited? The lizardman leader stepped forward and asked cautiously. As slaves, they will make up for your losses. Thank you, sir. In the big tent, all the monster leaders bowed and saluted. Half a month later, the monster army withdrew across the board, and the battle ended with a tragic victory for the kingdom of Ilia. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers died in this offensive and defensive battle, which severely damaged the vitality of the 4 border provinces and caused considerable losses to the 3 western provinces. On December 8, more than half a month had passed since the monster army retreated. The defense forces of Kadlo province regrouped at Loyunpo 2 months ago, and the next step was the reward for merit that everyone was looking forward to. Compared to the 6,000 people who were ready to go to support the 3 provinces of Lunsa, East and Dani 2 months ago, there were less than 3,000 people who returned here. Almost all the people brought by the nobles were killed. The loss was not small, but it was worth it for these nobles. Wandering around the camp, Wylan found many young nobles with new faces. After asking around, he learned that they were the direct heirs of the nobles who died on the front line and came to participate in the reward for merit on their behalf. That would be the honor of their family. Wylan here. Looking into the distance, he found that it was Moira waving to him. Sister Moira, long time no see. Wylan walked over with a smile and greeted Moira enthusiastically. It's been 2 months, and you've grown a lot. I've heard Flora talk about your deeds. You're worthy of being the offspring of Lord Angus, and you're just as good. After 2 months of not seeing each other, Moira has aged a lot, but she still maintains her active personality. Look at what you're saying, Moira. Flora pressed Moira's head from behind and said, with gritted teeth, it hurts, let me go, Flora. After breaking free from Flora's hands, Moira hid aside, tidying up her hair, complaining non-stop. Aunt, good morning, Wylan greeted enthusiastically. Come with me, I'll take you to see my brother and the head of the group. Wait, I'll go too. Moira looked at the 2 people walking away and hurriedly followed them. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the 3 of them came to a remote tent. As soon as they arrived at the door of the tent, they heard a voice coming from inside. Kadeki, when will you marry my daughter? Wait a little longer. I'm only in my early 40s. I'm not ready yet, Tuin. Father-in-law. HMPH, still waiting. You almost died at the hands of the 2-headed ogre this time. If you wait any longer, I'm afraid Moira will be a widow. After listening to this explosive content, Wylan turned his head slightly and looked to the side, only to see Moira looking at him with a smile, slightly opened her mouth and said, the days of calling me sister won't last long. Then the 3 entered the tent. At a glance, they saw 2 people sitting on the ground, drinking and talking happily without any image at all. You are here, sit down, sit down. A young man with a face as sharp as a sculpture, with distinct features and sharp edges, greeted enthusiastically. Flora pulled Wylan to sit on the carpet, and Moira came to sit next to Kadeki Axe. This is the big man sitting next to him. The leader of the 16th Knights, Madmanchi, is not as domineering as before. Instead, he is like a neighbor uncle who makes people feel harmonious. Leader, this is Wylan. Wylan looked at Madmonchi a little stiffly. Just when he was about to greet him carefully, he saw the other party take the lead and said, "Wylan is your father, the commander of the Angus Legion, okay?" Hearing this, Wylan replied a little confusedly, "Fortunately, my father was in good health when I left." Flora saw Wylan's confusion and whispered in his ear, "The leader's current achievements have a lot to do with your father. Ha, next time you see your father, please tell him a message for me. 30 years ago, the captain of the flag guard, Madmonchi Colombo, said hello to him. Leader, I will definitely tell him." Wylan stood up and bowed. Sit down, no need to stand up. Really a good guy." After a drink and a good chat, Wylan became more familiar with the two powerful figures of the 16th Knights. "By the way, is your territory near here?" Madmonchi put down his wine glass and asked suddenly. "Yes, Captain, it's in the Yellowstone area not far from Loyunpo." Wylan answered naturally, without the previous restraint. "Is your territory short of people now?" "Yes, very short," Wylan said without hesitation. "I have collected a group of people here, about 30,000 people, all abandoned by pioneering knights. It's hard to deal with them now. How many can you accept?" For the population, of course, the more the better, but Wylan has already known the impact of the famine sacrifice in advance. If he directly accepts these 30,000 people, Kixing Lake may not die on the spot. As for the sale of people, within the scope of this famine, I'm afraid they are all selling serfs and slaves. After some consideration, Wylan raised his head and said to Madmonchi, "Captain, my territory is small and can only accommodate 10,000 people at most. 10,000 is fine. I will arrange for someone to send it to you later." "Thank you, Captain." Afterwards, some other exchanges took place, and the meeting came to an end. In the next few days, the military merit reviewers sent by the capital began to verify the number of military merits, record the military merits for the nobles, and report them. In this military operation, Wylan served as the logistics guard of the knights and won 0.2 military merits, participated in the defense army to eliminate the monster clan and won 0.5 military merits, defended the earth fortress of Lumen Nanshan and destroyed the intent Ion of the small monster troops to go north, won 1.3 military merits, a total of 2 military merits. There is still 28 military merits to be promoted to Viscount, and there is still a long way to go. However, he is still a pioneer knight, and it will take more than 2 years before the Baron promotion review will start. There is still a long time, and the road to promotion to Viscount is still very long, and there is no rush at all. You must know that many barons have worked hard for decades and participated in many military operations organized by the kingdom. Their military exploits are not as many as those of Wylan. It's really hard to get military merit. Varin held the token in his hand and sighed to Kyle on the side. "This time I almost lost my life to gain such a little bit. My lord, I believe that you will be promoted to Viscount within 10 years. I'll lend you some good words." Wylan smiled and said that it was unlikely that he would be promoted to Viscount in 10 years, but it might be possible in 20 years. "Lord Wylan, my lord invites you to come for a little gathering. Adrian, tell cousin Brian that I will be there shortly." "Yes, sir." Afterwards, Wylan simply packed up and went to the meeting. In Brian's tent, Alcott and Edgar had already taken their seats, and they were both chatting happily. "There's still a gap in merit before being promoted to Viscount this time, but it's not much different. I should be able to save enough for another war," Edgar explained to Alcott very excitedly, feeling like a spring breeze. "Brother, I envy you," Alcott said with some melancholy. "I'm still far behind. I still need to participate in at least 3 games. I'm just lucky. Whichever direction I'm responsible for has more monster clans. I win by quantity. I gain 0.5 more battle merit in vain." At this time the curtain was lifted, and Brian led Varin into the tent. "Varin, come on, sit down quickly. This time you stole the show and you are known as the Son of Frost." Alcott stood up and greeted him. "The young eagle has begun to spread its wings, and the military achievements it has gained this time are almost catching up with mine." Edgar also stood up and praised Varin. Wylan said with some embarrassment, "Two cousins, don't mention that title, it's too embarrassing." Ha, come on, sit down quickly. The four of them sat down around the low wooden table, which was filled with all kinds of food and wine, waiting for them to enjoy. Come on, have a drink, and celebrate that we all survived. Facing Brian's suggestion, the four of them raised their bowls and drank the bowl of wine. After chatting for a while, Alcott looked at Varen and said gratefully, Varen, all three of us have to thank you this time. Otherwise, your letter would have resulted in heavy bleeding and might even have injured your muscles and bones. Wylan said modestly, Uncle, even if I didn't remind you to stock up on food, wouldn't there still be relief food from the kingdom? Wylan, you are still too young. Edgar shook his head and said, relief food also costs money. Does the kingdom need to pay for the food it provides to the West? Wylan asked with some confusion. Later, Alcott revealed the truth. Without money, the food might have disappeared along the way. Wylan looked at his cousin Brian in disbelief. He, who was always honest, was silent. The interests involved here are too great, so we'd better not discuss it. However, you did a big favor to the three of us this time. If you need anything, just say it. We will help you within our ability. Alcott changing the subject, he raised the bowl and said to Wylan. Wylan raised his bowl to touch the three of them, drank it all in one gulp, and said half-jokingly, "Two cousins, it's settled, you can't refuse in the future. Ha, if you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to us." Edgar patted Wylan on the shoulder and said dotingly. Wylan felt at ease and warm when getting along with such tribesmen. After the wine was gone, Wylan slowly returned to his tent and slept until dawn the next day. As soon as he got up, Kyle entered the tent with hot water and a towel and respectfully said to Varen, "My lord, please wash up." Varen cleaned up briefly and said to Kyle, who was standing straight beside him, "After you go back, do you want to stay with me or go down and lead the troops?" "This subordinate wants to stay with the lord," Kyle replied without hesitation. Wylan looked at Kyle seriously and asked again, "You have to think clearly. If you are sent to lead troops abroad, you can gain greater glory, be known to more people, gain power in your hands, and promote your authority. Stay with me and have none of that." "Lord, I am willing to follow and serve you until the end of my life." Kyle suddenly knelt down in front of Varen and said sonorously. Wylan looked at the young man in front of him who was born as a serf and looked at him with some confusion. If he was in his position, he would definitely choose the former. "Get up, my back will be in your hands from now on." "Yes, Lord." Kyle stood up and replied with a smile, as if he had received a great honor. 3 days later, the defense force was disbanded, and each noble went back to his home. On the way back, there was almost a dilapidated scene on both sides of the road. The rivers dried up, and the land became parched. When I came here, there were still some developed territories that had survived the last monster attack. But now they no longer exist. 5 days later, Wylan returned to the Lake of Prayer for Stars. At this moment, although the scenery inside the Lake of Praying Stars is somewhat similar to the outside, it is very energetic and does not look dilapidated and withered. In addition, Wylan also discovered that there were a lot of extra people in the territory, which made him a little confused. Could it be that Medmonkey had sent 10,000 people here? At this time, Baird came up to him excitedly and saluted Wylan. "Respectfully, my lord, return to your loyal territory." "Baird, did someone send the population?" Wylan got off his horse and stepped forward to ask. When Baird heard this, he was a little confused, but he still answered truthfully, "My lord, the extra population of the Lake of Praying Stars was brought back by my subordinates in exchange for grains. In addition, I also sold 5 million kilograms of grains to other nobles and returned them. Almost 50,000 gold coins." What? Wylan looked at Baird in astonishment. 10 minutes later, after Baird patiently explained, Varen felt a little dizzy. "I thought I bought it as emergency food for disasters, but I didn't expect that the more than 3,000 square kilometers around the Lake of Prayer for Stars would not be affected by the famine sacrifices. So the batch of 22 million kilograms of food bought with all their own money, it became a large amount of hard currency." In addition, Wylan and several other nobles purchased grain on a large scale, which led to the disaster. Almost all the surrounding nobles were in a state of food shortage and had to spend 3 times the previous price to purchase part of the grain, allowing him to unknowingly make a lot of money. By the way, Lord, this year's autumn harvest, here are the accounts, please check them. Wylan took the bound account book and opened it to look at it. Within the scope of Bedel's control, there are 1 town and 3 villages, with a total of 500 people, 2,000 of whom were exchanged for food, and the other 1,000 are civilians who have migrated spontaneously in the past 3 months. There are 40,000 mu of land available for cultivation, of which 20,000 mu are tax fields, of which 10,000 mu are planted with yam, 6,000 mu are planted with vegetable roots, and 4,000 mu are planted with wheat, with a total harvest of 4 million kattas of yam, 1.2 million kattas of vegetable roots, 600,000 kattas of wheat, and a total harvest of 5.8 million kattas of grain. According to the military pay of 1 soldier for 2 mu of tax fields, 700 soldiers and officers were allocated a total of 300,000 kattas of yam and 150,000 kattas of vegetable roots. Excluding these, Baird has 17 million kattas of grain in his hands. This does not include the pioneering town in Orlando. According to a rough calculation, there should be about 2 million kattas. Thinking of this, Wylan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Baird, "Don't sell the remaining food. After a while, 10,000 people will move to Kixing Lake. You should think about how to receive them. Whether to continue to develop in the north or divert them to Orlando, it's up to you to decide." "Don't worry, my lord, I will take care of it." The next day after returning to the territory, Wylan personally held a funeral for the fallen soldiers and buried them in the Sergeant Cemetery, set up 3 kilometers away from Kixing Town. In the following days, we still maintain efficient training. Strive to break through the realm as soon as possible, and be promoted to the high-level silver level. Window tabula equals window, tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. In late December 10,000 sallow-looking serfs were escorted to Lake of Prayer for stars. The escort officer was Moira, the logistics director of the 16th Knights, an acquaintance of Varin, and was accompanied by a rather wealthy middle-aged man. "Wylan, I'm here to keep your appointment." Varin was not surprised when he saw Moira for the first time. This ardent fan of his father still couldn't forget the wooden toy he proposed, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. "Sister Moira, welcome to your arrival. I wonder who this is." Wylan smiled and greeted Moira cordially. "Lord Wylan, I am from the Nankal Chamber of Commerce in Kurz Province. You can call me Hook. I was invited by Miss Moira 2 months ago. I heard that you have a magic potion here. I would like to interrupt you. Please don't blame me." The rich middle-aged man bowed slightly and saluted, showing respect to Wylan. "Welcome, Hook, but the magic potion is still there. Well, during the experimental stage, you need to stay at the Lake of Star Prayer for a few days," Wylan said calmly. "The Lake of Praying Stars sounds like a beautiful and rich place. It will definitely make me want to leave." Hook kept smiling and replied with a hint of joy to ease this embarrassing scene. Later, Varin asked Baird to take over the population, arranged for the businessman Hook from Nankal Chamber of Commerce, and led Moira to his castle. In the castle reception room, Varin personally served tea to Moira. "Sister Moira, is the Nankal Chamber of Commerce reliable?" Moira took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Nanka Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce with a good reputation. It has a history of nearly 200 years and has cooperated with the kingdom's army and many nobles. Among them, one of the founders is the first Count Andersey. You can rest assured." Kindness. After listening to the other party's explanation, Wylan did not completely let down his guard. "Where is your potion now? If possible, you can experiment now." Moira put down the teacup and said to Varin, "Don't worry, Sister Moira. The potion cultivation manor is still some distance away from here." As soon as Wylan finished speaking, he entered the study room next to him, took out an old wooden box and placed it in front of Moira. "This is what my father gave to me when I was a child." Moira opened the wooden box and looked at the ugly wooden knight inside, which had Angus's name engraved on it. She didn't dislike it at all. She picked it up happily and observed it carefully. Wylin sat aside and did not interrupt, but sat quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Moira put the wooden knight into the wooden box, then held it in her arms and said gratefully, "Varen, thank you." "Sister Moira, this is your reward, you don't need to thank me." Varen shook his head and said, "My lord, the dinner is ready." Kyle's voice came from outside the door. Varen stood up and invited warmly, "Please." Kindness. Early the next morning, Varen, Moira, Kyle, and several other guardian knights came to the training ground. Today, Moira was wearing a priest's attire, raised her staff and said solemnly, "With the witness of the goddess of life, the oath begins." Kyle pulled out his knight's long sword, and Varen also pulled out the dagger he carried with him, put it upright on his chest, and looked at Kyle seriously. "I, Kyle, swear on my honor, witnessed by the goddess of life, I swear to do my best to fight for the person in front of me, to fulfill my duties, to abide by the spirit of chivalry, and where the sword is, it is mine. Direction. I, Varen, as the object of your oath, accept your allegiance and will never leave you. Please bear witness from the goddess of life." A ray of light enveloped the two of them, and an invisible bond held their fate together. "The oath is complete, may the goddess protect you." Moira's solemn declaration ended the oath to protect the knights. The two put away their knight swords, and the atmosphere in the training became lively. Baird and others warmly welcomed Kyle, celebrating his true integration into their team and becoming the 15th Guardian Knight after them. "Kyle, you are better than us." Baird patted Kyle on the shoulder, feeling very emotional. A year and a half ago, this young man was a serf. And now he can stand behind them. "It is the gift of the Lord that I am able to reach today," Kyle said without forgetting his original intention, without any pride or complacency. In the afternoon, Varen took Moira and several knight attendants to the one potion planting estate at the junction of the Lake of Praying Stars and the ice-cold zone. This magic potion planting manor is the largest of the 6 potion planting areas. It has 30 acres of land that can be planted. An average of 200 potion plants can be planted per acre, and a total of 6,000 potion plants can be planted. The entire manor covers an area of 100 acres, all reinforced with boulders. The construction quality of the walls is stronger than the walls of his own castle. There are 50 serfs who grow the potion, and they are responsible for tending 30 acres of fields. At the same time, 30 apprentice-level warriors are stationed at Plantation Manor No. 1, led by Aiden, the only bronze low-level warrior in the territory, to guard this important location. "My lord." Eden looked at the oncoming Varen, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully. Kyle dismounted, quickly came to Wyland's side, and held the red phosphorus horse. "Sister Moira, please come in." Moira was very curious about the many changes in the surroundings, especially the ice and snow not far away, which was clearly different from the surrounding environment. Despite this, she still suppressed her doubts. Everyone has their own secrets. Moira knew very well that Wyland was willing to bring her here, which was a great trust. If she kept asking, she would be a little ignorant. Following Wyland, Moira entered the manor and looked at the fairyland inside. In the potion planting field, the light blue potion plants swayed gently in the breeze, echoing the surrounding environment with light snow, making people feel extremely peaceful and comfortable. Found on the internet. Sister Moira, these potion plants are mutated from blue radish and have the effect of quickly stopping bleeding. Whether it is external or internal, it has a good effect. Wyland pointed to the light blue potion and explained to Moira, "I still need to experiment, which may take some time before I can start carving magic circles and preparing potions." Moira nodded, took out a potion plant from the ground, and asked Wyland, "What else do I need to prepare for the complete process?" "Well, here's a list." Moira took out a list from her pocket and handed it to Wyland. "It will cost about 20,000 gold coins, maybe more. If you don't have enough money, I can." "Sister Moira, you underestimate me too much. I don't lack money, but it takes some time to prepare these things. Don't worry, this period of time is just right for experimenting with the specific properties of the potion." In the following time, Varen prepared the materials needed for the potion workshop, while paying attention to whether the businessman Hook from the Nankel Chamber of Commerce showed any other abnormal behavior. 3 days later, the first bottle of potion was prepared. Wylin held it in his hand, looked at the light blue liquid in the bottle, and shook it gently. Hook, the businessman of the Nankel Chamber of Commerce, stood aside, listening to Moira's explanation while staring at the potion in Varen's hand. Although the greed in his eyes was well hidden, Varen was still aware of it. The growth environment of this potion plant is extremely harsh. I named it ice blue grass. The potion in Wylin's hand is made from ice blue grass and is called ice blue potion. Moira stopped, took the ice blue potion from Varen, and explained to the two of them in detail. Ice blue potion has a very good hemostatic effect and can be used to heal any wound. The most important thing is that it has ice properties, and when used for treatment, it has a numbing feeling and can relieve pain, which is incomparable to diluted holy water of life. So Hook, how much do you think this ice blue potion is worth? Wylin looked at Hook with a smile, looking forward to his answer. After some thought, Hook stared at the ice blue potion in Moira's hand and said, I am willing to pay 3 gold coins for this potion, and our merchant will come to pick up the goods. All the expenses on the journey will be borne by us. Bear. I'll think about it again. Wylin did not give an answer right away, and planned to hang Hook up until some time later. The next day, Varen stepped up surveillance of Hook to prevent him from passing on information to the outside world and causing an unpredictable crisis. Time passed quickly, and another year slowly turned over, arriving on January 1, 9722 in the glorious calendar. 300 kilometers west of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, a legendary mage walking in the star world, will stay for 10 days. Taking your most precious treasures to trade with him, and you will get a lot of treasures. Wylin, who was overseeing the potion preparation workshop, was suddenly stunned when he heard the news. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Moira looked at Wylin, who was standing there, and asked in confusion. No, I just thought of something. Varen smiled at Moira, and then said, go on. Moira was a little surprised, but did not ask further questions, and continued to prepare ice blue grass from raw materials to finished potion. It needs to go through 12 processes. Each process needs to carve 4 to 5 magic circles, which requires a lot of magic materials such as magic pearls, purple gold sand, black green wood, etc. will cost about 18,000 gold coins. Second, the energy supply method. Either you recruit a few mages or build an element pool once and for all. Varen thought for a while and asked, Sister Moira, what are needed to build the element pool? According to the size of your workshop, you need 1 high-level magic crystal as the eye of the elemental array, 6 intermediate-level magic crystals as assistants, and 30 low-level magic crystals as fuel to communicate with the elemental world and form a miniature elemental pool for the entire potion workshop. Supplies energy to drive the magic circle. That's it. Listening to Moira's offer, Varen fell into deep thought. 1 high-level magic crystal is worth 80,000 gold coins. 6 mid-level magic crystals are worth 30,000 gold coins, and 30 low-level magic crystals are worth 12,000 gold coins. If he wanted to solve the energy supply problem of the potion workshop once and for all, he would need to spend the equivalent of 122,000 gold coins. According to Hook's previous valuation of the experimental product, the purchase price for a bottle of ice blue potion is 3 gold coins, and 1 ice blue grass can prepare 2 bottles of ice blue potion. One potion plantation can produce 6,000 ice blue grass plants per year. Together with the other 5 potion plantations, it can harvest 12,000 plants per year. Excluding accidental losses, it can also harvest 10,000 plants, which is equivalent to 2 10,000 bottles of ice blue potion, worth 60,000 gold coins. You can get your money back in 3 years at most, and make a profit in the 4th year. Wylin murmured to himself, and the more he recited this data, the more excited he became. Money, 60,000 gold coins a year, made his little heart unbearable. Wylin, if you are inclined to build an elemental pool, you can apply for a loan from the Nankel Chamber of Commerce, and I can be your guarantor. No, Sister Moira, I can get all these things. Wylin suppressed his inner excitement and said calmly, I'll trouble you next. What? You can actually take it out? Seeing Moira's shocked expression, Varen said calmly, Sister Moira, everyone has secrets, right? I took the liberty. As far as she knew, high-grade magic crystals had a price but no market. Apart from being circulated among the upper echelons of the kingdom, they almost never appeared in the hands of the lower nobles. Even though Wylan was the son of Angus, she didn't believe that he would give such aid to her son. As for the 80,000 gold coins for a high-grade magic crystal that is widely circulated in the market, it is just a unilateral price set by the kingdom. If it is actually exchanged for gold coins, it may be tripled. In other words, it was extremely offensive for her to ask. Seeing that the atmosphere had become awkward, Varen immediately changed the subject and said, "Sister Moira, how long will it take you to complete the construction of the potion workshop?" "It will take about half a month. After all, it takes time to carve the magic circle." "It doesn't take long and is acceptable. Sister Moira, if you want anything, I will ask Baird to deliver it to you as soon as possible. I have some things to deal with after that. If you need anything, just ask him." Kindness. Then Wylan took Kyle out of the know, one magic potion plantation, and returned to the castle. After arriving at the castle, Wylan directly instructed Kyle, "Go and notify Baird to come over, and then prepare 10 days of dry food, and accompany me out in the afternoon." "Master, do you need other people to follow?" Kyle asked. "No, there are only 2 of us. The fewer people who know about this, the better." "I understand." Handing the red phosphorus horse to Kyle, Wylan entered the castle and came to the study. He took out the things that Moira needed from his private storehouse and put them in a wooden box. "Knock, knock. Come in." Outside the study, Baird heard Wylan's voice, pushed open the wooden door, came to Wylan and bowed respectfully. "My lord, you are looking for me." "These are what Moira needs. You send them to her. Whatever she needs in the future, do everything possible to satisfy her. Also, notify Orlando and others to hold a 1-year summary meeting on January 15th. Finally, how is the cultivation of sweet grass going? The juice yield is not good. Either find a druid to cultivate it or give up." "Okay, I'll make a decision after I'm done. Let's proceed according to the original plan." "Yes, sir." Baird picked up the wooden box and left the study. To be safe, he was going to deliver it personally. After Baird left, Varen went to his private vault again and opened an exquisite treasure box, which contained 8 7-color flowers of life. Except for leaving one as a reward, Wylan took out all the other 7 7-color flowers of life and packed them in a small wooden box. "Remind me that the most precious thing I have is this. I hope you won't let me down." Wylan carefully put away the wooden box, closed the door to the private vault, and walked straight out the door. At this moment, Kyle stood at the castle gate, waiting quietly. "My lord." "Let's go, time is tight. We have to travel all night." "Yes, sir." Then the 2 of them rode red phosphorus horses and headed west without stopping. In the wilderness, the 2 of them kept running wildly without stopping at all. The straight line distance was 300 kilometers, and it might actually take them nearly 1,000 kilometers, so there was no room for them to waste time. Along the way, Kyle followed his master silently. He didn't ask what he was doing, nor was he curious about where he was going. He just followed Wylan closely. "Lord, there is light moving toward us." Wylan tightened the horse's rope and made the red phosphorus horse stop. He looked in the direction indicated by Kyle and saw many figures shaking. When he saw the target clearly, Varen discovered that it was actually a Tauren and hurriedly said, "Quick, go north." "My lord, I can't move. The horse's legs are stuck in the soil." Hearing Kyle's panicked voice, Varen discovered that at some point, almost all 4 legs of the red phosphorus horse had sunk into the mud. Wylan made a prompt decision, pulled out the knight's sword on horseback, and touched the token on his chest. He might have to use this treasure again this time. Damn bad luck today. Just when Wylan was facing a powerful enemy, a soft voice came. "Don't be afraid, friends across the way, we have no hostility." Suddenly, a white-skinned Tauren appeared in front of Varen, and his jaw almost dropped. In his understanding, the skin of the Tauren is usually close to tan, and they mainly believe in the Tauren god and the giant bull god. According to the classification of beliefs, the Tauren who believe in the Minotaur god are relatively short in stature. Most of them are only 2.5 meters tall. They like to prey on married women and married women, regardless of race. Another belief is the god of the giant bull. He is tall and his adult body is 4 meters tall. In addition to his original pair of arms, when he crosses the silver level and grows into the gold level, he will also grow a pair of arms, so he is also called a 4-armed tauren. This human friend, we are believers of Miss Sullen, the moon god. Please don't be afraid. The dozen or so tauren that surrounded Wylan, and the two of them all shed their tan tauren appearance, revealing snow-white skin and a somewhat cute appearance. Their soft facial features made people feel good about them. You can call me Sarah, friend. I am Lady Sulan's priest. Among the snow-white tauren, a tauren only 2 meters tall spoke to Varen in a gentle common language. Pastor Sarah, why are you trying to stop me and my entourage? We are lost. We hope to get news from you. Of course, we will pay you. The snow-white tauren priest said softly. May I ask, where are you from? Varen looked at the group of snow-white tauren, obviously led by the priest Sarah. We came from Alp Island, following the oracle of Ms. Sullen, and headed to the misty forest. Sarah briefly described her origins. Alp Island, I remember it was an island isolated in the north of the Synapse subcontinent. Yes, friend. Varen got the general information and did not ask further questions. Then he pointed to the southwest and said to Sarah, this is the border of the Cardro province of the Kingdom of Ilia. If you want to go to the misty forest, you need to go southwest, across the entire Grey Mansion's wasteland. Thank you, tauren priest Sarah said gratefully, and then took out a stone full of moonlight and handed it to Varen. This is the moon stone, which is equivalent to an intermediate magic crystal. It is a reward for showing you the way. Varen did not refuse, took the moon stone, ran into his pocket, and kindly reminded. Pastor Sarah, if you go to the misty forest, I suggest you go south along the border of the kingdom, arrive at the Leia forest, and then go west, entering the misty forest along the Principality of Lecotes. Thank you for the reminder. Pastor Sarah thanked him again, and then released the magic that trapped the red phosphorus horse. Goodbye, Pastor Sarah. Varen and Kyle mounted their red phosphorus horses again and continued westward. Come back, my friend. 10 minutes after Wylan left, the snow-white tauren Sarah once again activated her magic. Under the influence of the magic, more than a dozen tauren turned into 2-meter-tall humans and walked along the south. After being hundreds of kilometers away from that group of tauren, Kyle couldn't help but ask, Lord, what's going on with those tauren? I don't know. It may be that a certain tauren tribe converted to the moon god Miss Sulan. It is not unheard of for racial branches to convert to other gods. The most widely circulated incident on the west Napa subcontinent is the Black Orc Faith Rebellion, but among the human camp. This incident is called the Holy Shia Incident. In the year 6527 of the glorious calendar, more than 3,000 years ago, located in the south of the Holy Kingdom of the Third Dawn and east of the Death Desert, there lived a huge branch of the orc race, the Black Asia Orcs. During their heyday, the Black Asian Orcs crossed the southern part of the Synapse subcontinent, almost blocking all communication between the East and West Synapse regions and the West Synapse region. 200 years later, a war to split the Black Asian Orcs broke out. The human camp of the Synapse subcontinent almost fully supported the Black Asian Orcs, which were in an advantageous position, and directly turned into a disadvantage, and the power of the rebellious tribes rose steadily. The war lasted for 300 years. In the 7027th year of the glorious calendar, the Holy Kingdom of Xia Orcs was established, and their race name was changed to Xia Orcs. The gods they believed in were the god of Xia, who was a subordinate god of the god of Dawn. The northern territory of the Black Asian Orcs was occupied by humans, and the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn annexed a part of it. The remaining territory supported the establishment of the Principality of Liberty, the Kingdom of Belfaz, and the Principality of Dawn. The human camp has a common faith area, and all the gods of the human camp can preach, but the price is that the power of the Black Asian Orcs must be curbed and weakened. In order to deal with the newly born Holy Xia Orc Kingdom and the human country, the remaining Black Asian Orcs united and gave birth to the Coles United Orc Kingdom. With the assistance of the Orc camp, they were able to gain a foothold and compete with the Holy Xia Orc Kingdom and the human country. After this incident, the black Asian orc god, who was originally a weak god, fell directly to a weak god. Let other gods marvel at the plan of the god of dawn, and at the same time let the gods of other camps increase their vigilance against the god of dawn, fearing that they would lose a large area of faith without knowing it, which would cause the god level to fall. After a journey of 20 hours, they finally arrived near the destination. Note: gods cannot act without reason in the world unless a living being offends them. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. After arriving near their destination, Varen and Kyle rested for a while, and then began to search for the businessmen from other worlds. Lord, look, there is a mansion somewhere. Wylin turned around and saw a mansion that was incompatible with the local environment appearing in front of them. It should be right here. Approaching the mansion step by step, I found that there were many corpses of monsters around, which had become nutrients for strange plants. The situation is a bit tricky. Should we turn back now and give up this opportunity? At a distance of more than 1,000 meters, Wylin roughly counted no fewer than 3,000 monster corpses, most of which were Tauren. 1/3 of the Tauren was silver or above. There was also a 5-meter-tall Tauren. Even the residual power of the corpse after death made Varen unable to breathe. Just when Wylin had the idea of giving up, the door of the mansion suddenly opened, and a creature with the appearance of an elf, 2 pairs of colorful wings behind it, and a body length of 1.5 meters appeared in front of the two of them. Its shape resembled that of a goblin. "You two, my master has been waiting for a long time. Please come with me." The fairy girl made a soft and waxy voice, which healed their tired bodies and minds. Unknowingly, Varen and Kyle followed the elf girl into the mansion. "This guest, welcome to your arrival. I am the astral businessman Alger Holmes. You can call me Gray. This is my new name in this world." A handsome middle-aged man, while stroking the elf girl's head, he explained to Varen with a smile. "Good morning, Your Excellency. My name is Varen Akers. I am an ordinary human noble. I am here to trade with you. This is my attendant Kyle." "I've met Your Excellency," Kyle said nervously. "You're not ordinary." The astral businessman Gray looked at Wylin up and down, and then said to the elf girl, "Anlia, go and make a cup of fruit tea. I want to treat Wylin well." "Okay, master." The elf girl reluctantly left Gray's hand and walked towards the room on the left. "Come sit down." "Thank you." Varen thanked him again and sat down opposite Gray in a reserved manner, while Kyle stood behind Varen. "Your world is so big, and there are so many powerful people. I can't help but want to travel around." Seeing that the atmosphere was a little quiet, Gray took the initiative to stir up the topic and said to Varen, "Sir, I don't know whether you entered as a stowaway or by other means." Wylin asked cautiously. "Ahoha, don't be afraid, relax. You can treat me as a friend. I don't have that much heirs. As for entering your world, of course I paid the ticket. It's just a bit painful, but being able to travel around your world will be of great benefit to my future path." Hearing the other party's answer, Wylin felt a little relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about being wiped out by the other party after the transaction was completed. "Your Excellency, why are there so many Tauren outside?" Seeing that the other party had a gentle temperament, Varen bravely said. "HMPH." Gray was furious when he heard Wylin's question. "These stinking creatures with a head and a body of a bull actually want to steal my beloved Anlia. It's really shameful that their souls are not used to make lamp oil. It's cheaper for them." As a married woman, Wylin suddenly had this idea, but he quickly shook his head and let the idea fade away to avoid the association and causing the other party's displeasure. At this moment, the fairy girl and Leah came to the center of the living room with an exquisite tea tray, placed 4 cups of fruit tea with an alluring fragrance on the coffee table, and then came to Gray's side, sleeping quietly his right arm. Wylin carefully noticed that the elf girl's face was slightly red, and she had obviously heard the conversation just now. "By the way, I haven't introduced you yet." Gray patted his head and said, "Anlia, my soul mate, has been with me for 300 years and is the love of my life." With this introduction, Gray seemed to have opened up a conversation, and he kept talking about his story with the elf girl Anlia. As he listened, the elf girl's cheeks turned red, and she buried herself deeply in Gray's arms. The love between Miss Anlia and your excellency is eternal. Ha ha ha, I will accept your blessing. Gray enjoyed Wyland's blessing. Come on. This fruit tea is from the asterisk tea tree, cultivated by me. It translates to the pure life tea tree. I still prefer to call it tea tree, but the translated name is too rustic. Hurry and enjoy it. It will be of great benefit to your pure energy or fighting spirit. Thank you, Your Excellency. Wyland picked up a cup, first handed it to Kyle, and then took another cup for himself to drink, feeling his body warm. Knowingly, the fighting spirit in Kyle's body continued to grow, directly breaking through the restrictions of low-level bronze and reaching high-level bronze in one step. Wyland even broke through to the intermediate level of silver. He could clearly feel that he was only one step away from the high level of silver. If he went back to practice for half a month, he would be able to break through again. Your Excellency, I am very grateful. I really like being friends with you. Gray picked up the fruit tea and tasted it slowly and said in a leisurely manner, I have seen too many people. They are either greedy, hypocritical, or arrogant and have inconsistent temperaments. But it is very rare to be as caring and grateful as you are to your subordinates. Maybe that's a normal phenomenon, but I don't like it very much. Your Majesty is joking. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Wyland took down the small wooden box he carried with him, gently placed it on the coffee table, slowly opened it, and let Gray watch it. Sir, this is the item I traded this time. The 7-color life flower, my most precious treasure. Please taste it. Gray was not polite, and with a thought, a wizard's hand held a 7-color life flower and placed it in front of him. Know everything. Gray silently recited the spell, and all the information about the 7-color life flower kept appearing in his mind, including its characteristics, functions, growth conditions, and how to cultivate it. All kinds of information were fully known by Gray in just 10 minutes. Wyland, the 7-color life flower is of great value, but according to my previous habit, no matter how precious and rare the plant is, I only take one. But today I decided to make an exception for you. I will accept all 7-color life flowers, priced at 2,000 transaction points. Then a small ball with a very sci-fi color appeared in front of Wyland, and a virtual panel appeared in front of Wyland, listing the information and pictures of many items. This is something from a material technological world. I found it interesting, so I improved it a little and created a peculiar magic item. You can take your time to choose. After hearing what the other party said, Wyland calmed down and carefully browsed the information above and the trading point marked. Behind the item, plant type Yuanli vine, grade silver grade. Basic information. It can absorb the magic energy in the air and produce Yuanli crystals. 1 Yuanli crystal is equivalent to a low-level magic crystal. In a thin magic energy environment, 10 Yuanli crystals are produced in a year. Value 10 trading points / plant. Disadvantages. Cannot breed seeds. The upper limit of growth is 10 meters, and it will wither after 100 years. Wyland looked at the text in brackets at the back, which should be a rough explanation given by Gray based on the characteristics of his own world. Looking at the first item, Wyland was a little moved, but he continued to watch patiently, looking forward to better items below. Weapon, glorious demon sword. Level gold. Basic information. A treasure from a small plane with a sword spirit. This sword spirit is unruly, and you can choose whether to erase the sword spirit's memory when purchasing this item. Value 200 trading points. Disadvantage. Wearing this sword may pollute the user's mind. Please choose carefully. Plant hollow fruit tree. Level gold. Basic information. Assists magicians in spiritual practice and can produce 30 hollow fruits every 10 years. Value 300 trading points / plant. Disadvantage. Below gold, you can only take hollow fruits once every 3 years. Otherwise, you will become a spiritual puppet of the hollow fruit tree. Please be careful. Use with caution. Animal, black-skinned pork. Level bronze. Basic information. Tender meat, contains magic energy, useful for extraordinary cultivation. Value 2 trading points / piece. Lifespan 5 years. Disadvantages. 10 times in heat in a lifetime. Violent temperament, regardless of race. Please strictly raise. Plant glowing grapes. Level silver. Basic information. Full and juicy, can improve physical fitness, can repair hidden injuries, can be transplanted and cultivated. Value 150 trading points / plant. Disadvantages. Harsh environment, thin magic energy environment, refuse results. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in front of him, Wylin was deeply entangled. He wanted this and that, but he only had 2,000 trading points. And this opportunity might be his only chance to meet Gray, so he couldn't help but think carefully. Without hesitation, if each of the plant items above is used well, it will be the economic pillar of a territory or even a family. Velen, how about it? Do you have any items you like? Seeing that the other party had not made a choice, Gray asked. Sir, I'm sorry to waste your precious time. The treasures you have opened my eyes and made me feel lost and entangled. Ha, it's okay, my friend. Gray said nonchalantly, tell me about your situation and I'll provide you with some reference. After hearing this, Wylin said to Gray, Sir, I am a pioneer knight. I have been away from my family for almost 2 years. My territory is roughly more than 500 square kilometers, but I have no economic support and have encountered bottlenecks in development. In this way, I suggest you exchange for reproducible animals and plants, which can support your development and will not be robbed by other nobles. At this point, Gray raised his head and asked Wylin, what force can protect you now? My family, Wylin answered without hesitation. What level? The Earl family is comparable to some powerful marquis families. What is your father's position in the family? The head of the family. Are there any intrigues among the clan members? No. Are your direct subordinates loyal? Under the witness of the gods, they have completed the oath of allegiance of the guardian knight. Is that so? After asking a series of questions, Gray began to choose suitable items for Wylin. 5 minutes later, the various items on the virtual light screen disappeared, leaving only 6 items. Golden apple tree, green ivy tree, red tea tree. Lionu camel beast, black skin pig, glowing grape. Only 2 of the items above have been browsed by Wylin, and the information of the other 4 is unclear. Take a look at the information of these items first, and I will explain the reason to you later. Gray also saw Wylin's confusion and said in a gentle voice, Thank you, sir. Then, Wylin concentrated on browsing the information of the other 4 items. Trading items. Trading items. After Wylin knew the information of the other 4 items, Gray continued. You can exchange for 1 golden apple tree, but it requires a high magic environment and needs druids to take care of it all the time to relieve the mood of the plant. You may not be able to meet this requirement, so you can give it to your family in exchange for your attention and protection. Green vine trees can be exchanged for 4 trees. They can be used to weave inner armor to improve the defense against magic, even against magic attacks at the soul level. This can reduce most of the power and is a life-saving thing. Red tea trees can be exchanged for 6 trees. You can pick tea leaves, crush them, and mix them with flour to make pills to improve endurance on the battlefield. Or you can quickly restore physical strength and relieve physical injuries during training. Lionu camel beast, a good livestock, can be exchanged for 6 heads, 1 male and 5 females. It only takes 3 years from a cub to an adult. It eats less and works more. It has many uses. It depends on how you use it. Black skin pigs are omnivorous livestock with a short growth cycle. They can be marketed in just 6 months. They are very useful for training troops and can quickly improve the strength of your army. 20 can be exchanged, 3 males and 17 females. Luminous grapes, the most important function is to repair hidden injuries, and 2 can be exchanged. While listening to Gray's introduction, Wylin silently calculated in his mind. A golden apple tree requires 800 trading points. 4 green vine trees require 320 trading points. 6 red tea trees require 300 trading points. 6 Lionu camel beasts require 180 trading points. 20 black skin pigs require 40 trading points, and 2 luminous grapes require 300 trading points, a total of 1940 trading points, with 60 trading points left. Thank you, sir. Your reasonable planning allows me to get twice the result with half the effort. The experienced strong man planned for himself, and Wylin felt that the god of luck was blessing him. Gray waved his hand and opened a space door. then patted the fairy girl and Leah's head and asked her to go to her half-plane to prepare the things needed for the transaction. Wylin glanced at the scene inside through the space door. It was like a fairyland, with many magical plants competing for beauty and powerful creatures living in harmony. After Leah entered the half-plane, Gray waved his hand to close the half-plane. Wylin, you still have 60 trading points left. What do you want to exchange for? Sir, please allow me to think for a few minutes. The development of the territory has been solved, and the remaining 60 trading points can be exchanged for what you like. But what do you like? He was a little confused about this question. Since birth, he accepted his ordinariness and prepared to stay in the family and spend the short few 100 years of life well. But after receiving the guidance of fate, he suddenly wanted to leave the family, create his own world, build his own paradise, and took action for it. After thinking for a long time, Wylin raised his head and looked at Gray. Sir, is there a magic prop that can allow people's consciousness to enter the virtual space, conduct simulated operations, and war simulations in it? I'll look for it. Gray listened to Wylin's advice and quickly searched among the projected magic props. After a while, something that perfectly met Wylin's idea appeared on the virtual screen. Prop immersive game helmet. Level bronze. Information. A virtual reality helmet driven by magic, transformed from an unknown material world, with 3 built-in standalone games, children's toys. Value 15 trading points / unit. Disadvantages. Very easy to get addicted, no self-control, please use with caution. Sir, I want to exchange 2 sets of this immersive game helmet. 2 sets. Gray looked at Wylin in surprise. 1 set for use, 1 set as a reserve after all. I may only have this one chance to meet you in this life, just in case. You are right, the world is too big, the universe is too vast, and the first meeting may be the only meeting. Gray seemed to recall something and sighed. Then what do you want to exchange for the remaining 30 points? I don't know, does your excellency have any recommendations? Wylin continued to ask shamelessly. Well, I suggest exchanging 3 Yuanli vines to form a perfect closed loop with the immersive game helmet without consuming extra yuanjing, which is what your world calls magic crystal. Then I will listen to you. Seeing that Leah did not come back, Gray pulled Wylin to tell about his journey. The colorful adventures, the strange races, and the various planes with strange rules opened Wylin's eyes and made him yearn for it. Looking at the admiration in Wylin's eyes, Gray's vanity was greatly satisfied. For people he likes, the other party's admiration can make him happy. For people he doesn't like, even if they pretend to be pious to the gods and sing praises, he will disdain them. Sir, your life is so wonderful. Ha no, I just like adventure, and collect various precious and rare plants by the way to improve my botanical garden, and then do some business and make some friends who are worth seeing. Wylin envied Gray's experience, but he knew that he could not choose a wandering life. He tended to be stable. After an unknown period of time, Gray's half-plane channel opened, and the fairy girl and Leah came out with a book. Gray waved his hand lightly, and the book in Leah's hand flew into Wylin's hand. This is a storage book woven with leaves with space attributes. It has only one-time effect. After taking out the items, the corresponding pages will be damaged and cannot be used. Thank you, sir. Wylin was still thinking about how to take the things back, but he didn't expect that the other party had already helped him solve it. Since the transaction is completed, we will not bother you anymore. Well, and Leah, send them off for me. Okay, master. Then Wylin followed the fairy girl and Leah and left the mansion. Outside the mansion, Leah spread her folded wings and began to cast a spell. An elliptical passage appeared in front of Wylin. This is a temporary space passage leading to 300 kilometers away. I hope you have a smooth journey. Thank you, Miss Leah. After Wylin thanked her, he took Kyle and 2 horses into the space passage. After a period of disgusting chaos, the 2 men and 2 horses returned to the Kixing Lake. Looking at the Kixing town that was so close, Wylin felt unreal. After sending Wylin away, the fairy girl and Leah returned to the mansion, snuggled up to Gray and asked curiously, Master, isn't this just an ordinary human? He is not ordinary. I have seen destiny in him. Gray explained gently while stroking Aaliyah's head. Aaliyah raised her head and asked, "So, is this your investment in him, master?" "This is not counted, at most it is an equal exchange, there is a friendship." Gray said with some emotion, "You can go see him when you leave." "Master, how long are we going to travel in this world?" 100 years. "So long?" "Not long, I don't know if I can travel through this world in 100 years. Gray rubbed Aaliyah's face and said, "This world is too big. Judging from your masters, more than one. 500 years of adventure career. This world can definitely rank among the top 3 worlds I have seen. There are countless people stronger than me. Not far away I sensed a legend. Although it can easily crush her to death, the density of these strong people is a bit too high. Although I don't understand much, the master must be the most powerful. I will let you know something more powerful later." After returning to the Praying Star Lake, Wylan went straight to the castle, ready to store this storage book and plan it well after a while and build the plantation in that place. Except for the golden apple tree given to the family. The other 5 things are enough for him to develop all the way to the Viscount stage. The next goal is to expand the territory, vigorously develop the economy, train the army, and enhance his own strength. Alas, I have to go on a long journey again. I will try to bring things back this year. Wylan rubbed his temples. He really didn't want to leave his territory unless it was necessary. After riding for less than 3 miles, Wylan found that there were so many more people on the road. Most of them were shirtless, trying to break the big stones and spread them on the road. There were also soldiers on duty next to them. "Sir." At this time, an officer not far away came over and saluted Wylan. Wylan pointed at the civilians who were building the road and asked the officer, "What's going on?" "Sir, too many free people have recently poured into the Praying Star Lake. Lord Baird is worried about chaos, so he organized the young and middle-aged free people who have poured in to build roads, open up wasteland and other territory affairs, and provide them with 2 meals a day to ensure their survival. Well, you continue to perform your mission." Wylan nodded, patted the red phosphorus horse, and took Kyle to the mountain. "Yes, sir, I will do my duty." The officer looked at Kyle, who was following the Lord, and was very envious. He also lamented that he was not capable enough to become a knight and could only take the path of a warrior. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. After returning to the castle, Wylan directly ordered to build 2 ranches on the north side of the castle. One covering 300 acres and the other covering 500 acres, preparing to raise black-skinned pigs and Liuanu camels first, expand the scale, and prepare for future military training. Because it was Wylan's order, Baird directly mobilized most of the civilians to join the construction. Even some young and middle-aged freemen who were building roads in the territory were pulled to the north of the castle to build ranches, not to mention the new freemen. All of them were thrown over to complete the Lord's order as quickly as possible. With the power of most of the young and middle-aged people. In Kixing Lake, the 2 ranches were roughly completed in less than 10 days, leaving only some details to be improved. On January 15, 9722 of the glorious calendar, Wylan's 15 guardian knights all gathered in the castle to attend a 1-year summary meeting. After a year, the 2 brothers Orlando and Hebrew have matured a lot, and Andrew and others who work with them are implicitly following their lead. Salute the Lord. In the meeting room, the 14 people stood up and saluted when they saw Wylan coming in. Sit down, sit down." Wylan came to the main seat, said to the others with a smile, and then sat down. The 14 people sat on the stools one after another after hearing this. Kyle, as Wylan's personal bodyguard, came behind him and looked at everyone present. "A year ago, I promised that whichever side of you wins will get my reward. Now let's start reporting. Let's start with Orlando and the others." Orlando stood up after hearing this, saluted Wylan, and then began to report. The 1-year development operation has developed 600 square kilometers of territory. Built a development town, 3 villages, 2 logging sites, a mining site, a blue-purple horse breeding farm, 12 outposts, a population of 8. 500 people, and 32,000 acres of land have been reclaimed. In terms of the army, in addition to the 10 taken away by the Lord, in addition to the 5 knight attendants and 3 squadrons of 150 soldiers, there are 800 troops, of which 300 are professional soldiers, all of whom have entered the warrior apprentice stage, and the remaining 500 are militiamen, about 1/3 of whom have become warrior apprentices. There are currently 95 knight attendants in my department, 35 of whom are under my command, 30 under Hebrew, and 30 knight attendants under the master apprentice system of Andrew and others, in terms of supplies. A few minutes later, according to Orlando's report, Wyland basically mastered the intelligence of the development area in general. The newly developed area greatly exceeded Wyland's expectations and proved Orlando's ability to him from now on. The development town will be renamed Orlando Town, as a lower-level administrative district of the Lake of Praying Stars. The army quota is 800, and the remaining number of soldiers will be made up by you. Thank you, my lord. Orlando listened to his master's words and replied excitedly. Hebrew, who was sitting next to Orlando, was even more excited than his brother. If it weren't for this serious occasion, he would have jumped up excitedly. After letting Orlando take a seat, Wyland looked at Baird and motioned him to start. The original area of Kixing Lake was 150 square kilometers. This year, it expanded 300 square kilometers to the north. Now it has an area of 450 square kilometers. There is a town, 3 original villages, and 4 newly built villages in the past 3 months, a total of 7 villages, 5 logging sites, a salt mine, 6 ice bluegrass magic plantations, and 6 outposts. The population is more than 16,000 people, of which 7,000 are newly moved free people. There are 1,600 troops, 500 professional troops, 300 garrisons, and 800 militiamen. Among them, the professional troops and garrisons have become warrior apprentices, and about 100 militiamen have embarked on the path of warrior professionals. There are 37 knight attendants. In terms of supplies, there are 60,000 gold coins, 15 million kilograms of food, and 550 sets of leather armor. As expected of Baird, even when facing a talented player like Orlando, he can firmly suppress him. Wyland looked at Baird, who had serious dark circles under his eyes, and nodded in admiration, then said to everyone, "I declare Baird the winner." No one objected after this statement. The facts were in front of them, and they could not disagree with the master's judgment. Even Orlando had to admit that Baird won this time. Not to mention the distant past. Take the magical plant of ice blue grass as an example. Without Baird's careful discovery, it would be impossible for Kixing Lake to have an economic pillar to support their rapid development. Kyle, let someone carry the things in. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, 2 knight attendants carried a large wooden box into the conference room. Wyland walked up and opened the wooden box. There were many items inside: 6 low-level magic crystals, a mithril dagger, 3 sets of excellent knight armor, 3 excellent knight swords, and a 7-color life flower, one by one. From now on, these things belong to Baird and the team he leads. How to distribute them is up to you. After dealing with the affairs of the previous year, Wyland returned to the main seat, leaned on the back of the chair, supported his chin with his left hand, and said, "This year, we have 3 goals." Hearing this, Baird and others straightened their sitting postures and looked at Wyland. First, expand at least 400 square kilometers of territory to the north. Andrew, Greg, Mike, Dosius, Alf, Adolf. Every time Wyland read a name, a guardian knight stood up and saluted him. You 6 will be separated from Orlando's men and form a new pioneering team. I will allocate you 200 troops, 3,000 people, and some supplies. I hope you can bring me a surprise this time next year. I will definitely live up to the trust of my master and fight for my life to complete the task. Wyland nodded, then asked them to sit down and continued. Second, absorb the population and use this east wind to expand the population of the territory as much as possible. Kixing Town and Orlando Town must be prepared to establish related industries to absorb more people, while avoiding unrest and endangering the security of the territory. Yes, my master, Baird and Orlando responded. Randolph, an ordinary-looking knight, stood up and saluted Wyland with his chest. Next, you will be responsible for following me and planning the layout of the 5 industries. The task is heavy, and I hope you are ready." "I understand." Randolph took on the task calmly without much excitement. "In the new year, I hope we will go all out to make our homeland stronger." "Randolph stays and the rest of you leave." "Yes." After everyone left, Varen called Randolph to his study. "How is it, this year when you were working under Orlando, did he make things difficult for you?" Varen asked with a smile while gesturing for Randolph to sit down. "My lord, Orlando is very talented." Randolph sat upright and replied respectfully, "In my 22 years of life, he is the most talented knight I have ever seen. He is also not weak in leadership. To be able to reach this level without any study can only show that the Lord is wise and discerning. I just gave him a chance. The rest is all his own efforts." Wylan waved his hand and said, feeling very happy in his heart, feeling that his son had grown up and was recognized by others. Without this boss, even if Orlando has talent, it will be difficult to use it. Okay, come on, have some tea." Seeing Kyle bringing the tea, Varen said with a smile and motioned for Randolph to help himself. "You may have to work harder in the next year." After hearing this, Randolph put down the teacup in his hand, sat up straight and said, "Please, Lord, please make it clear. I have 3 plants and 2 animals in my hands, which are related to the future development of the territory. They are no less important than ice blue grass. The task for the next year is development. Lord, you are willing to believe in me. I am willing to use my life as a guarantee to complete all the tasks you have assigned me. I know your abilities, and that's why I chose you." Varen encouraged him, and then asked Kyle to take the parchment from the desk and give it to Randolph for inspection. This is information about 5 kinds of animals and plants, including the growing environment, planting requirements, and precautions. You will spend the next month following the requirements above to find and transform the environment to adapt to these 5 kinds of animals and plants. The basic construction of the 2 ranches has been completed. The rest you just need to modify according to the requirements above. If you need manpower and supplies, please make your request directly to Baird. In addition, I will transfer 4 squadrons of soldiers to you, and they will only obey your command." While listening to Varen's words, Randolph scanned the information on the parchment and then carefully placed it in his arms. "I am aware of your request, Lord. Please allow me to start my mission now." Randolph stood up and said firmly. Varen stood up, looked at Randolph, and praised him greatly. "As expected, you are so vigorous and resolute, so I won't waste your time." After Randolph left the study, Varen changed into plain clothes and went to the training ground to complete today's training. Ever since he drank the mysterious fruit tea from the Star Mage, he felt that he was not far from the high level of silver. 2 days later, Varen took Kyle and several knight attendants to Orlando town to inspect the green-purple horse ranch. Riding on the red phosphorus horse and admiring the surrounding scenery, Wylan couldn't help but recall the time when he snatched the blue and purple horse more than a year ago. At that time, he made a large circle and gave the opponent a mistake from the border of Serat province information and wanted to take revenge on the Hal's family. As a result, more than a year had passed, and it seemed that he had not heard of the Centaur tribe going to harass the pioneer knights seeking revenge on the Hark's family, which made him a little disappointed. "Forget it, why are you thinking so much? If you miss this opportunity, just find another opportunity. If you dare to intercept me on the way, although I didn't succeed, I still hold a grudge." Putting this matter behind him, Wylan speeded up, preparing to visit several border posts after inspecting Kingzima. Outside Orlando town, Orlando put on his armor, leaned against a big tree, and waited quietly. Next to him are his own knights, a total of 35 of them, more than half of whom have reached the level of bronze knights. All the armors they wear are added with orichalcum. The weapons in their hands are also mixed with a small amount of mithril. According to the level, the equipment on each person is they are all excellent grade. The left side of each knight's breastplate is engraved with a fire lion, a symbol of perseverance, symbolizing their loyal hearts and representing their fighting spirit attributes and beast form. "Captain, my lord, they are here," a bronze knight reported to Orlando. Orlando took the helmet handed over by the knight on the side, put it on his head, slightly messed up the red ribbon tied around his neck. and ordered loudly, "Get on the horse." 35 people moved in unison, standing firmly on the purple horse, lining up, waiting for Wyland's review. Orlando stroked his red phosphorus horse and then rode on it. "Hail to the Lord!" All the knights drew their swords, stood them on their chests, and saluted Varin. Childish face, resolute eyes, and tall posture. Although they are all underage, they already have the figure that a knight should have. Very good. He valued these 35 knights very much. However, judging from their military appearance and strength, Varin could clearly tell that 5 of them should have been included in the Knights of Orlando in the past 6 months, and there was a gap between them and the other 30 knights. The red ribbon is not fastened yet. Varin rode up to Orlando and straightened the red ribbon around his neck. "Thank you, Lord." Orlando smiled and thanked him sincerely. "Little slippery man. Even though he is not very old, he is only less than 20 years old. Come on, take me to the green-purple horse ranch. I have given you the green-purple horse for more than a year. Let's see what the results are. Please, Lord, follow me." Afterwards, Orlando led the way. Varin followed behind with Kyle and several knight attendants, and the remaining 35 knights followed at the end, heading all the way to the pasture 7 kilometers away. On the way through Orlando's explanation, Varin had a rough idea of the scale of the green-purple horse ranch. The entire green-purple horse ranch occupies 5,000 acres, with 51 soldiers, 125 herdsmen, and 387 green-purple horses. There is also a village nearby. In half of the village, tax fields are planted with wind grass, a kind of grass. It is a plant that blue-purple horse loves very much. It is used as a food reserve for green-purple horse and a food reserve for war. There are no monster clans, no monsters and wild beasts. The farmland is full of busy farmers with heartfelt smiles on their faces. When they see Wyland and his party, they all stop what they are doing, bend down and salute, show respect to the Lord. Seeing this scene, Wyland felt even happier. 10 minutes later, the group of people slowly arrived outside the green-purple horse ranch. At the gate of the ranch, 10 soldiers stood guard dutifully and did not appear to be lazy and fishing. "Lord, Lord." The leading officer stepped forward, beat his chest, saluted Wyland, and then asked someone to open the ranch gate. Stepping into the Kingsley Horse Ranch, Wyland found the green grass with a radiant glow, a stream not far away, and occasionally some low trees, and a group of Kingsley horses running freely from time to time. Found on the internet, this picture is really beautiful. If it weren't for the ranch, I would have thought I had come to a resort. Wyland opened his arms and enjoyed the breeze, feeling very refreshed. "If the master needs it, I can have someone build a small manor here so that you can come here to play in your spare time," Orlando said to Wyland after careful consideration. "That's decided," Wyland replied with a smile, and then reminded, "Do it without hindering the development of Orlando town. After all, development is the main focus now." "I understand." Orlando kept this in mind and gave his master a surprise when he came next time. At this time, a herdsman rode a purple horse to Wyland, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "My lord, I am Hal, the manager of the Purple Horse Ranch." "Get up, take me to see where you live." "Yes, please follow me, sir." Hal stood up, patted the dirt on his body, rode on the purple horse, and led the way. After a kilometer of journey, everyone came to a gathering place where stables were neatly arranged, and many purple horses were taking care of their cubs in the stables. Wyland dismounted, handed the red phosphorus horse to Kyle, and came to the stable to observe that the sanitation was very clean. "The environment is very good, the sanitation is good, and you are very responsible." "My lord, these are what we should do." Hal, the manager of the Purple Horse Ranch, replied respectfully. Wyland stepped forward and stroked a small purple horse, asking, "Tell me about the ranch." "Yes, sir." Hal asked a herdsman to fetch a map of the Purple Horse Ranch, respectfully spread it on the stable floor, and began to report. "Lord, you see, we have divided the entire ranch into 3 areas. Now we are using the one area which covers 500 acres. There is a stable, a herdsman's living area, a hay field, a military camp, and 3 resting places for patrols. Soldiers or herdsmen rest. In the entire One land, a total of 387 blue and purple horses are raised, including 20 stallions, 170 mares, and 197 ponies. It is expected that 80 war horses will be available by the end of this year. In addition to the nutrition needed by the ponies, the ranch can produce 500 kilograms of mare's milk every month. Due to the storage method, we make it into horse cheese. Oh, bring it here for me to taste. Speaking of cheese, Wylan couldn't help but be greedy and told Hal. Please wait a moment, Lord. After a while, a horse cheese was served. Wylan picked up a fork, picked up a small piece, put it in his mouth and tasted it slowly. It tasted very good and had a special flavor. How do you usually deal with these cheeses? Wylan picked up another small piece and put it in his mouth, asking while eating. Part of the mare's milk is for the ranch's own use, and part is made into cheese for storage. A few minutes passed, and Hal saw that Wylan was reluctant to speak, and he felt a little uneasy and lowered his head in fear. Orlando, do you know about the milk production of the Kingsley Horse Ranch? I know this is what I asked him to do, as some compensation to the soldiers and herdsmen of the Kingsley Horse Ranch. Orlando replied respectfully. Is that so? Hal, I'm here. Since Orlando asked you to deal with it yourself, then I will not interfere. I allow you to sell mare's milk and mare's cheese. Except for paying taxes, the rest of the income belongs to the ranch, and you can distribute it yourself. But, Wellen suddenly raised his tone, frightening Hal to kneel on the ground. If you dare to ignore the safety of the purple horse and overproduce mare's milk, you know the consequences. Yes, I know. Thank you for your gift, Lord. Well, get up. After dealing with this small matter, Wylan chose a purple horse and took Orlando to go for a good walk on the ranch. Running freely on the green grass was very refreshing. Then the two got off the purple horse and let the horse eat grass by itself. They sat down by the stream. Good boy, your strength is growing very fast. You have reached the middle silver level so quickly. My lord, you are not slow either. I feel that you are stronger than me. Orlando heard this and responded with a smile, without the restraint in front of others before. Don't stop the recent land reclamation activities and speed up the reclamation of land. My lord, is there any change? In the middle of this year, according to my estimation, the famine should be the most serious. At that time, a large number of free people may pour in here, and we must absorb this group of people. I understand. Lin picked up a stone and threw it into the water, his eyes deep. He knew a lot about the nobles. In this turmoil, most nobles would only rescue serfs, because that was their property and they could not afford to lose it. As for the free people, they either sold themselves into slavery or left their hometown. At this stage, Lin urgently needed high-quality population, so he set his sights on this group of free people. In the general environment, the price of slaves in the province of Cadlo plummeted. But why spend money when you can replenish the population for free? The two chatted about other topics, and when it was almost noon, they rode on purple horses back to the gathering place. After lunch, Wylan went to the border outpost in the southwest to inspect. My lord, each outpost has 8 soldiers stationed, 2 of whom are on standby at the outpost for a long time, and the other 6 are divided into 2 groups, regularly patrolling the border, recording the situation, and reporting to Orlando town every month. Wylan looked at the outpost built in the jungle, using the cover of trees and the outer wall painted with a similar green color, which played a certain protective role. At this moment, the 2 soldiers in the outpost immediately ran out of the outpost and saluted Wylan. Hello, Lord the Guard of the No. 6 Outpost Chax & Co. salutes you. Take me to see the outpost. Yes, sir. The 2 soldiers walked in front respectfully and led the way, and Wylan followed closely and entered this 3-story outpost covering an area of only 150 square meters. My lord, there are 5 rooms on the first floor, 2 of which are used to store food and other daily necessities. 1 room is used to store weapons and equipment, and the other 2 rooms are where we live. There are 4 rooms on the second floor, 3 of which are where we sleep, and the other is where we raise pigeons, but it is still unused then. Wylan came to the top floor, the observation platform of the outpost, standing on it. You can peek at the vast wilderness and scout the surrounding movements. After getting familiar with the outpost, Wylan encouraged the two soldiers and then inspected other outposts. After the inspection that day, Varen stayed overnight in Orlando town and returned to the castle with his people the next day. In the next half-month, Wylan put everything down and concentrated on training, preparing to break through. On January 28th, as usual, Kyle stood beside him with a towel, quietly waiting for Wylan to practice, and assumed his duty as a guard. Wylan devoted himself wholeheartedly to martial arts, constantly waving the knight's sword in his hand, and the wood attribute fighting spirit continued to cover all parts of his body, relieving the pain of tearing his body. Sweat beads continued to roll down his forehead, but it still did not force him to stop. Using external energy to advance from the low-level silver level to the mid-level silver level made his foundation somewhat unstable, so when he was promoted again, it was more than 3 to 5 times more painful than the ordinary silver mid-level promotion to the high level. Crap, it hurts. Holding back the heartbreaking pain, he let the wood attribute fighting energy pour into his body and transform his body. Wylan made up his mind that he would never take shortcuts in the future, otherwise he would not be able to bear the pain later. 10 minutes later, Wylan lay panting on the stone floor of the training ground, feeling a slight chill and feeling that the surface of his body was covered with a thin shell of wood attribute fighting energy. This was a sign of promotion to the high level of silver. The first condition for advancing to the gold level is to integrate this layer of Dukai shell into the outer layer of the skin. The second step is to strengthen various parts of the body so that the body can carry Dukai for a long time. The last step is to integrate the Dukai vortex in the body into the heart and make it a new level of Dukai. Carrier for the profession of knight or the extraordinary profession of melee combat. If the gold level is a competition of skills, it is a competition of who can better attach the fighting spirit to the weapon to fight and consume the opponent to death. So for gold and above, when the body is more than several times stronger, it becomes a real fighting machine. It can release the fighting energy outside the body and form its own unique combat skills. The destructive power is more than dozens of times stronger. It can easily change the outcome of a small battle. In Varen's view, humans of gold and above are like two different races from other humans. But they are indeed one race. Their descendants are still ordinary humans, except for those aliens who have received alien blood. Seeing that Varen's promotion was completed, Kyle hurriedly ran over and helped him sit down on the stone chair next to him. "My lord, here it is." Kyle opened a bottle of ice blue potion and handed it to Varen. Varen took the ice blue potion and drank it in one gulp. He immediately felt an icy cold feeling, and the pain in his body was relieved a lot. If Kyle hadn't been next to him, he would have had to worry about his face and couldn't hold back from moaning. After recuperating for half an hour, Wylan stood up from the chair and felt that his body was full of strength, and he could beat himself 3 or 5 years ago. Breakthroughs are good. Other attribute silver high-level knights have a lifespan of 150 years. He feels that he can live at least 200 years. Perhaps this is because the wood attribute fighting ability is weak, but he makes up for it in other aspects. "My lord, Lord Steward Baird wants to see you." A castle guard trotted up to Varen, beat his chest and saluted. "Let him come over." Varen put on his shirt and ordered the soldiers. After a while, Baird entered the training ground with a smile on his face. The first moment he saw Wylan, he was suddenly stunned. Then he saluted respectfully and said, "Congratulations, sir, for making a further step in your cultivation. Everyone is very talented. I believe you will catch up as soon as possible." Wylan responded with a smile. "What do you want from me?" "My lord, Lady Layla has completed the establishment of the Ice Blue Potion Workshop and is now waiting for you to come and accept it. Kyle, go get the box in the second compartment of the third row on the bookshelf in my study." "Yes, sir." Wylan asked Baird to wait for a while, then went to wash up and change into white regular clothes. There is a heavily guarded manor outside Kixing Town. It is surrounded by towering walls and hundreds of heavily armed soldiers patrolling back and forth to ensure that not a single mosquito can fly through. Varen passed through 3 gates and entered the underground core of the manor, the potion workshop. "My lord, the floors and walls of the potion workshop are mixed with a small amount of orichalcum. Lady Layla has also carved many warning magic circles. As long as any unexpected situation occurs, we will know it immediately. Move the military camp to the side and strengthen defense. In addition, all staff are strictly screened, and it is best to be selected from the military. No leaks can occur. Yes, I will deal with this matter as soon as I get down. As Varen walked forward, he talked with Baird, who was half a body behind. After walking for more than 30 meters, Varen arrived at the lowest level of the manor, where the potion workshop is located. As soon as he opened the door, what appeared in front of him was a potion workshop covering an area of more than 100 square meters. It was composed of 12 magic machines. Due to the obstruction of the outer shell, Wylan could not clearly see the structure inside. Having said that, even if he could see the operating structure inside, he couldn't understand the principles. Sister Layla, thank you for your hard work. After more than a month, when he saw Layla again, Varen found that she was quite haggard. How about it, please hurry up or not? Layla looked at Wylan with a smile on her face and pointed at her masterpiece. Quick, Sister Layla, you are the most powerful priest and the most powerful magician I have ever seen. Cough, cough, cough. Layla blushed a little when she was told that and immediately changed the subject and said, Baird, go get a piece of ice blue grass. Yes, Lady Layla. A few minutes later, Baird took back a piece of ice blue grass from the warehouse next to him and gave it to Layla. Under Wylan's gaze, Layla placed the ice blue grass at the entrance of the potion workshop. With the influx of energy from the small element pool, the potion workshop began to work. The ice blue grass was lifted up by the suspension array and entered the potion workshop. Every time it passed a magic machine, the corresponding dregs was sent out, and ice water was also sent into it. 3 minutes later, Wylan came to the last magic machine and looked at 2 transparent medicine bottles placed in the groove. I saw a ball of light blue ice blue potion being divided into 2 transparent medicine bottles. Wylan picked up a bottle and put it to his nose to smell it gently. The smell was a little different from the potion made by Layla himself. Seeing that Wylan had discovered something unusual, Layla explained, the potions processed by the potion workshop have a somewhat weakened effect. They are probably only 80% as effective as those I made myself. 80% is not bad. Wylan was not dissatisfied. If the potion workshop could perfectly replicate handmade products, the profession of potion handicraft maker would not exist in this world. Kyle, bring the things over. Window. Tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Kyle, who was standing behind Wylan, came to the 2 of them with a wooden box in his arms, pointed the mouth of the box towards Layla, and slowly opened it. An exquisite dagger was placed in a wooden box, exuding a silvery white luster. Is this dagger made of mithril? Layla asked with some uncertainty. Sister Layla is indeed well informed. 80% of this dagger is made of mithril. Varen picked up the dagger and handed it to Layla. This is too precious. Layla held the mithril dagger in her hand and roughly estimated the weight. It weighed 1 kilogram. According to the price of mithril she knew, 1 gram of mithril cost 4 gold coins. This dagger contained 80% mithril, equivalent to 400 grams, and was worth 600 gold coins. However, the price of mithril is officially set by the kingdom. 1 gram of mithril in private transactions is generally worth 10 gold coins. This dagger can be sold for at least 4,000 gold coins on the market. This dagger is converted into gold coins, but I can't hire a magician like you or a priest who is proficient in potion craftsmanship. In addition, this mithril dagger is only a basic shape. It is sophisticated at best. If you want to bring out the true value of mithril, you need to hire a magic craftsman and a forging master for processing. But you've already paid for it. Layla still declined, refusing to accept it. I invite you over with a toy. Do you think I feel good about it? I won't even have the face-to-face Aunt Flora next time, Wylan said in a pretentious tone. Seeing this, Layla struggled internally and nodded to accept the gift. Sister Layla, how is the output of the potion workshop? Is there anything we need to pay attention to? Wylan patted the shell of the magic machine and asked. Layla put the mithril dagger into the box, and then replied, The potion workshop can complete the processing of 1 ice blue grass in 3 minutes and get 2 bottles of ice blue potion. The separated dregs are not handmade. It's so perfect and contains a small amount of magic ingredients. Remaining potion ingredients. Wylan touched his chin and an idea popped into his mind. Maybe he could make a facial mask and sell it to those noble women to make more money. Layla didn't know what Wylan was thinking and continued to introduce. Although the potion workshop can continue to work under the function of a small element pool, I still recommend stopping work for 3 hours every 12 hours to avoid some magic circles. Damage occurred during high-intensity operation. Baird, take note of this. Yes, Lord, I will write this item into the processing manual. Baird replied immediately after hearing this. After finishing the trip to the potion workshop, Varen asked someone to inform Hook of the Nankel Chamber of Commerce that trade negotiations would be held at the Kixing Town garrison tomorrow morning. At this moment, Hook has been in Kixing Town for more than a month. Every day he eats, drinks, has fun, and looks at the scenery around Kixing Lake. Master, a knight asked me to tell you that tomorrow I will go to the Kixing Town garrison to discuss the potion matter. As soon as Hook entered, the servant waiting at the hotel came forward and said respectfully, "It seems that the ice blue potion is being mass-produced, and my happy days are coming to an end." Hook patted his stomach with some regret, looked at the servant who was hesitant to speak, and said, "Master, I am in a good mood today. If you want anything, just ask." "Master, I would like to know why you are willing to wait here for more than a month. Even if Lady Layla is the daughter of Lord Medmanchi, it is impossible for you to wait for so long." "It's very simple," Hook replied, stroking his beard. "First, the third largest shareholder of the Nankel Chamber of Commerce is His Excellency Count Auster of Anjusai. According to seniority, the lord here is the nephew of His Excellency Auster. Secondly, through Lady Layla's close relationship with the lord of this place, I infer that Lord Medmanchi must be close to him. Thirdly, the ice blue potion has great commercial value. If it is resold to those in demand, the price will be doubled. 3 times is considered conservative. Master is wise." Although the servant still had doubts in his heart, he still pretended to be enlightened and complimented Hook. "The master is happy today and allows you to eat at the same table." "Thank you, master, thank you, master." The next morning, Hook arrived early at the Kixing Town Guard's house to wait. It was close to 9 o'clock before Wylan entered the lobby of the town hall. "Hook, you came quite early." "Lord Wylan, I haven't seen you for a month, but you are still so charming." "Hook, come on, sit down." Varen came to the main seat and sat down first. He turned his head to look at Hook and said to him, "I called you here today to discuss the ice blue potion trade." "Kyle, give the sample to Hook." After hearing his master's order, Kyle placed a wooden box in front of Hook and then stood behind Varen. Hook smiled apologetically at Varen and then carefully opened the wooden box. There were 12 bottles of ice blue potion inside. He took out one at random, opened the cork, and smelled it gently. "Lord Varen, please forgive me for using some other methods to test the ice blue potion." Ken, Wylan was a little curious as to what method this businessman would use to test the ice blue potion. I saw Hook silently reciting a spell, and a magic circle appeared on the floor. "Jai, jai, jai." Suddenly, a bird creature appeared in front of Wylan, making his face instantly turn cold. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hook stood up and hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand me, sir. I swear by the god of wealth and the goddess of life that I will never explore any information in your territory. This white feathered bird is my summoned beast, and it is good at analyzing various potions." "Go on." After hearing the other party's explanation, Wylan's face eased a lot. However, this also reminded him that he must strengthen the protection of important facilities, otherwise it would be too late to regret. Then Hook communicated with his summoned beast in bird language, but he didn't understand a word anyway. 10 minutes later, Hook turned to Wylan and said, "Lord Wylan, I already know the various characteristics of the ice blue potion. Our Chamber of Commerce is willing to purchase it at the price of 3 gold coins, and we will pick it up at your door. I wonder how much you produce in a year." It was exactly the same as the previous price. It seemed that Hook did not lower the purchase price because the efficacy of the ice blue potion was weakened. 6,000 bottles. I can supply you 6,000 bottles every year. Wyland did not report the output, but directly gave the shipment volume. After hearing this, Hook's eyes turned quickly, and he quickly figured it out in his mind. The purchase cost of 6,000 bottles of ice blue potion is 18,000 gold coins, and the cost of the teleportation array between the two provinces is estimated to be 6,000 gold coins. Calculated at the minimum selling price of 8 gold coins per bottle, the minimum profit can be 24,000 gold coins. Lord Wyland, our Chamber of Commerce is willing to sign a 10-year business contract with you. Wyland felt something was wrong, but he still signed the business contract, but the term was reduced from 10 years to 3 years. After both parties wrote their names, the business contract suddenly emitted golden light and returned to calm after a few seconds. This was to use the majesty of the gods to complete the last procedure of the business contract to ensure that both parties would not breach the contract. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. After signing the commercial agreement, both parties agreed to pick up the goods in March every year. That afternoon, after completing the mission, Hook left the Lake of Praying Stars with his servants and guards and returned to the Kurz province. 3 days later, after 3 days of trial operation in the potion workshop, all the ice blue potions produced met the standards, which meant that Layla was about to end her journey and return to the 16th Nights. To this end, Varen held a small banquet to farewell Layla. Sister Layla, you have to return tomorrow. Well, I've been out for almost 2 months. If there hadn't been a war recently, and I asked my father for leave, this would be considered a serious dereliction of duty. Wyland heard this and said, I signed an order for 6,000 bottles of ice blue potion with the Nankel Chamber of Commerce. Apart from the part reserved by myself, I still have a lot of ice blue potion in my hand. You can ask Mai when you go back. Lord Demonchi explained that if he is willing, I can sign an agreement with the 16th Knights to purchase the ice blue potion, but the amount may not be much. Thank you, Varen, I will tell my father. Wyland raised his glass, and Baird and others raised their glasses. Let us bid farewell to Pastor Layla and thank her for bringing wealth to our Lake of Praying Stars. Send it to Sir Layla, everyone said with sincere blessings. After 3 drinks, everyone began to eat and drink freely, and then the small banquet ended. Early the next morning, Varen handed a gift box to Layla at the city gate. Sister, this is a gift for my aunt. Please give it to her on your behalf. Layla solemnly took the gift box, put it on the horse, and promised to Varen, don't worry, I will hand it over to Flora personally. I think she will be very happy to receive the gift from her. Nephew. Goodbye, Sister Layla. When Varen saw the team setting off, he waved a formal farewell to Layla. Layla heard Varen's voice and waved her hand as a formal farewell. Kyle, maybe I have to call Aunt Layla next time we meet. Looking at Kyle beside him, Varen couldn't help but joked. Ah, Kyle touched the back of his head in confusion. My lord, why is this? Ha, you'll know next time. Looking at Kyle's appearance, Varen patted him on the shoulder and decided not to tell him the answer. Train well and lay a good foundation. After a few months, I will give you a blessing. Yes, I will try my best. After sending Layla away, Varen had a few days of leisure, and then started busy mode with Randolph, who returned. In the castle study, Randolph traveled all over the place inside and outside the Lake of Praying Stars, and collected a lot of information. My lord, the 2 pastures have been renovated, and everything is ready. They can be put into use as soon as the black-skinned meat pigs and rhinos are in place. My subordinates have also completed the investigation on the environmental needs of 3 plants: ivy tree, black tea tree, and luminous grape. Among them, the ivy tree has the lowest environmental requirements. Hill 20 kilometers north of Orlando town. Just meets the requirements and is located within our territory. Now I have ordered people to block the hill and clear the trees, shrubs, and weeds on the hill. The second is the black tea tree. Its cultivation requires silver-level flesh and blood and does not require much geographical environment. I chose a canyon covering an area of more than 10 square kilometers in the west of the Binghan district, It is located outside our territory and needs to be carried out. Just expand outside. Oh, tell me what's unique about this canyon. Varen pointed to the location on the parchment and asked Randolph. After hearing this, Randolph explained. This canyon is a battlefield ruins. No less than 30,000 living beings died here. There is a smell of blood around, the magic energy around is infected with blood, and the soil is rich in. The special magic energy is similar to the magic energy contained in the flesh and blood of silver-level monsters, which is enough to meet the black tea tree's demand for silver-level flesh and blood, and we don't even need to hunt silver-level creatures. From now on, this is the territory of labor and capital, and we will send people to plant the flag tomorrow. This canyon seemed to be created for cultivating black tea trees. Wylan made up his mind that anyone who dared to compete with him would be killed directly. Later, Randolph continued to explain, "My lord, glowing grapes require certain conditions of magic energy environment. My subordinates have traveled around the surrounding areas and have not found a suitable environment." "Not at all," Wylan asked unwillingly. "No, lord, you also know that the eastern part of the Grey Mansion's wasteland is a notoriously low magic area." Randolph shook his head and replied helplessly. "Forget it, let's leave this matter for now. I'll handle the planting of glowing grapes in the end." "Yes, sir." Afterwards, Wylan took the storage book to the ranch and released the black-skinned pigs and rhinoceros beasts stored in the book. Standing outside the fence of the pasture, Wylan opened the storage book, tore off the page about the black-skinned pork, and threw it towards the center of the pasture. A ray of light instantly enveloped the page, slowly forming a space ball and beginning to expand rapidly. After a while, black-skinned pigs with black hair and ugly faces were spat out by the space bowl into the mud of the pasture. After these stupid pigs wrapped themselves in black mud, they mated on the spot. A black-skinned pig looked at Wylan and others and rushed towards the fence, howling impatiently. "Grass." Wylan looked at the black-skinned pig in front of him and hurriedly took a few steps back to avoid mud splashing on him. I thought it was a joke in the message, but I didn't expect that these black-skinned pigs were really in heat all the time. My lord, on the other hand, this is also beneficial for us to expand the scale of black-skinned pig farming," Randolph said, standing aside. "That's true, but let the ranch breeders be more careful. I don't want bad messages to spread in the territory." "I know." Then Wylan went to another ranch and released the Luonu camel beast. The Luonu camel beast scared the onlookers as soon as it appeared. It was 3 meters and 5 meters long, 2 meters and 2 meters high at the shoulder, and had 6 legs. It was a huge beast. On the clean grassland, 6 Luonu camel beasts were eating grass, raising their heads from time to look in the direction of Wylan, and then buried their heads in eating grass again, very docile. Wylan was a little curious, so he stepped over the fence and walked towards the Luonu camel beast. "My lord, be careful." Randolph saw this and hurriedly reminded. Wylan waved his hand to reassure him, then came to the side of the Luonu camel beast and touched its head as it lowered its head to eat grass. "Moo." The Luonu camel beast docilely took advantage of Wylan's palm and made a sound. Very gentle. It seems that it can be used for more than just logistics transportation. Wylan touched his chin and many ideas popped into his mind. After instructing the ranch staff to take good care of the Luonu camel beast, Wylan set off for Kingtangshu Mountain. Ivy Mountain, Wylan's new name for this nameless hill. The entire Kingtang Mountain is more than 80 meters high. The mountain area is about 3 square kilometers. When we came to the foot of the mountain and looked up, we saw that a large area had been cleared, and even the road up the mountain had been paved with stone slabs. Not far from the foot of the mountain, a temporary camp was set up, and many soldiers were training. Varen did not go to the camp, but only took Kyle and Randolph up the mountain, planted an ivy tree at a suitable location, and then left here. The next day, a force of 500 men set out from the town of Orlando and headed northwest, preparing to occupy the canyon. At the same time, a pioneer team from the north arrived near the canyon. "Master, this is the location we have chosen." Outside a luxurious carriage, a knight said respectfully, "Are we here?" A man wearing a mage's robe opened the curtain, jumped out of the car, looked at the desolate scene around him, and couldn't help complaining. What a shabby place. Go and see if there is anything that can be used as a gathering place. Yes, master. The knight took the order and left. The young noble jumped down from the carriage, looked at the more than 200 sallow slaves behind him, and ordered the captain of the guard on the side, "Keep these untouchables away from my eyes." Yes, Lord Charles. The guard captain, who had only been in office for half a month, replied tremblingly. He did not want to be like his predecessor. He only made a slight rebuttal and was burned alive in public. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to serve a moody and surly pioneer lord. At this time, 2 blushing maids got off the carriage, took down a set of exquisite seats from the carriage behind, and placed them on the grass. 2 footmen took milk and bread from a carriage and carefully placed them in front of Charles. It tastes really bad. I really miss my days in the capital. Charles took a bite of the fluffy bread and threw it away. The hungry slaves all looked at the white bread on the ground. Even the guards standing guard around them swallowed their saliva and tried not to look at the tempting white bread. What a bunch of untouchables! Looking at the reactions of others, Charles said without hesitation, with the arrogance and disdain unique to aristocrats, "If I hadn't offended someone at the Magic Academy, I would have come to this hellish place." Suddenly, the knight who went to investigate the situation returned to the convoy and came to Charles to report, "Master, there are a large number of troops around. We may have to change places." "It's impossible to change places." After hearing this, Charles shouted directly, "The king's capital has offended people, and I left in humiliation. Is there anyone in this wretched place that I can offend?" "Master, this is the border. It's different from other places." Upon seeing this, the knight immediately advised, "Shut up, I'm just a slave. There's no need for you to speak." Charles poured the unfinished milk on the knight and scolded him mercilessly. Faced with such humiliation, the knight clenched his fists and lowered his head helplessly, not daring to look at the mad dog. "With the names of my father and uncle, I would still be afraid of this country noble in a remote country," Charles said proudly, and then ordered the knight to lead the way. For this brainless second-generation ancestor, the knight could only lead the way in humiliation, hoping that this fool would not commit any crime. At this moment, Varon was surveying the situation in the canyon. Sure enough, as Randolph said, this place was surrounded by special magic energy. The energy contained in the soil was comparable to the energy contained in silver-level flesh and blood. "We can build an earthen fort here first, station a squadron of soldiers, plant black tea trees first, and then move some people over and completely hold this territory in our hands." "The Lord is right," Randolph nodded in agreement. Suddenly, there was a noise from the camp. "Let's go, something happened." Outside the temporary camp, the knights under Charles were beaten by Orlando until they vomited blood. Charles was frightened and paralyzed to the ground. He said with a look of horror, "I tell you, my father is an earl and a big shot in the royal capital. My uncle is Cardro, Governor Fisk of the province. You can't afford to offend me, so don't come here." Orlando hesitated after hearing this. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Charles suddenly became arrogant again. "You low-level person, why don't you apologize to me quickly?" The low-level silver knight, vomiting blood on the side, lay on the ground with a look of despair, feeling that he was dead this time. "If there is a next life, I must be a good person and stay away from mental retardation." What happened? When Orlando was stuck in decision, he suddenly heard Varon's voice and immediately relaxed. "My lord, this nobleman brought people to the camp. He kept asking us to give up here, and he also made rude remarks. My subordinates couldn't help it, so they took action." Wylan frowned and looked at the young noble on the ground. When Charles saw the rightful owner coming, he became even more arrogant and said, "You have caused a big trouble. My uncle is Fisk, the governor of Cardero province. I want you to. Since you are capable, let your uncle take a look when he comes. Now take the people and get out of here. Otherwise, I will let you feed the goblins in this wilderness." You. "Sir, it was us who offended you. Please forgive me." The knight who was vomiting blood suddenly stood up, covered Charles' mouth, apologized to Varon, and then quickly left the place with his people. After seeing the other party walking away, Orlando asked doubtfully, "My lord, just let them go. Tell them to leave, but I didn't tell them to leave with their belongings." "Lord, what do you mean?" "Send someone to follow them and grab the things back tonight. Remember to cover your face." "Yes, sir." Orlando, having received clear instructions, went down to prepare. Seeing this, Randolph smiled and said, "My lord, if this nobleman complains to Governor Fix, will his butt be beaten to pieces?" "Ha, Randolph, actually I want to know too." Varen said with the same bad taste, "Actually, I want to know more whether his father will kick his ass." "Just wait, Governor Fisk will soon send someone to reconcile and eliminate this misunderstanding." Randolph had some expectations. After all, the Dosk family was not stupid and would send people to reconcile as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the anger of the Esk family. At night, Orlando led the people out of the camp and headed north. Early the next morning, carriages entered the camp one after another, adding to Wyland's wealth. On the other side, the impoverished Charles, wearing a single coat, took more than 20 unarmed soldiers, a few servants, and the seriously injured Silver Knight, and reluctantly returned to the provincial capital of Cadero. "My lord, that boy brought a lot of things." "Oh, something." Varen looked at the excited Orlando and couldn't help but ask. 30,000 gold coins, 26 magic books, 56 magic scrolls, more than 300 special papers for making magic scrolls, more than 50 bottles of various magic potions, more than 20 gorgeous dresses, 3 sets exquisite tables and chairs, 6 sets of exquisite tableware, 2 staffs, 8 sets of mage uniforms, a bunch of miscellaneous personal belongings, and more than 10 carriages in total. In addition, there are 2 luxurious carriages, more than 60,000 kilograms of grain, and I also brought back more than 200 of his slaves. I didn't let go of the more than 20 people I let go. They were all plundered, and only one single piece of clothing was left." Wyland was greatly surprised after hearing this. He was not here to expand territory, but he was clearly here for fun. "By the way, my lord, there is another box of things that I don't understand," Orlando said, rubbing his head. "Bring it up and let me take a look." When Orlando said this, Varen's curiosity was aroused. Then 2 soldiers brought up a beautiful wooden box. Wyland stepped forward to open a gap and then hurriedly closed it again. "This boy has a lot of fun with so many sex toys." "Lord, what are these?" Varen turned to look at Orlando's pure and ignorant eyes and said nonsensically, "You are not yet underage and you are not married yet. Why are you asking so many questions? These things are not something you can understand at your age. Train well and strengthen yourself. Strength is the way to go." "Yes, Lord, I understand." Orlando stood up suddenly and listened to Varen's teachings. "You guys take this box and burn it." "Forget it, don't burn it. These can be exchanged for some money." Wyland looked at it a few more times and realized that it would be a pity to burn the monster. Instead, he could give it to Raimundo and let him sell it to those nobles and make a lot of money. After the morning interlude, Wyland began to have people clean up the canyon, preparing to level a piece of land and plant black tea trees. After several days of survival in the wilderness, Charles and his party borrowed a few carriages and some clothes from a nobleman, and rushed to the provincial capital of Cardero without stopping to complain to his uncle Fisk. In a mansion in the provincial capital of Cardro province, Governor Fisk was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea with his son Kazakh. "My lord, your nephew, Lord Charles, would like to see you." A footman entered the hall and reported respectfully. Governor Fisk put down the teacup in his hand and said with some confusion, "Why is this bastard back?" "Father, I think this cousin of mine is not used to the hard life of pioneering, so he came back in despair to ask for help," Kazakh said with a respectful face, but his tone was quite sarcastic. "Call him in." Governor Fisk did not pay attention to his son's tone and ordered the manservant. After the manservant left, Governor Fisk glared at Kazakh and said seriously, "Speak in a gentle tone, don't be so aggressive, don't be so irritable. After all, he is your cousin, my eldest brother's son. That bastard caused so many troubles when he came here. If you hadn't stepped in to smooth things over, someone else would have turned into that piece of excrement." Okay, calm down and don't be impatient." Governor Fisk took a sip of tea slowly. "Uncle, you have to make the decision for me." At this time, Charles, dressed as a beggar, entered the hall, knelt on the ground and cried. Governor Fisk looked at Charles dressed up like this, and hurriedly stepped forward to help him. What happened? How did he end up like this? It's been almost a month since we left, and it's really embarrassing to come back like this. As expected, Kazakh calmly said hurtful things. Uncle, you can make the decision for me. Upon hearing this, Charles cried even more sadly, tears streaming down his face. I really don't know where a fire magician could get so many tears. Tell me who made you do this. Uncle, I will make the decision for you, Governor Fisk said indignantly. This move greatly boosted Charles' confidence. He explained the general story of the matter in an embellished way. You walked for a month before you reached the border. Uncle, are you paying attention to the wrong place? Charles looked at Fisk, who didn't answer the question, stopped crying, and asked a little aggrievedly. Why would you let others leave other people's territory? No, Uncle, you. At this moment, Governor Fisk suddenly changed his face and said righteously, in a few days, let Kazakh take you to apologize to others. Uncle, are you mistaken? I am your nephew. Charles hugged Fisk's thigh and said with runny nose and tears, if you can't be forgiven by others, you are no longer my nephew. Fisk said very simply, and asked the servant to take Charles down to wash up and change clothes. After Charles was taken away, Fisk sat on the chair very angry. This bastard only arrived at the border a month ago. He thinks he is really here for tourism. Also, this bastard can't mess with anyone, but he messes with people our family can't afford to mess with. His mind is full of straw and he's a fool. Father, calm down. Don't be so angry that your body is broken. Kazakh said calmly from the side, be calm and don't be so angry. Kazakh, in a few days, you take this bastard to apologize to others. It doesn't matter whether you take the things back or not. After this matter is over, send this bastard away, out of sight, out of mind. Leave it to me, my dear father. Kazakh was about to go out, but he stepped back and asked Fisk, Father, what should we prepare for apology? Prepare 3 pieces of cloud silk cloth to apologize and win the other party's forgiveness. Fisk said with some pain. Yes, father, I understand. He naturally knew why his father made such a decision. The family of a captain of the 16th Knights of the Kingdom was a family friend of their family. When he came to the Cardero province, he told them in detail which families the high-ranking members of the Knights came from and which factions they belonged to. Watching his son leave, Fisk murmured to himself, this family tradition is not good. I must write to my eldest brother, otherwise it will not last for many years and will decline. The Dosk family spent 200 years, no less than 200 members died in battle, and spent a huge amount of money to get help from a big man, get a good job, gain a lot of military merits, and be promoted from Viscount to Earl. He did not ask the family to be as strong as the Aches. Family, he only asked for stability, and that the family would not decline. It has been more than a month since the red tea tree was planted in the mangrove canyon. During this period, Wylan would visit the Black Pig Ranch and Liuoniu Camel Ranch almost every day, and from time to time, he would go to Kingteng Mountain and Mangrove Manor to check on the status of these 4 animals and plants. As the 4 pillars of the territory's future, he could not afford not to care so much. If there were mistakes in the cultivation process and the crops died, he would not even have a place to cry. A few days ago, a gold-level warrior from the Nankel Chamber of Commerce came to the Praying Star Lake, took away 6,000 bottles of ice blue magic potions alone, left 18,000 gold coins and left. Looking at the space equipment carried by the other party, Wylan was very envious. Space equipment of only 1 cubic meter is sold for 200,000 gold coins or more, and it is often still in a state of being unavailable for purchase. My lord, a knight who claims to be the 16th Knights of the Kingdom wants to see you. Kyle entered the study and reported to Wylan. Let him in. After more than 10 minutes of inspection, a young knight entered the study, beat his chest and saluted, saying, Lord Wylan, I am the financial secretary of the 16th Knights and also the apprentice of Lord Madmonchi. You can call me Kak. Kak welcomed. Wylan asked Kyle to prepare tea, and then invited Kak to sit in the guest room next door. How is Captain Madmonchi recently? Kak heard this and said politely, Master led the knights to support the border of the kingdom last year and made great contributions. The military has upgraded the 16th Knights to the 3rd level Silver Knights, and he is busy expanding the personnel of the Knights. Congratulate Lord Madmanchi for me. Wylan didn't know how many Silver Knights there were in the kingdom of Ilia, but he knew the classification of the Silver Knights. The Silver Knights are divided into 5 levels from low to high, namely Athos, Roman, St. Cloud, Calalan, and the highest level Micah, named after the most outstanding kings of the 5 generations of the kingdom of Ilia. As for the structure of the other level of the Silver Knights, Wylan is not very clear, but he knows the real structure of the Micah level Silver Knights. Micah level Silver Knights has a Soul level Knights leader, 3 Soul level Knights deputy leaders, 100 Gold level Knights, 1,000 Silver Knights, 3,000 Bronze Knights, and 5,000 High level Knight attendants, and a 300-man team of all Silver level priests. The X family has 3 Micah level Silver Knights, the most powerful of which is in the hands of his father Angus, named Eagle Knights, and can only command this Knights in the name of Earl Eagle. The other 2 are in the hands of Earl Angiusi Oster and Earl Hurricane Ivlios. As for how other Micah-class Silver Knights configure their logistics, he does not know, but one of the Soul-level deputy leaders of the Eagle Knights holds a large storage space ring in his hand, which supports the logistics operation of the entire Knights. It is impossible to support this Knight group with only territory taxes. As far as he knows, there is no powerful noble force that relies on its own territory taxes to support a Micah-class Knight group. Almost all of them rely on the income from the output of family industries to support their own troops and increase the loyalty of the Knight group. In fact, Wylan is very confused about the tax collection system of the Kingdom of Ilia. Some nobles below the Earl can only rely on squeezing the territory and sucking the bones of the people to maintain their noble cards and family power. It is outrageous that he can squeeze out 50,000 or 60,000 gold coins a year from a barren territory with a population of only 20,000. And most nobles above the Earl basically implement medium or low taxes in their own territories. And the average distribution to each resident is less than 5 silver coins, because the tax revenue of their territory each year is less than 1/10 of the total income. It can be said that no noble family with a good reputation can live on taxes. Moreover, the higher the title and the stronger the family, the more they have to maintain their face, at least on the surface. They have to treat the people of their territory well. Sir, I came here this time to trade with you on behalf of my master and the 16th Knights. Kak looked at Wylan in a trance and said softly, "Oh, okay." Wylan came back to his senses from thinking and said to Kak, "How many ice blue potions can you take in a year?" Kak saw that the other party pushed the problem to him, and he was not angry. He said calmly, "Sir Vera, the Knights have recently expanded their personnel, and the military funds given by the upper level are limited. We can only buy about 2,000 bottles at most. But don't worry, after these few years, the Knights will complete the expansion, and the military funds will increase, and the purchase of potions will definitely increase." Fearing that the other party would be dissatisfied, Kak added, "Kak, I'm not angry." Wylan waved his hand and said, "Buying and selling such things requires mutual consent. With the help of Lord Madmanchi, I won't be so petty. Ice blue potion. The purchase price of Nankal Chamber of Commerce is 3 gold coins per bottle. Can you accept it?" "No problem, we fully accept it." Kak replied immediately, and then took out 6 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 and put them on the table. "Kyle, pack 2,000 bottles of ice blue potion." "Yes, my lord." And the two chatted for another half an hour. At this time, Kyle came in to report that the goods had been loaded on the carriage, and Kak immediately resigned. Wylan tried to keep him for a while, and when he saw that the other party refused, he personally sent him away from the Praying Star Lake. Back in the study, Wylan just sat down and saw Kyle walk in quickly. "My lord." Lord Baird sent someone to report that Kazak, the son of the governor of Kadlo province, arrived in Kixing town and want to see you, as well as the arrogant nobleman in Mangrove Canyon a month ago. No hurry, leave him alone first, and say I have something to do and we'll talk tomorrow. Yes, sir. In a hotel in Kixing town, Kazak received the other party's words and his face looked a little bad. "Cousin, this country bumpkin looks down on you and dares to neglect you like this." After the servant left, Charles couldn't help but instigated. "Shut up. Kazakh scolded Charles. "It's all because of you, a waste who has no eyes. Otherwise, why would I come to this place?" "Cousin, you." "Shut up from now on. There's news from my uncle. If you can't get the other party's forgiveness, you'll be ready to be a pig for the rest of your life." Kazakh ignored the other party and left the room. After hearing this, Charles sat on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. "I don't want to be a pig. I don't want to be a reproductive tool. My life has just begun. I don't want it. I don't want it." The door slammed, waking up Charles, who couldn't help but crawl on the ground and cry. The next morning, Charles lowered his head and followed Kazakh, walking step by step towards the castle on the mountain. Along the way, except for the sound of footsteps, the two did not communicate at all. Kyle, who was guarding the gate of the castle, watched a group of people coming and said calmly to the leading noble youth, "My master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me." "Thank you." Kazakh politely took out a purse and handed it to Kyle. Kyle did not say much, took the purse directly, hung it in the most conspicuous place around his waist, and led a few people to the castle hall. Entering the castle, Kazakh secretly looked around. The overall style was rough but elegant. At this time, Kazakh saw the half-elf Eunice walking by, and couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and then retracted his gaze. He didn't know whether this half-elf had become the lover of the child of the ex-family, so he didn't pay too much attention to it, so as not to cause trouble. This time he came to apologize, not to arouse others' hatred. In front of the main door of the castle hall, two guards watched the attendant Kyle arrive, first pounding their chests in salute, then saying, "Lord Kyle, please ask these people to put their weapons outside." I know. Kazakh quickly put the accessories on the weapon rack next to him, and then asked the attendants to hand in the weapons. "What is this?" "These are 3 pieces of cloud silk cloth, a gift for your lord." Seeing this, the 2 guards looked at Kyle, and when he saw him nod, they let him go directly. Entering the hall, Wyland sat on the castle stone seat, looking down at the people coming in. Both sides were filled with high-level knight attendants, wearing full body armor and holding swords, which was very oppressive for Kazakh and others. "Hello, Lord Wyland. I am Kazakh, the son of Governor Fisk. I am here today to bring my bastard cousin to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive his rudeness to you." Charles lowered his head, gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground, saying humbly, "Please forgive my previous arrogance and rudeness. I am willing to pay any price for this." Wearing a mask, Wyland looked at Charles, who was still arrogant and wanted to retaliate against him a month ago, kneeling on the ground and begging for his forgiveness. He felt that it was great to have a united and powerful family. Due to the mask, Kazakh could not observe the other party's expression, so he took the initiative to break the deadlock and said, "My lord, these are 3 pieces of cloud silk cloth, which are the specialty of our family. I hope to win your forgiveness." Wyland raised his head slightly and looked at the follower standing behind Kazakh. He saw that the other party removed the cloth bag, revealing the pure white cloud silk cloth inside. The specialty of the Dosk family is usually supplied to the royal family and several duke families. You are willing to use it as an apology. As long as I can get your forgiveness and avoid the enmity between our 2 families. It is worth it, Kazakh responded very politely. Wyland did not accept it directly, but asked, "I heard that your cousin met with an accident after leaving. Except for more than 20 people who survived, everything else was robbed. It's because he is arrogant and lacks strength. We think we are unlucky to lose these things." Kazakh's words directly determined the situation and said that he would not pursue it. "You are right. Monsters are rampant in the border areas, and the drought has caused thieves to rage. Your Excellency is right," Khazar said obediently. Anyway, he didn't refute what the other party said. "Kyle, burn the letter in my study later." Kyle was a little confused when he heard his master's words, but then he reacted and answered loudly, "Yes." Hearing this, Kazakh was shocked. Fortunately, he came quickly, otherwise it would be over. Charles' legs and feet were weak, feeling that he had survived a disaster and his life was almost ruined. "I accepted the things and this matter is over." "Thank you, sir, we won't bother you anymore." Then Kazakh asked someone to put the things away and took Charles out of the castle. "All retreat." Seeing the guests leave, Wyland took off his armor, waved his hand, and asked them to go down. After a while, Wylin and Kyle were the only ones left in the hall. "Master, this is the bribe given by the son of the governor." Kyle came to Wylin, took off the cloth bag from his waist, and said respectfully, "Since the other party gave it to you, then accept it." Seeing this, Kyle happily put it away. "It's March now. I'll observe for another month to see how these 4 plants and animals are doing. If there's no problem, I'll plan to go back." Wylin looked at Kyle, who was smiling, and thought silently in his heart. Since the teleportation fee was 300 gold coins per person, in order to save costs, he planned to take at most 1 person. This time, returning to Zih province was not just as simple as sending the golden apple tree. He also planned to build a manor in his own territory and plant luminous grapes. If possible, he would find a few chambers of commerce in Zih province to promote the ice blue magic potion. At the same time, he also planned to go to Lando City in Kur's province to take back the Book of the Stranger and see if there was any treasure worthy of fate's guidance to tell him this news. Wylin roughly estimated that this journey would last 2 to 3 months. In mid-April, after handling the affairs at hand, Wylin and Kyle traveled lightly to the provincial capital of Kadlo province. At the beginning of the month, Wylin once again received a hot news. In June, the Third Icelandic War will break out between the Kingdom of Cube and the Kingdom of his half-elves. When he got the news, Wylin smelled the smell of getting rich. As we all know, war means getting rich, but it is only the countries that have not joined the war that get rich. He still has 12,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion in his hand. In addition to the 2,000 bottles reserved, he can also sell 10,000 bottles. He can even be greedy and increase the price by 5 or 6 times. Once this idea popped into his mind, he couldn't stop it. This time when he went back, he planned to find a way from his father to see if he could contact the military of the Kingdom of Cube. Wylin rode on the red phosphorus horse and looked at the provincial capital of Kadlo province, feeling a little melancholy. 2 years ago, he came here with 14 people and started his pioneering career. 2 years later, he owns a territory, and it's only a matter of time before he becomes a baron. "Let's go to the teleportation array." He showed his identity, and the guards let him go. After passing a smelly street, it was not much different from 2 years ago, except that it was shabby. It was still shabby. Outside the teleportation hall, Wylin asked Kyle to lead the horse while he went to pay the fee. 300 gold coins per person, 50 gold coins per horse, and the teleportation fee for 2 people and 2 horses was 700 gold coins. After waiting for almost 2 hours, Wylin and his companions, and more than a dozen other nobles heading to Zih province, entered the teleportation array. 4 mages standing at the 4 corners of the teleportation array began to inject magic into the surrounding instruments. The element pool located below the teleportation array was activated, providing energy for the surrounding magic arrays. A few seconds later, a large number of magic arrays were activated. After the white light passed, the surrounding scene changed greatly. Looking at Kyle's pale face, Varen supported him and led the 2 horses to the side to rest. "Have you recovered yet?" "Thank you, Lord. My subordinate is feeling much better." Kyle's face returned to rosy, and he replied with some shame. "It's okay. It's your first time using the long-distance teleportation array. It's normal for you to feel a little uncomfortable." Wylin patted Kyle on the shoulder and comforted him. Afterwards, the 2 of them led the horses out of the teleportation hall, walked on the clean and tidy streets, and felt very comfortable looking at the environment of the provincial capital of Zih province. "Time is tight. I will take you around next time." Seeing the hope in Kyle's eyes, Varen got on his horse and smiled at him. "My lord, my subordinate is in trouble." The horse's hooves stepped on the bluestone floor and passed through the crowded streets. The 2 of them left the city smoothly. After 3 days and 2 nights of journey, Wylin finally arrived at Yingxing County, Zih province. Everything around them is still so harmonious. Compared with the border areas, the civilians living in the Eagle territory are undoubtedly much happier. They have spare money to send their children to school, become professionals, and have a path to advancement. In his own territory, Wylin showed off his family crest openly. Whether they were passing troops, merchants, or busy civilians, when they saw the Akers family emblem on Wyland's chest, there was no fear in their eyes, but only respect, and they were grateful for the Akers family's gift, everything about them. Along the way, Kyle was shocked countless times. He knew that his master's family was very powerful, but he didn't expect to be so loved. Kyle, there are no serfs in the Eagle territory. As Windsor Castle got closer and closer, Varen was in a good mood and couldn't help but explain to Kyle. In the Eagle territory, every civilian has an upward path. They can send their children to take professional tests for free. They can study in various academies such as Warrior Academy, Knight Academy, Magic Academy, etc. The outstanding ones will be recruited by the Akers family, absorb and cultivate. Baird and the others came up through this channel, so each of them is very capable. Meanwhile, inside Windsor Castle, Master Wyland has returned to the West River province and will arrive at Windsor Castle in 3 hours. A shadow stalker knelt on the ground and reported respectfully. Angus held a few pages of paper in his hand, which recorded some information about Varen in the past 2 years. Go and inform Madam that Varen is back. Yes, sir. A butler stepped forward to salute and then left the study. You go down too. Yes, master. Shadow Stalker gradually disappeared. Angus took a few pieces of paper in his hand, went to the bookshelf, and took out a book titled The Growth Record of the Children. Open it and flip to the unit of Wyland, and put the 3 pieces of paper in your hand. It has been 3 years since the eldest son, Ilyssus, went to the Hurricane Earl Ivlios to be tested. The second daughter, Althea, has now become a golden paladin of the Knights Templar, one of the 3 major knights of the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Ilia, and has also become a golden priest of the Goddess of Life, which is worrying. The third daughter, Clara, has a rebellious character and ran away to become an adventurer. She recently appeared in the Ayers Natural Elf Kingdom and is a troublesome daughter. The fourth son, Lyses, went to open up the great forest of Leia. There were dangers, but he also grew up a lot, which is quite his style. The fifth son, Wyland, was the most unexpected heir to him. He had turned disaster into good fortune. According to the intelligence, some of them he could not understand. The mysterious legendary strong man, the inexplicable sudden increase in wealth, and the good but too good luck, was so mysterious that they made him somewhat unpredictable. If he hadn't watched him grow up with his own eyes, he would have doubted that this was not his son. It doesn't matter, everyone has his own destiny. Angus shook his head and put the books back on the shelf. There are 5 children, the eldest is nearly 50 and the youngest is already 20. But it didn't matter. He was nearly 60 years old before he was forced by his father to marry the youngest daughter of the Duke of Moravia. After less than 20 years of marriage, his father forced him to take the position of Earl Eagle, and he took his mother to travel around the kingdom. But he is very satisfied with his wife Alyssa Moravia and loves her very much. He is knowledgeable, gentle, and considerate, has a gentle personality, and is not weak in strength. However, after the trial of Ilyssus is completed, marriage should be put on the agenda. In an auxiliary castle of Windsor Castle, Angus's wife Alyssa was a little happy when she heard that her son was back. She ordered the head maid beside her, "Go and inform the kitchen to bring the body of the green beast that my father sent. The cooking part." "Yes, ma'am," the head maid Lelia replied before leaving the room. After a long journey, Varen looked at the nearby Windsor Castle and felt nostalgic. Master Wyland. Entering the entrance of the castle, the knight on duty beat his chest and saluted, saying respectfully. Wyland knew very well why the people around him were not surprised. "I am afraid that when I first stepped into the Eagle territory, my father Angus already knew my whereabouts." Skillfully handing over the red phosphorus horse and the purple horse to the servant, Varen stepped on the stone slabs of Windsor Castle and walked all the way to the main castle. "Kyle, wait here first, I'll go see my father." "Yes, my lord." Kyle came to the stone bench next to him and sat down quietly. Wyland took a deep breath, patted the storage book hidden in his chest, and walked towards his father's study. When he arrived in front of the familiar study, Wyland knocked on the door gently. "Come in." Hearing his father's familiar and majestic voice, Wyland pushed open the door and walked into the study. "Father." "Well, I'm back safely." Angus put down the pen in his hand, looked up at Wai Lin and showed a gentle smile. Looking at his father's kind expression, Wai Lin's nervous mood gradually calmed down. "Father, I came back this time mainly to give you something." As soon as Wai Lin finished speaking, he took out the storage book hidden in his chest, came to his father, opened the first page and explained, "This is a golden apple tree. I got it by accident, but I don't have the ability to support it. This plant can only grow in a high magic environment and needs druids to take care of it all the time to relieve the mood of the plant. The fruit of the golden apple tree can improve the talent for cultivation." Listening to Wai Lin's explanation, Angus was shocked and said in a deep voice, "Where did you get this treasure?" Seeing this, Wai Lin roughly described what happened, but hid all the important parts. Angus did not expose this explanation full of loopholes. Everyone has his own secrets. Even if he is Wai Lin's father, he should respect his privacy. "Eagle leader, that's about it. What do you want from giving this to the family?" Angus looked at Varen and asked, "I want a manor, and it must be in a magical environment." Looking directly at his father, Wai Lin said the answer he had thought about for a long time. "Is it that simple?" Angus' tone didn't change much, just like a normal conversation. "It's that simple," Varen replied with a clear conscience. Looking at his youngest son, Angus was silent and then said, "I will give you the manor. In addition, the family promises you 3 things. "Is anything possible?" Wai Lin asked in disbelief. "Of course it's impossible." Angus touched Wai Lin's head and said in a gentle tone, "Within a certain tolerance. The family will try its best to meet your conditions." "Thank you, father." Wai Lin felt a little comfortable feeling the long-lost father's love. "Your mother should have prepared dinner." Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Angus said to Varen. Upon hearing this, Varen said to the old butler on the side, "Uncle Winston, my knight is still waiting for me outside the main castle. Please make arrangements." "Please leave it to me, Master Wai Lin." Seeing his master nodding, the old housekeeper took over this small matter meticulously. "Let's go. I'm afraid your mother can't wait any longer." Afterwards, Varen followed Angus and headed to the hall of the No. 1 Vice Fort. On the way, he suddenly remembered something and said to Angus, "Father, I met Medmonkey Colombo in the province of Cadero, and he asked me to say hello to you." Angus couldn't help but slow down and said with some emotion, "I heard that he has served as the leader of the 16th Knights of the Kingdom. Although it is a knighthood that was rebuilt after destruction, it can be considered quite accomplished. Father, Mr. Medmunch has now broken through the gold level and been promoted to the soul level." "Why are you still at the high gold level?" Wai Lin asked bravely while observing his father's face. Angus suddenly stopped, looked at his son's clear eyes and said, "Since you want to understand, let me tell you." Seeing this, Wai Lin followed his father to the chair next to him and sat down. 40 years ago, I had not yet taken over the position of Earl Eagle from your grandfather. Of course, you were not born yet at that time. Back then, the Third Kingdom of the Holy Dawn launched a conquest against the Black Orcs in the human world in the East and West Naps region. In order to avoid your grandfather's succession, I joined the expeditionary army formed by the Church of Life. In the year 9677 of the glorious calendar, nearly 3 million human coalition forces gathered at the border between the Kingdom of Belfaz and the Principality of Dawn. Among them, the Principality of Libovi, the Kingdom of Belfaz, and the Principality of Dawn accounted for 80% of the coalition forces, and most of the basic soldiers. They took it all out. Wai Lin heard a different emotion in his father's tone. He also understood that the basic soldiers in his father's words were just a modified title. In other words, the 2.4 million cannon fodder in the coalition forces were provided by these 3 countries. In addition, the Third Kingdom of the Holy Dawn has sent 400,000 troops, which is the well-deserved main force in the coalition. The remaining 200,000 are the expeditionary troops of various countries, and they are also crouching tigers, hidden dragons. In addition, the Holy Kingdom of Shia sent 2 million troops to assist the human coalition in attacking the Black Orcs. This war lasted for 6 years, and there was fighting almost every day. In the Battle of Sand Mountain, 300,000 human troops faced 200,000 Black Orcs. Due to a command error, our army was defeated. My legion was responsible for covering the retreat of the army and was seriously injured, damaging its foundation. Father, as far as I know, the human coalition should have won the Sand Mountain War, Wylan asked with some confusion. Ha ha ha. Angus patted Wylan on the shoulder and then explained, our expeditionary force composed of the Kingdom of Ilia, only 20,000 people, defeated the 60,000 black orcs who were chasing them and finally survived. Among the thousands of people, Medmanchi Colombo was one of them, and he was the captain of the flag guard under me at the time. The purpose of claiming victory in this war is to avoid a decline in the morale of the human coalition, coupled with the strong combat effectiveness of our Ilians. They have increased their propaganda on us from the side and boosted their morale so. This is how the honorary bishop of the Church of Life in you, Father, and the commander of the extra staff army of the Third Kingdom of the Holy Morning came to be, yes. Among the hundreds of people who survived at that time, I had the highest status and strength. These 2 honorary titles were added to my head. Seeing the incomprehensible look in his son's eyes, Angus glared at it and then said, "What are you thinking about? You paid for it with your life, so you can take it easy on the battlefield for me in the future." "Yes, Father, I understand." Wylan extinguished his fantasies, lowered his head and answered honestly. "By the way, Father, are you injured? Although the foundation has been damaged, it has been almost repaired in the past 40 years. It has even been a blessing in disguise. The foundation has become much stronger. I feel that the day when the mirror was broken will be in these few years." "Kindness." Wylan nodded and asked no more questions. Then the 2 stood up from the stone bench and walked towards the hall of Deputy Fort No. 1. "My dear Angus, does it take so long for such a small distance?" Alyssa looked at Angus with a hint of reproach in her gentle tone. "I wasted some time by talking to Wylan about some past things." Angus showed his tender side and smiled apologetically at Alyssa. "Mother, long time no see." Wylan stepped forward and saluted Alyssa. "I have grown taller, and my strength has also increased." "A lot." Alyssa stepped forward and hugged Wylan gently, and then said, "My dear Wylan, your grandfather sent a gold-level magic beast a few months ago. Today, I've cooked a lot, so I need to eat more." "I know, Mother." Looking at Alyssa's warm smile, Varen felt that his tired heart was healed. In a joyful atmosphere, a family of 3 completed this ordinary but warm dinner. After the dinner, Varen said goodbye to Angus and Alyssa and returned to Vice Fort No. 7, returned to the room where he had lived for more than 10 years and began to rest. Early the next morning, Varen came to the main castle hall and waited for his father Angus. "Varen, follow me." Angus came to the main castle hall and took Wylan to the 6th auxiliary castle. "Grown-ups." The 2 silver knights standing at the basement door beat their chests and saluted. Angus took out his exclusive token, and the 2 silver knights opened the door to the basement. Wylan was a little curious, but still followed his father into the basement without saying a word. After more than 20 steps, the 2 came to a wide space. There is a teleportation array in the center of the basement, and there is a small element pool around it to provide energy for the teleportation array. Angus turned his head and looked at Wylan seriously and said, "Next you will be exposed to some family secrets. Remember not to communicate with others." "Father, I understand." Then the 2 stood in the center of the small teleportation array, and the teleportation array started automatically. A flash of white light passed, and the figures of the 2 disappeared. Bayan Plantation. The secret plantation of the X family is located in the Bayan Canyon of Yingxing County, Yingling Territory. There is a huge magic crystal vein underground, which makes the whole plantation contain a high magic energy environment. The entire Bayan Canyon covers an area of 30 square kilometers and is covered by a layer of light curtain to shield the surrounding temptations. Less than 100 kilometers away from here, the falling stone plain is the station of the Eagle Knights. The scene changed, and when Wylan opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the dark basement, but in the garden. "Follow me." After hearing this, Wylan followed his father. There were many magical plants along the way, and many people were taking good care of them. This is the family's secret plantation, which has collected many extremely rare and precious plants, and can bring the family 30 million gold coins a year. Every year, our line can get about 12 million gold coins. While walking, Wylan listened to his father's words and silently estimated in his heart. This palm-sized place is equivalent to the income brought to their line by 4 eagle ties. Angus, you are here. An old man with gray beard and casual clothes stopped his work and said to Angus with a smile. Angus bowed and saluted and then introduced to Wylan. Wylan, this is Arlo Axe, your grandfather's 4th brother, a druid master. Junior meets Grandpa Arlo. Wylan came to Arlo, bowed and saluted, expressing his respect. You are so good here, a gift for meeting. Arlo took out a few seeds from his worn pocket and handed them to Wylan. Looking at the seeds emitting a faint light, Wylan took the seeds from Arlo and carefully put them away. The things sent by the druid master were good things without any hesitation. He could not wait to go back and cultivate them. 4th grandfather, I came to you today for something. Wait a moment, wait until I'm done. After that, Arlo ignored Angus and his son and gently stroked the magic plants. After a while, the magic plants swayed their branches and leaves, as if responding to Arlo. Good, good, all good children, grow strong today. Wylan watched his 4th grandfather communicate with other plants tirelessly, praising them from time to time and attracting responses from the magic plants. An hour later, Arlo stopped, came to Angus, and said casually, "Tell me what's the matter." Then Angus made a brief statement. "Come, grandson, follow Grandpa. Let's find a warm home for the golden apple tree." Before Angus finished speaking, Arlo took Wylan's hand and headed deep into the plantation. After a long distance, the 3 of them came to a place with extremely high magic power. This is the core of the magic crystal vein, which should be able to meet the requirements for growing golden apple trees. Seeing this, Wylan took out the storage book from his arms, tore off the page with the golden apple tree, and threw it to the open space in front. The page was wrapped in light, blended into the soil, and slowly spread upwards. In less than a minute, a huge ball of light was formed. Suddenly, the light dissipated, and a 13-meter-high tree, hugged by 3 people, and the whole golden tree appeared in front of everyone. As if it was liberated from a confined space, the golden apple tree shook its branches and leaves, as if celebrating. Arlo approached the golden apple tree, gently stroked the trunk, injected his own magic power, closed his eyes, and communicated with it. Seeing this, Angus and his son looked at each other in bewilderment and could only retreat to the side to continue waiting, not daring to disturb Arlo's communication with the golden apple tree. After more than 10 minutes, Arlo opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Good boy, this is your new home. Don't be lonely, don't worry, Grandpa will come to talk to you every day." Who? Magical breeze blew on Wylan's face, opening his eyes and making him understand that plants also have thoughts. "Wylan, thank you for letting the golden apple tree join the new family of Bayan Plantation Manor. I have another child." Arlo stepped forward and took Wylan's hand, saying slowly, This is what I should do, Grandpa Arlo." Wylan took a deep breath and replied to Arlo, "4th uncle, since there is nothing to do, we will go back first." "Then I won't keep you," Arlo said with a smile, waved goodbye, and then sat under the golden apple tree to talk. On the way back, Wylan couldn't help but ask, "Father, how old is Grandpa Arlo?" "Let me think about it. My father is 262 this year, and my 4th uncle was born 40 years later, so he should be 222 now. The 1st-generation ancestor of the X family, from nothing to something, from a commoner to an earl, took only 120 years, and he got married when he became an earl. The reason, Wylan read in the family history, was just for a promise to a friend. When watching this paragraph at that time, Wylan thought that his ancestor was the son of destiny in this world, but he didn't expect that he could not break through the gold in his lifetime and died 150 years later. Perhaps the ancestor set a bad example, causing most of the descendants of the X family to get married very late. The earliest married person in the main branch of the X family was his father Angus, who got married at the age of 60 and is now 110 years old. The situations of other branches are different, but most of them are in their 30s. But then again, although the members of the X family got married relatively late, the population of each generation was prosperous, so that the size of the family was not affected, and even the inheritance was orderly to avoid infighting. Perhaps it won't be long before this record may be broken by his eldest brother Ilyssus. Then Grandpa Aro is a druid master, soul level, and has a lifespan of at least 500 years. Why does he look so old? He has an old mentality. Fourth uncle has been showing this appearance for more than 30 years. Angus shook his head and said nothing more. Then the two of them returned to Windsor Castle through the teleportation array. On the afternoon of the day, he returned to Windsor Castle. Wylin once again came to his father's study. "Wylin, here are some manor materials that meet your requirements. You can choose one from them as your private property in the Eagle territory." Angus handed Wylin a few pieces of paper and asked him to choose. After Wylin passed the paper, he read the information carefully. It recorded the geographical location, profitability, staffing, and various outputs of the manor. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Wylin finally chose a manor called Shuyu Manor, located at the northern end of Yuying County. "Tomorrow, I will let Windsor register Shuyu Manor in your name. The family will not interfere with how you deal with it." "Thank you, father." "Don't thank me, this is what you deserve." Angus looked at Wylin and shook his head. "Father, do you have resources to connect with the military of the Kingdom of Cube?" Wylin raised his head and looked at Angus and said, "I don't have it, but Aunt Mealy, the Blood Moon Earl, should have contact with the military of the Kingdom of Cube. You can go to Tonks Province to visit her." Angus did not ask the reason. "I understand, father. How long will you be away?" "A few days." "When will you come back?" "I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 years, maybe more than 10 years. Before you leave, spend more time with your mother. Don't be reckless, be more patient. No matter when, we are a solid backing." "I know, father." Confused, Wylin left the study. For the next week, Wylin stayed in Windsor Castle to accompany his mother. Warm time is always short. Outside Windsor Castle, Wylin looked at his father and mother standing on the city wall, waved his hand, and said goodbye formally, and then drove the red phosphorus horse to Shuyu Manor in Yuying County. After 2 days of travel, Wylin took out his father's written order, plus the order signed by the highest governor of Yuying County, and officially obtained the ownership of Shuyu Manor. "Master Wylin, let me introduce you to the basic situation of Shuyu Manor." Rokas, the housekeeper of Shuyu Manor, said respectfully. Yes, Wylin nodded and motioned him to continue. Shuyu Manor covers an area of 3,000 acres and has a history of 180 years. I am the 9th steward of this manor and have been managing Shuyu Manor for 18 years. Nowadays, Shuyu Manor has 235 employees, 350 horses, 3 wineries, 6 warehouses, and 500 acres of grape planting land. Shuyu Manor's main business is winemaking. It produces 210,000 bottles of Shuyu wine every year. In addition to the 10,000 bottles provided to the family, the remaining 200,000 bottles are sold to the Eagle Chamber of Commerce run by the family at 3 silver coins per bottle, making a profit of 60,000 gold coins. Excluding costs and other expenses such as personnel employment costs, the net profit is 25,000 gold coins. Well, I am not here to seize your management rights. How it was operated before will continue to be operated in the future. There is no need to make much change. Yes, Master Wylin. Steward Rokas breathed a sigh of relief, but on the surface he remained calm. In the next few days, clean up 20 acres of land. And I will plant a crop here. I will complete your order as soon as possible, Master Wylin. Then Wylin and Kyle followed the butler Rokas to the rest residence. As for why he was not worried about the butler Rokas's corruption and reselling of assets, the intelligence force under his father's hands was not vegetarian. If you embezzle today, you will lose your head tomorrow. Besides, the ex-family has not been bad to these people, and with a sword hanging over their heads, they naturally have to work with peace of mind and do their best to take care of their own affairs. On the 3rd day of arriving at Shuyu Manor, Rokas waited outside Wylin's residence. When he saw him appear, he stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Master Wylin, the 20 acres of land have been sorted out." "Take me there." Wylin asked Kyle to go to the house to get the storage book, and then followed Rokas to the destination. Looking at the newly erected fences around him, Wylan couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man Rokas a few more times. "Well done. It's my honor to serve you." At this time, Wylan took the storage book from Kyle, tore off the last page, and threw it to the open space in front. After a while, 2 glowing grapes were wrapped around the bracket. They were so large that they almost occupied an acre of land. "Rokas, I heard that your son is studying at the Knight Academy this year." "Yes, Master Wylan," Rokas replied nervously. "These 2 plants are my treasures. As long as you take good care of them, I can write a letter of recommendation to recommend your son to Windsor Castle to receive Knight Squire training in 5 years." "Thank you, Master Wylan. Thank you, Master Wylan." Rokas knelt on the ground and said with tears of gratitude. "Get up." Hearing this, Rokas got up quickly, patted the dirt on his body, and stood aside respectfully. "These 2 plants are now in your Shuyu manor. Take good care of them. Make the grapes into wine every year and send them to the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. You don't have to worry about the rest." "As you command." Due to the harsh, growing environment of the luminous grapes, Wylan could only plant them here and transport them to the provincial capital of Zih province through his own Chamber of Commerce, and send people to retrieve them every year. In the next few days, Wylan stayed in Shuyu Manor to check the growth of the luminous grapes. During this period, Rokas tried his best to please Wylan, and he considered every aspect carefully, hoping to leave a deep impression on the other party, so as not to forget himself as a small figure. A week after arriving at Shuyu Manor, Wylan found that the luminous grapes were growing well, so he prepared to leave here and go to Tonks province to visit the Blood Moon Earl, open the Ice Blue Potion business road, and make a lot of money. After Wylan left, Rokas breathed a sigh of relief, touched his 8-year-old son's head, and said to him solemnly, "Anthony, your father is lucky this time. I met a big man from the family. I finally got this opportunity for you. Father, according to your status plus my talent, if you train hard in the past 5 years, you will also have the opportunity to go to Windsor Castle. Why do you still do this? You will understand in the future. Now in the past 5 years, train hard and don't let your father down." "Father, I will fight for you. Not for me to fight for honor, but for yourself and for our family. Do you understand?" "I understand, Father." The young Anthony nodded solemnly. After arriving at the provincial capital of Zih province, Wylan paid 700 gold coins and went to Tonks province, the southern border province of the kingdom, through the teleportation array. Tonks province covers an area of more than 500,000 square kilometers and has a forest coverage rate of 80%. Most of the nobles here rely on the output of precious wood and exotic plants as the mainstay of their economy. A long time ago, Tonks province was small, with an area of less than 200,000 square kilometers. It wasn't until more than 60 years ago that a war broke out between the Kingdom of Ilia and the half-elf Kingdom of Ys, and they won the war. A piece of flesh was bitten off the half-elf's body, and today's Tonks province was formed. This war gave birth to a countess, Count Bloodmoon Miley Axe. She used her wisdom and iron-blooded methods to destroy an army of half-elf rangers, turning the tide of the war in one fell swoop. On the way to the Blood Moon territory, Varen recalled some information about his family elder. 1 generation higher than his father, he is his grandfather's cousin, a member of a side clan whose origins can be traced back to the 3rd son of the 2nd Earl of Eagle. "What should we call the meeting?" "Call me Grandma. Why does it feel weird?" "My lord, there is an outpost ahead." Kyle looked ahead and interrupted Wylan's thinking. Wylan shook his head and threw these strange thoughts out of his mind. He raised his head and looked at the outpost a few hundred meters away, and then looked at the noble flag erected on it. A blood moon was located in the center of the dark red noble flag. In the center is a broken ranger scimitar. "We're here. This should be the border of the Blood Moon territory. Please show your pass or noble family crest." A knight wearing dark red armor came to Varen and said to him politely. Seeing this, Varen took out the coat of arms of the Akers family and gave it to him. The knight took the badge and inspected it carefully. He looked at Varen from time to time, his eyes gradually becoming awe-inspiring. And he respectfully handed back the noble badge, "My lord, what is your business here? Do you need us to serve you?" "I want to take this opportunity to visit the scenery of the Blood Moon territory, so I won't bother you." Wylin put away his family crest and responded gently. "Sir, please wait a moment." A few minutes later, the knight came back with a red pass and handed it to Varen respectfully. "This knight, what are you doing?" Wylin looked at the red pass in his hand and asked with some confusion. "Sir, this is the order of our lord. For members of the Acres family, let us give a red pass to enter the towns along the way. You only need to show the red pass to the local consul. I can ask one more question: why you set up an outpost here? I remember that the Blood Moon territory is still some distance from the border." Hearing this, the knight explained bitterly, "Perhaps our lord is too kind. Compared with the surrounding noble territories, the Blood Moon territory seems like a paradise. Every year, countless serfs or free people bring their families. Escape. Many surrounding nobles have protested many times. Coupled with the instructions from the royal capital, my lord can only set up outposts at the border with other nobles to conduct inspections and give an explanation to the surrounding nobles." "Knight, thank you for clarifying my doubts." "It is my pleasure, my lord." Then the knight let him go. After successfully passing through the outpost, you officially entered the Blood Moon territory. Looking around, there were towering trees everywhere. Varen understood that this was the Blood Moon territory, the most elite part of the entire Tonks province, and belonged to the territory of Blood Moon Count Miyali. "Sir, why can your family treat common people or serfs well within a limited scope?" Kyle asked bravely. "It's very simple. We have family endorsement and serve as backers. The lower-level nobles, that is, the barons and viscounts, if they want to survive in the kingdom and have a way to earn military exploits, they must rely on other earls and marquises, so they need to hand in donations every year. Otherwise, even if you have the strength, I will arrange a task for you to escort military rations. If you get a few points of military merit in a military operation, it may take hundreds of years to go from baron to viscount, and you will still be ostracized by the same nobles. In addition, precious materials, such as the red phosphorus horse under my crotch, will only circulate among the earl family and above, and the lower noble families have no chance to obtain it. Even if a certain earl or marquis shows mercy, they'd also cost several times the price to barely buy it, and it still cannot be reproduced. Finally, and most importantly, our family has a very good tradition. There are not so many struggles. The lowest tax rate has always been applied to the territory. We even support the development of the territory through other means. Obtain enough high-quality soldiers from it, and continuously support the family, forming a virtuous cycle. Did you see the knight in dark red armor just now?" Hearing this, Kyle nodded heavily. "I'm sure that he is just an ordinary bronze knight in the Blood Moon territory, but in the families of other lower-level baron nobles. Although he is not as good as the direct heirs they spent a lot of money to cultivate, he is much better than those other heirs. In other words, he may be better than Duke. Yes, if Raimundo hadn't trained Duke, he might not have been able to defeat the knight in dark red armor. Okay, don't think too much. With my training, you don't have to worry about the future." "Yes, Lord." Kyle touched his head and smiled honestly. Passing through the towns, along the Blood Moon territory, Varen enjoyed the treatment of a VIP. Almost every town I passed through was full of food and drinks. If the two had not traveled light and tried their best to refuse, they would have had to get a few carriages to transport the goods. After a while, Wylin arrived at the center of Blood Moon territory, Blood Moon City, a city built around Blood Moon Castle. After showing the red pass to the guard on duty at the city gate, Wylin took Kyle into this young city. The roads were clean and tidy, and every resident had a smile from the heart on his face. The atmosphere was full of fireworks, which showed that the Count of Blood Moon was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Crossing the wide streets, Wylin went straight to the Blood Moon Castle in the East District of Blood Moon City. Compared with the prosperity and bustle of the other three districts, this place was much quieter, and there were fully armed guards patrolling everywhere. Suddenly, a black shadow flew by, and Wylin looked up and saw a knight riding a two-winged dragon flying through the air. Dragon Knights. Count Blood Moon has 12 Dragon Knights under his command. Each of them is gold level. I didn't expect to see one today. looking at the dragon knights flying freely in the sky. Wylan was very envious and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that his father only has a 100+ griffin knights to serve as a face, which seems not as impressive as Count Blood Moon. When I have the strength, I will definitely get a flying knight group. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. After the beautiful fantasy, Wylan had not yet arrived at the castle gate, but saw a young man in black clothes standing at the castle gate, looking at him with a smile. "Excuse me, who are you?" Wylan handed the red phosphorus horse to Kyle and walked up to ask. "Drigos, the eldest son of the Blood Moon Earl." "So, uncle, you are waiting for me here." "Ha ha ha, almost. My mother received a message from cousin Angus half a month ago saying that you were coming to the Blood Moon territory, but I didn't expect you to arrive now." Drigos looked at his eldest nephew with a smile. "Well, the Blood Moon people along the way were too hospitable, and it took a little more time on the road." Drigos waved his hand to call a knight and ordered him, "Take my nephew's followers down and settle them down, and don't neglect them." "Yes, Lord Drigos." "Come on, follow me." Wylan followed Drigos into the Blood Moon Castle. Entering the castle, Wylan was deeply shocked. In the center of the castle is a huge fountain, with herbs planted beside it, and many small creatures flying among the flowers. "Who is he?" Hearing the source of the sound, Wylan looked left and right, but couldn't find anyone. Here. Wylan lowered his head and looked at a small humanoid creature, the size of a palm, appearing in front of him. Drigos smiled and explained, "Sister Virit, this is my nephew Wylan, who came to visit my mother." "Ah, Zio, my Yali's descendant, you smell so good." Virit circled Wylan a few times, then sat on his shoulder. "Did you bring anything?" When Wylan heard it, he was stunned, and then he took out the ice blue potion he carried with him from his arms. The moment he took out the ice blue potion, he saw Virit waving his little hand and holding the potion in front of him with the invisible magician's hand. An unexpected product, produced under unconventional conditions, so magical. Then Virit took out a fruit with an attractive luster out of thin air, as big as her body. "Little Wylan, can I exchange this for your things?" "Sir Virit, I'll give it to you if you want it." "You are so kind, I can feel that you are sincere." Virit flew around Wylan for a few more circles, then took out another fruit and said happily, "One sweet fruit is for exchange, and the other sweet fruit is a reward for you." The two fruits flew in front of Wylan and fell into his arms. Virit then disappeared in front of the two with the ice blue potion. "Uncle, what's going on?" Wylan held two sweet fruits and looked at Drigos in confusion. Drigos smiled and replied, "Wylan, Sister Virit is a mysterious fairy family. She just went back to her secret garden. More than 100 years ago, she signed an equal contract with my mother and now lives in our house." "Oh." Wylan nodded, put the two sweet fruits in his pocket, and continued to follow Drigos. After passing through the inner city wall, Wylan followed Drigos to a training ground. In the middle of the training ground, a man and a woman in training clothes was simply competing in swordsmanship. The speed was so fast that Wylan could only see the shadow of the knight's sword. In an instant, the middle-aged man flew out of the training ground and fell in front of Wylan. "Vitras, you are cheating." Seeing this, Drigos stepped forward to help the middle-aged man up. "Okay, my dear Mealy, you won the 3927th competition. Look, I am injured." The middle-aged man handed the knight's sword to Drigos, holding his chest and making a painful expression. "You are still like this. I decided to throw you to the border for a few months." Mealy glared at Vitras and said calmly, No, my most beloved lady. I just came back." Vitras immediately became lively, knelt on one knee, held Mealy's hands and said very sincerely, "Father, mother, stop making trouble." Looking at his two parents showing their love, Drigos covered his forehead and said helplessly, "Get up, let's see how you perform tonight." Yes, I will definitely perform well." Vitras got up quickly, took the knight's sword from his wife's hand, and put it on the weapon rack next to him. At this time, Mealy cast her eyes on Wylan and waved to him with a smile. Seeing this, Wylan could only walk towards the Blood Moon Earl. Wylan has seen my aunt. He looks a little like Angus, but more like your mother Alyssa. Mealy looked him up and down and said kindly. Vitris came to Mealy and agreed. Madam is right, this kid really looks more like Alyssa. Meet my uncle. Good boy, wait a few days, my uncle will take you to a fun place. Vitris put his arm around Wylan's shoulder and whispered to Wylan. Vitris, don't think I can't hear you. Mealy grabbed Vitris's ears and said with a smile, if I find out you go to that kind of place again, I'll break your legs. Promise I won't let you find out, Vitris muttered softly. What did you say? Feeling the increasing force coming from his ears, Vitris immediately admitted his weakness. No, nothing, I didn't say anything, madam, you heard it wrong. It's better this way. If you lead Wylan astray, I'll let my mother deal with you. No, 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 madam, please don't tell your mother. You don't want your dear husband to be unable to get out of bed for 3 months, right? When Vitris thought of his mother, he immediately begged for mercy. Wylan, who was standing aside, was really fed a mouthful of dog food. However, according to the strength of the aunt and uncle, the soul is in the middle stage, and the lifespan is 800 years. With their lifespan of less than 200 years, their life has just begun. Wylan, remember to stay away from this old pervert. Mealy turned her head and looked at Wy, saying kindly. Seeing the atmosphere getting awkward, Dorigo stepped forward and said helplessly, Okay, mother, I believe my father will not do such a thing. Okay, Dorigo's my son, keep an eye on your father. Seeing her eldest son talking, Mealy glared at Vitris fiercely again, causing the other party to smile again. Don't worry, mother. Have already informed all the entertainment venues in the city. As long as my father goes there, they will definitely stop operating. No, no, Drigos, how could you do this? You can't do this to your father. Wylan looked at his uncle and found that he was really a little sad this time, not like he was acting. But Mealy and Drigos ignored Vitris, who was kneeling on the ground and crying, and took Wylan to visit their castle. After spending several hours, Wylan, accompanied by the Blood Moon Earl and his family, toured the entire castle. Although the Blood Moon Castle only occupies a quarter of the area of Windsor Castle, it is very suitable for living. It can be seen that this aunt of his is a person who knows how to live. But then again, after all, the Blood Moon Earl is the founder of the Blood Moon territory, and how she wants to design her own castle naturally depends on her own preferences. Although there are other castles with beautiful environments in the Eagle territory, Windsor Castle was built by the ancestors, and the family motto was established. The main line of the X family must take Windsor Castle. As the foundation, eliminate enjoyment, do it yourself. Do not use other people's hands for trivial matters in life, to avoid corrupting their fighting will. But every few years, the Eagle Earl will still go to other castles with his family to live for a few months. Wylan, what do you think of the Blood Moon Castle? Mealy looked at her nephew and asked kindly. Wylan replied respectfully, Auntie, Blood Moon Castle is beautiful, the most beautiful castle I have ever seen. You have good taste. Mealy's vanity was greatly satisfied, and the smile on her face became brighter. By the way, I heard from your father that you want to contact the military of the Kingdom of Cube. Yes, Auntie, I guess the situation between the Kingdom of Cube and the Kingdom of his half-elves is getting more and more tense, and a war may break out. I want to take this opportunity to trade, make money, and develop my territory. Wylan did not hide it and told the truth directly, stating the purpose of his visit this time. Mealy, Vitris, and Drigos looked at each other, and they all read shock from each other's eyes. Virand, do you know why I returned to Blood Moon Castle from the border this time? Vitris said with a serious face, no longer careless as before. Before Wylan could answer, Mealy spoke first. Your uncle came back this time because the military of the Kingdom of Cube contacted us secretly and wanted to purchase a batch of military supplies. Wylan, I can only say that you are worthy of being the descendant of Cousin Angus. He is known as the military god of the kingdom, and your vision is naturally not bad. Dorigos was very emotional. They only knew about this kind of thing recently, and they didn't expect that their nephew had already rushed here. Wylan was confused, but he had to pretend to be calm and said with a smile, It's nothing. The main reason is that I am short of money recently, and it is not easy to borrow money from the family. I made a random analysis and found that the Kingdom of Cube and the Kingdom of the Half-Elves of Iz would go to war. Then I rushed here in a hurry. You are a genius, Wylin. I believe you will eventually shine and even surpass your father. Uncle, you are joking, Wylin responded skillfully. Miali said, in a week. The military representatives of the Kingdom of Cube will arrive in Blood Moon City. I have also secretly notified the earls and marquises of the surrounding provinces. They will come here to discuss. You will follow Drigos to participate in this trade fair. It depends on you whether you can sell it or not. Thank you, Auntie, Wylin said gratefully. In the next week, Wylin lived a very comfortable life. He even experienced the feeling of driving a flying dragon and being a pseudo-dragon knight. On the evening of June 3, Wylin followed Drigos to an underground song and dance theater in the West City district. Lord Drigos. A powerful knight came to Drigos and reported respectfully. Drigos looked at the Golden Knight Carol and asked expressionlessly, Carol, how is the trade fair going? 8 earls, 3 marquises, the Duke of Moravia and the Duke of Stoya have all sent people here, and the capital has also sent 3 shadow knights here. Ensure the safety of the underground opera house. If this transaction is exposed, it will affect the diplomatic relations we have established with the half-elf kingdom of Iz. Please rest assured, sir. I swear on my life that there will be no accidents. Wylin wore a mask throughout the whole process and followed Drigos silently. At this time, Drigos took Wylin to the backstage of the underground opera house and whispered, Wylin, the Kingdom of Cube has plenty of money. When the other party asks you how much money you want, you should first increase it tenfold, and then bargain with the other party. This is not good. Although he said so, Wylin remembered Drigos' words deeply. These tycoons have made a lot of money over the years by relying on their superior geographical advantages. It would be unreasonable not to make a profit from them. The trade fair has officially begun. Please abide by the rules. A tempting voice came, almost making Wylin lose his mind. If it weren't for Drigos patting his shoulder at the critical moment, I'm afraid that love would appear in his eyes. Uncle, I'm embarrassed. It's okay. Andrea is the bishop of the god of opera and art. It's normal for you to react like this. Drigos patted Wylin on the shoulder and told him not to mind. Let's go, the transaction has begun. Wylin followed Drigos and entered the front desk of the underground opera house. As soon as the curtain was opened, hundreds of people gathered in the center of the opera house, and each person had a commodity in front of him. Then came the military representatives of the Kingdom of Cube. They acted as customers and bargained with the nobles of the Kingdom of Ilia, who acted as merchants. If the identities of both parties are ignored and the surrounding stands are filled with audiences, it looks like a group drama. God of Plenty, this is too expensive. Goddess of Life, there is a reason why it is expensive. How about I give you a 9.5% discount? If you give me a 20% discount, I can consider it. No, 20% is too cheap. 10% is my last bottom line. Deal. Watching the transaction completed, Wylin couldn't help but open his eyes. He remembered that the fire spirit potion was only 200 gold coins per bottle in the kingdom. The two parties actually completed the transaction of 2,000 bottles of fire spirit potion at a high price of 800 gold coins per bottle, earning an extra 1.2 million gold coins. In this way, both parties showed their expressions that they had made a lot of money. But this is normal. Good things are traded between nobles of the same level, and inferior products will be sold abroad at a higher price. Just when Wylin was bored, a young noble of the Kingdom of Cube came over and asked, Is the effect of your ice blue potion really as you described? Well, if you have any doubts, you can have someone verify it on the spot. The young noble of the Kingdom of Cube whispered in the ear of his follower. After a while, the attendant who left came to Wylin with a potion master. The potion master asked politely, and when Wylin nodded, he cast a spell on the spot and began to test the effect of the ice blue potion. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. After half an hour of the potion master's tossing, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, took another bottle of potion to replenish his magic power, and then nodded to the young noble of the Kingdom of Cube, which was in line with the description. Sir, how much do you offer? The young noble looked at the description on the wooden board again and asked very excitedly, 30 gold coins a bottle, how about it? Deal, the young noble said without thinking. I want as many as you can get. In Wyland's dazzling eyes, a transaction form was filled out, and only the number and signature column were left for Wyland to fill in. In a daze, Wyland wrote down the number of 10,000 and signed the number he represented in the trade fair. As long as Wyland delivers 10,000 bottles of ice blue potion to the Blood Moon territory in 1 month, he can get the 300,000 gold coins. 3 hours later, until the end of the trade fair, Wyland's head was still a little confused. Wyland, how is it? Dorigos came to Wyland's side, like a spring breeze, obviously making a lot of money. It's okay, but it feels a little unreal. It's okay, those rich guys have a lot of money. With the protection of the god of harvest and the superior geographical environment, they are rich. I don't worry about them. I know, uncle. The day after the trade fair, Wyland asked Kyle to take a golden knight with space equipment under the command of Count Blood Moon to the Praying Star Lake to retrieve 10,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion. The transaction has not been completed yet, so he can't leave Blood Moon City directly. Not only him, but also the representatives sent by other nobles. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Wyland got off the bed, opened the door, and found that his uncle was standing at the door stealthily. Uncle, what are you doing at night? Come on, I'll take you to a fun place. When Wyland heard this, he said with a vigilant face, Uncle, if your aunt knows this, you won't be able to save your legs. It's not the kind of place you think. How could a man as pure as your uncle take you to that kind of place? Vitra said a little obscenely, I'll take you to Xiameng Lake for fun. What is that place? Wyland asked with some doubt. You'll know when you go there. Would uncle lie to you? Half pushed and half pushed, coupled with his own curiosity, Wyland followed Vitras to the dragon stable in the dark. Little Annan, be quiet, don't make any noise. Vitra stroked the flying dragon and whispered to comfort him. Afterwards, Wyland followed Vitras on the flying dragon and quietly flew out of the Blood Moon Castle and headed towards Xiameng Lake. Grandpa, you're not here tonight, won't Grandma find out? The cool breeze suddenly calmed Wyland's mind, making him realize that there was a huge loophole here. Don't worry, Miyali and Drigos are out, and they won't be back until the day after tomorrow. We'll be back before tomorrow night, and we'll be fine. Vitras turned his head and patted his chest to assure Wyland. At this moment, a team of thousands of people was moving quickly on a pipeline. In one of the luxurious carriages, Miyali was half lying in the carriage, rubbing her temples. Mother, the early warning array I set up has been triggered. Drigos rode to the carriage, opened the curtain, and said respectfully. Miyali turned sideways to look at Drigos and said expressionlessly, That old thing must have gone to Xiameng Lake, and I'll deal with him when I go back. Drigos mourned for his father for a few seconds in his heart, and then asked the troops to speed up and try to reach Nanya City before dawn. At this time, Vitras, who was riding a flying dragon in the sky, didn't know that a domestic violence was waiting for him. 2 hours later, a huge lake appeared in Wyland's sight. Beautiful Xiameng Lake, here I come. Wyland looked towards the shore. The lights were bright, and there were many people surging. Uncle, why are there so many people here? Wellen, Xiameng Lake is a holy place of love. Every year, many young nobles come here to find their true love. Love, holy place, why did you bring me here? Of course, it is to appreciate things worth appreciating. I can't go anywhere else. Your uncle can only come here to appreciate beautiful things. When the flying dragon docked in the dragon stable of Xiameng Town, Vitras threw Wyland to the mayor of Xiameng Town, asked him to treat him well, and disappeared in the town. Master Wyland, please follow me. The mayor of Xiameng Town is named Fiona Dalons, who has the same surname as his uncle. She is dressed in exquisite and decent aristocratic clothes, a pair of soft flat-heeled cloth shoes, long hair, and has a charming face. Her unworldly temperament always retains that holiness. Wyland admitted that, apart from his mother, Stanasia and Count Blood Moon, this woman was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Mayor Fiona, can you tell me some history of Lake Summer Dream? It is an honor to serve you, Master Wyland. Fiona replied calmly and neither servilely nor arrogantly. While walking on the bustling streets, I listened to Fiona's explanation of the history of Lake Summer Dream. More than 60 years ago, Lake Summer Dream was still the land of half-elves, and the word Summer Dream means sincere and beautiful love in the language of half-elves. So this lake, translated into the common language, is the lake of sincere and beautiful love. Master Wylan is right. Because of this nature, the name of Xiameng Lake has been retained and has not been abolished. For many years, Lord Blood Moon Earl Mia Lai took this opportunity to vigorously promote and develop Xiameng Lake and build many dream gardens. In just 50 years, it has become a famous love sanctuary in the southern part of the Inner Kingdom, attracting countless young nobles to come here, bringing immeasurable economic development to Xiameng Lake. Now many nobles come here because of its reputation. Some hope to gain their beloved, and some bring their families here to play. On the street, beautiful and moving noble girls, handsome noble young men, mature and plump noble young women, elegant and steady noble men in groups slowly walk towards the lake. Master Wylan, where do you want to go now? I'll just take a look, Mayor Fiona. You can do your thing, don't worry about me. Wylan waved his hand and prepared to explore here alone. If you have anything to do, you can always come to the garrison to find me. Yes, sir. After Fiona left, Wylan came to the roadside, picked up an ordinary cat-faced mask from the roadside and asked the vendor, "How much?" "Sir, this mask is carved from a century-old tree. The exterior is decorated with precious true coloring. The interior is coated with a layer of century-old resin. It fits the skin without creating any barrier. It is priced at 3 gold coins." Wylan listened to the merchant's explanation, then took out 2 gold coins from his pocket and threw them to him. Then, with a face on his face, he blended into the team and headed for Xiameng Lake. Wearing a cat face mask, Wylan put his hands behind his head and took a very characteristic step. The surrounding nobles did not reject this. Perhaps in this place, it is only reasonable to put down the aristocratic airs and put down the weight-bearing. Packages. Even at night, the surroundings are lit up by magic streetlights, and the night sky is embellished, making it even more magical. On the stage not far away, a group of gorgeously dressed girls danced a very artistic dance. It is not difficult to see that these girls belong to the Church of the God of Opera and Art. Varin even saw the figure of his great Aunt Vitris. By the lake, many nobles were painting here, recording this scene of harmonious coexistence of natural beauty and humanistic beauty. Walking around, Wylan felt very peaceful. Gyudong. Wylan suddenly took a few steps back, and the person opposite him who had the same reaction was a silver-haired woman opposite. It's just that the other person is wearing a mask, so his specific appearance cannot be seen clearly. "I'm sorry, young lady." "Fine," the silver-haired woman said gently and continued to move forward. Watching the other party's leaving figure, Wylan didn't think much and continued to wander around. From time to time, he would take a look at the scenery painted by some nobles by the lake and have a brief exchange with the other party. After an unknown amount of time, Wylan found a remote corner with few people and lay quietly on the grass, admiring the beautiful scenery. "Excuse me, can I sit here for a while?" Wylan listened to this familiar voice and turned around to find that it was the silver-haired girl he met 2 hours ago. He nodded to her. Seeing the other party nodding, the silver-haired girl found a suitable place to sit down. The two sides maintained a quiet atmosphere until the silver-haired girl took the lead and said, "Did you come to Xiameng Lake for the reputation of the Holy Land of Love?" "I said I was forced here by the elders, do you believe it?" Wylan continued to lie on the grass and replied with his eyes closed. After hearing this, the girl laughed like a silver bell, and then said, "It seems that you are the same as me. Why, you came here by accident too." "Well, that's about it. I followed my uncle to the Blood Moon territory to handle some matters, but it happened to be the Summer Dream Festival in the Blood Moon territory on June 6th. After that, my uncle, how should I say, has some, let's just say he has a teenage mentality. My aunt asked me to keep an eye on her before going out, so she followed her, but she suddenly disappeared. As expected, your uncle should be at the stage program hosted by the Church of Opera and Art." "Really? But you're right. There's no other place here that he would be interested in." The two were silent for a while, and then the silver-haired girl spoke again. "Where are you from?" Zih province, what about you? Province of Ilia. The royal capital. Almost. The two chatted slowly, ranging from the situation between the kingdom and neighboring countries to the geographical environment of the kingdom's provinces. You don't know that the thief used teleportation magic and actually teleported himself to the bathroom of Uncle, the governor. The thief is indeed stupid enough to throw himself into the trap. What do you think of your future partner? Why, your family is urging you to get married. Pretty much my family. How to say they all get married relatively early. Then I have more freedom than you. My father gets married very late. He can't be embarrassed and ask for his son. PFFT. However, I made a request to the family. Only if he defeats me at the same level will I marry him. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss anything else. Does your family agree? Wylan said somewhat unexpectedly. Well, my father, my grandfather, my grandmother, and my other elders all agreed. That's not bad. Only men who are stronger than me can have me, otherwise, I will beat them to the ground, the silver-haired girl said, waving her fist. Upon hearing this, Wylan moved a little to the side. What about you? What do you want from your other half? Just be virtuous, gentle, and have an average appearance. I am a lucky and different person. I ask others to do whatever I want. But I have to be good to my parents. Hey, your requirements are really low. After all, you are here to make a living, and you are not marrying someone back to split the family and ruin your reputation. You're right, everyone has their own ideas. At this time, the silver-haired girl's bracelet suddenly lit up. My uncle showed up, and I'm going to find him. Goodbye. Wylan raised his right hand and waved to her. The silver-haired girl looked at Wylan, who was still lying on the grass, and said happily, I remember your breath. Next time, if we can meet again, I will tell you my name. At that time, we were doing friend. Similarly, I hope we can meet again. After the silver-haired girl left, silence returned to her surroundings. After another half an hour, Vitris came to Wylan, sat next to him, and said with a smile, How is it, Wylan? How do you feel about Xiameng Lake? It's beautiful. Wylan sat up and looked at Vitris, took off his mask, and replied with a smile, I met a strange friend. Not long after, it was dawn. Vitris seemed to have some premonition. He took Wylan back to Blood Moon Castle at noon. When he found that his wife had not returned yet, he was relieved, but he felt something was wrong. After he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Seeing this, Wylan shook his head. He felt that the mistake might appear in the mayor of Xiameng Town, Fiona Dallons, but it was not easy to tell his uncle. On the afternoon of the third day, when Wylan saw his uncle again, he found that his eyes were under heavy dark circles. Uncle, what's wrong with you? I stayed up late these days and I'm a little haggard. It's nothing serious. Okay, Uncle, take care of yourself. After Wylan left, Vitris covered his eyes and breathed. The fighting spirit attached to Mia Lai's eyes will last at least 3 days. Next time I must observe carefully before setting off. I must not repeat the same mistake. This trip is worth it. What do you mean? Count Blood Moon Mia Lai clenched her fists and stared at her husband with a fake smile. No, nothing. Vitris climbed down from the city wall and ran towards the city. Humph, you want to run? Mia Lai used her combat skills to follow the wind and moon shadow, and appeared directly on the road that Vitris had to pass, and punched him away. Then there was a wailing scream. The knights and soldiers on duty around were already used to it, and continued patrolling. Half a month later, 10,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion were delivered to the Blood Moon territory. After completing the transaction with the young noble of the Cube Kingdom, Wylan received the first large transaction payment in his life, 300 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 yuan. Looking at so many gold notes in his hand, Wylan felt a little unreal, but it really happened. Damn it, I don't know if there will be such an opportunity next time. The completion of the transaction also means that Wylan is about to leave the Blood Moon Castle and start the next journey. Next, he will go to Lando City in Kur's province to take back the book written by the stranger. On June 22, he submitted his resignation to the Blood Moon Earl Mia Lai. In the reluctant eyes of their family, Wylan almost agreed to stay for another month. Auntie, uncle, cousin, I have had a great time this month. I hope you can come to my territory as a guest in the future. Don't worry, Wylan, we will visit your territory in the future, Mialai said reluctantly. Your uncle and I will go too, remember. Seeing his wife's unfriendly eyes, Vitras hurriedly changed his words and said, Remember to welcome us. Be careful on the way, the original goddess of life bless you. Dorigos didn't say anything, just sent a blessing. Wylan rode on the red phosphorus horse, waved goodbye to the Blood Moon Earl's family of 3, and officially embarked on the next journey. A few days later, the two arrived at the capital of Tonks Province. Kyle, this time you go back to Cadlo Province first. I'm going to Kurz Province. Yes, my lord. Kyle saluted solemnly, and then stepped onto the teleportation array to Cadlo Province. After 3 hours of waiting, Wylan stepped onto the teleportation array to Kurz Province. Kurz Province, as a province directly governed by the royal family, has an area of about 600,000 square kilometers and a population of about 20 million. The people are tough, and it is an important place for the royal family to recruit soldiers. In addition, it is close to the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. Some of its territory was once snatched back from the dwarves. It is stationed with a very large standing force, about 2 legions of 200,000 people. Unlike the dukedom and ordinary provinces, as a province directly governed by the royal family, Kurz Province adopts the county system. There are 23 counties and 157 counties in the province, which are directly managed by officials sent by the royal family. At the same time, in order to prevent officials from doing wrong, with the support of the royal family, the local military families loyal to the royal family formed a parliament to check and balance the local officials to prevent one family from dominating. Entering the provincial capital of Kurz Province, Wylan went straight to the commercial district, hoping to buy a map. Now, apart from knowing the name of Lando City in Kurz Province, he didn't know where the hell was. From the teleportation array hall to the west district of the provincial capital of Kurz Province, there are no less than 20 arenas along the way. A large number of people competed with their military fighting skills on them, which attracted cheers from the people below. Today, I will go to the Warrior Academy to register for the exam. Don't hang a chain on Grandpa. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face said to his grandson sitting on his shoulders. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely join the Kurzer First Warrior Academy to make you and my father proud. The child's eyes were very firm, and he said with determination, After I graduate, I will definitely join the king's army like you and my father and serve His Majesty the King. Good boy, you have a promising future. The goddess of life will definitely protect you. Passers-by next to him praised. Ha, you are flattered, you are flattered. The middle-aged man responded politely to the people around him, and then quickened his pace and walked forward. Wylan in the crowd looked at this scene and could only sigh. That the royal family did have a high reputation in the Kurzer province. Extremely low taxes, free dissemination of low-level warrior breathing methods, establishment of various academies to gather talents, rewards for meritorious warriors, and publicity of the deeds of brave warriors everywhere. If he had lived in Kurz province since childhood, he would probably be the same as the people around him. Passing through the crowded streets, Wylan finally arrived in the West City district. Sir, what do you need? A businessman looked at Wylan, who came in, and said enthusiastically, Do you have a regional map of Kurz province? Wylan looked around and asked the businessman. Please wait a moment, I'll go find it. The businessman said politely and walked to the back. Tom, go out from the back door and find the security team. There's a young man who is suspected of being a spy here asking for a map. Yes, boss. After the store helper left, the businessman pretended to look for a map in the back warehouse to delay time. Wylan felt that time was getting longer and longer. And something was wrong, but he had done nothing wrong, so he was afraid of nothing. So he found a place to sit down and waited at ease. Suddenly, several security guards in black uniforms appeared outside the store, holding swords and observing secretly. Captain Wells, that's the man who came to our store and asked if there was a map. Tom, a shop assistant, pointed at Wylan, who was not in a hurry, and whispered, Arnold Ullman, you two follow me, and the others block the exit. The other security guards nodded and dispersed. Then, Wells entered the store with 2 capable men and said to Wylan, who was sitting on a stool, Seriously, sir, please stand up and take off your weapons. Wylan looked at the 3 security guards who appeared in front of him in confusion, stood up, and took the knight's sword tied to his waist. Sir, please show me something that can prove your identity. Wells ordered someone to bring the knight's sword and turned around to continue asking. After hearing this, Wylan took out the family emblem of the Axe family from his arms and handed it to the tall security captain in front of him. Captain, this seems to be the emblem of a great noble. Did we make a mistake? The exquisite carving on the almond also engraved an eagle in the center. Do you know which family this is from? Wells looked at Allman and asked. I don't know. Arnold, what about you? Captain, I don't know either, but I have served in the kingdom for 3 years, and I seem to have seen this family emblem on my former captain. Sir, since none of us knows about this family emblem, and the family emblem can be forged, it requires special personnel to identify it. In addition, what you said cannot be used as proof of identity. Please go with us to the Ministry of Security. If there is no problem afterwards, we will compensate you. Seeing this, Wells could only resort to this last resort. Okay, I'll go with you. Then Wylan followed Wells and his group to the sheriff's department. After entering the sheriff's department, Wells ordered people to treat Wylan well, and then took the badge to find someone to identify it. Old William, please identify this thing and see if it is the emblem of a noble family. Captain Wells knocked on the door and said into the room. When the old mage heard the sound, he suddenly put the things into his mage robe, looked at Wells with an evil expression and said, Wells, one day you will scare me to death. You are so old, how old are you? You are still looking at things. Wells was not surprised. He came to the old mage and said without hesitation, It's rude, old people read this kind of thing. It makes them happy physically and mentally and prolongs their lives. You kid don't understand and don't talk nonsense. I'm telling you among them. Okay, you are right, hurry up and get down to business. Wells waved his hands repeatedly to show that he understood. It's good to know. The old mage warned Wells, remember, don't tell my granddaughter. I understand, I won't tell the deputy director, don't worry. Upon seeing this, the old mage took the family crest in Wells' hand to a magic instrument, placed the family crest on it, and then input his own magic power. Then a series of information turned into light spots and entered the old mage's mind. Old William, how are you? Seeing that the magic instrument stopped, Wells asked impatiently. It's true. The old mage opened his eyes and said to Wells, the other person is from the Akers family. He is the 5th son of Earl Angus of the Eagle. His mother is Alyssa, the daughter of the Duke of Moravia. Their family also has certain influence in the military. I hope you didn't offend anyone. After hearing this, Wells was suddenly stunned, recalling whether he had gone out of his way in any way, and then said happily, No, I invited the other party back very politely. How did you catch the other party and invite him back? Someone reported to us that he wanted to buy a regional map. We suspected that he was a traitor trained by dwarves. So we took action. Have a good attitude and give the other party a less important map. I know I have to go back quickly. Wells picked up the badge and quickly left the room. On the other side, Wylan sat quietly in a chair, watching the 4 people standing next to him forming horns to block his path, thinking about how to break this blockade. My lord, I'm sorry. It was our poor eyesight that delayed your precious time. I would like to apologize to you on behalf of the 15th security team. I hope you won't be angry. Wells walked in holding a map and family crest. Apologized to Wylan sincerely. Checked it out. Varen took back his family crest, put it in his pocket and asked Wells. It's our fault. Wells thought that the other party was angry, so he bent down and presented the map to Wylan with both hands. This is a relatively detailed map, and there is a pass in it. It is our apology. I hope you don't mind. It's our fault for causing you trouble. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Seeing that the other party accepted the pass and map, Wells breathed a sigh of relief. Where is my horse? Arnold, go and fetch the Lord's horse. Yes, Captain. Wylan rode a red phosphorus horse and headed towards the east gate of Kerr's province with a map in hand. Watching the other party leave, Wells breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said cheerfully, Fortunately, the other party is generous, otherwise our 15th team would not be able to eat and walk around. After several other security team members learned about the situation, they all felt happy. They were happy that Zin himself had a good patrol attitude and was not impatient when things happened. He was also happy that the other party had a good family tradition and did not hold them accountable. Riding on the red phosphorus horse, Varen opened the map and searched for Lando City on it. Lando County has jurisdiction over 1 city and 6 counties, covering an area of approximately 26,000 square kilometers. After estimating the distance, we found that it would span 3 counties and pass through 9 counties, and it would take at least 3 days to reach Lando City. It's so far, forget it, leave early and come back early. Wylan gritted his teeth, put the map in the cloth bag in front of the saddle, put on a visor to protect him from the wind, and set off on the red phosphorus horse. 3 days later, Varen looked at the town that appeared in his sight and breathed a sigh of relief. Taking out the pass and successfully entering the city, Wylan began to search for the locations in his memory. No, 76, District 3, Lando City, Kurs Province. Wylan looked at the house made of wood and mud, then compared the number next to it, and was sure it was here. Dong dong dong. Coming. After a while, a man with a broken arm opened the door and looked at Wylan warily. Who are you and what are you doing here? You are the owner of this house. Yes, the man with the broken arm looked at Wylan up and down and said, You are the one introduced by old Thor to see the house. Yes, I am, Wylan agreed immediately. Okay, come in. The man with the broken arm opened the door, and Wylan led the horse into the house. When I entered the private house, I saw that it was completely bare and there was nothing. Old Thor should have told you. I want 100 gold coins, and this private house will be yours. No counteroffer. The man with the broken arm added. I would like to ask you, this house of yours is not worth 100 gold coins. Why are you asking such a high price? If you want to buy, buy it. If you don't want to buy, leave. The man with the broken arm said impatiently. Okay, I'll buy it. Wylan took a cloth bag from the horse's back, counted out 100 gold coins from it, turned to look at the man with the broken arm and asked, When are you moving out? Now, the man with the broken arm said calmly, without any greed in his eyes. Okay, the money and goods are paid. Now this house is redeemed by me. Please give me the land deed and the house deed. Please wait. The man with the broken arm turned and went into the house, carrying a package on his back. First handed the land deed and the house deed to Wylan, then collected the 100 gold coins and left. Not long after, a mercenary old man came here with a young man. After being sent away by Wylan with a few words, he simply packed up and prepared to rest first and look for clues tomorrow. The man with the broken arm came to the outside of a house and looked at the shadow reflected through the window. Mother, when will Dad come back? Dad went to the kingdom of the goddess of life. He will come back when you grow up. Really? Well, I will send you to the Magic Academy tomorrow to learn magic and bring honor to our family. But that will cost a lot of money, a lot of money. Don't worry, Mom will find a way. The man with the broken arm took out 5 gold coins from the bag and put them in his arms, sealed the bag, and quietly stuffed it into the yard through the crack of the door. My brother can only help you here. Then the man with the broken arm left with the package on his back. The next morning, Wylan took out his dry food for breakfast and started searching in the house. From morning to noon, Wylan turned the whole house upside down and explored downwards with his senses, but found nothing. Has the thing been taken away? Under the house, no. 76 in the 3rd district of Lando City, Kurs Province, there is a book written by a foreigner. After thinking about it carefully, Wylan stood up and looked at the devastated courtyard. Go find a shovel and dig down. I don't believe I can't find it. Then he went out to a distant merchant gathering place to buy enough food for 3 days, some lamp oil and a handy shovel, sealed the door, and began to dig inch by inch. 3 days later, in a deep pit, Wylan, with his upper body exposed, threw out the soil and looked at the distance of 25 or 26 meters from the ground, a little discouraged. I worked as a miner for 3 days, but I didn't find anything. It's amazing. The entire bottom of the house was almost hollowed out, and there was no clue at all. Zheng, horrid. Wylan dug a few more times with a shovel and found a hard shell under the soil. He squatted down and knocked carefully, and found that it was a layer of rock shell, which was not naturally formed at all. It seems that it is underneath. Then he tried to dig a few times with a shovel, but it didn't work at all. The rock shell was not damaged at all. Seeing this, Wai Lin threw away the shovel in his hand, came to the top of the cave, climbed up quickly, and came to the ground. The red phosphorus horse noticed the movement, opened its eyes, saw that it was its owner, snorted, and lay on the hay to sleep again. Wai Lin ignored his mount and went straight into the house. He took his knight's sword from above a pile of soil, bit a piece of black bread, returned to the cave entrance, and jumped down. Since we can't dig it open, then smash it open. Wai Lin pulled out the knight's sword, and in the dim light, began to smash the rock shell with force. After an unknown amount of time, the 3-meter-deep rock shell was smashed open. Wai Lin jumped down with a sword in one hand and a lamp in the other. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, lighting up this space. Wai Lin moved away the knight's sword that was blocking his eyes, looked around, and found that the surroundings were very empty. There was a rock pile 30 meters away from him, with a colorful bubble suspended on it, which contained a book and a strange object, a bit like a key. Step by step, he approached the rock pile, carefully watching out for any situation around him. It took a full half an hour to cover a distance of only 30 to 40 meters. "Excuse me, is your hometown flat?" In an instant, the scene changed, and a soul whose face could not be seen clearly floated in front of Wai Lin and asked him a question. Flat, not right. Wai Lin listened to the familiar hometown dialect, shook his head, looked at the floating spirit, and answered at a very fast speed, "My hometown is round." "Excuse me, who likes married women?" The soul's chest had a heart that was lit up, and the face gradually became clear, and asked Wai Lin again. Cow thief," Wai Lin said tentatively. The second heart in the soul's chest was lit up, and then asked again. "Excuse me, how many words are there in Dream of Red Mansions?" Hearing this question, Wai Lin widened his eyes. "Who knows how many words there are in this book?" "I don't know." Wai Lin gave up thinking and answered in a bad way. "I saw that the two hearts that were lit up in the soul's chest suddenly went out, and the next moment the whole soul suddenly gave off light, as if it was about to explode." Seeing this, Wai Lin wanted to retreat, but found that he couldn't move at all. "Hazara." Just when he was desperate, an inexplicable laugh suddenly came. "Hello, my unknown fellow countrymen. It may have been many years since you saw this scene." The bright light faded away, and Wai Lin looked around again and found himself back in the cave, except that there was a handsome young man beside him, but his smile was a bit obscene. "Who are you?" Wai Lin asked vigilantly. "I guess you must want to ask who I am," the soul said to itself, without answering Wai Lin's question. "You can answer 2 questions, which means that your past life is not far from my time. The magic I left in the cave can only last for 30,000 years at most, and then it will collapse on its own. It has been activated, which means that your time and mine are no more than 30,000 years apart. I don't know what your nature is, but you didn't force yourself to answer the 3rd question, which means that your nature is okay. But if you force yourself to answer the 3rd question, you may see another image of me, but there will be a reward. As for me, I am leaving this world and heading for the starry sky. Before I leave, I want to leave something behind, but I don't know if it can be triggered. The first thing you see when you come in is the space bubble. If you don't answer the first 2 questions correctly, you will be buried in the space turbulence, but now you see me, which means you have passed the test. Congratulations." Wai Lin looked at the space bubble less than 1 meter away from him, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and almost died here. "Okay, let's get back to the point. There are 2 items stored in the space bubble. One of the books is called the Druid's Book. I created it myself. One of the 3 legendary professions is the Druid. You don't have to envy me. I know you are surprised, but don't be surprised yet. Wait for me to finish. This book records some of my ideas, magic knowledge and experience in cultivating plants. You also know that some plants may change after a long time, so I only leave you knowledge. As for the other thing, it is a key used to open something. I can't tell you now. I snatched it from an incarnation of an alien god. I don't know if this god has fallen. Maybe he still has believers alive in the world, searching for the whereabouts of this thing endlessly. But don't worry, this key is fake. You didn't expect it, did you?" The young man changed the subject, scaring Wai Lin. "That thing is actually a seed. Yes, you heard it right. It takes about 300 years for this seed to develop and fully bear fruit. If you didn't die, your strength must be very strong, and it would be more than enough to become a legend. If you die, it doesn't matter. This seed will remember the information of the first creature that touches it. After the creature dies, it will wither on its own, making this secret a secret forever. Okay, that's all. Do you have any questions? Wyland just looked at him calmly and said nothing. Ha ha ha, I believe you can see that this is just a video. Maybe you will ask like a fool. It's a pity that you can't see the scene at that time. As for my name, I won't tell you. When you get that thing back, you will know who I am. If you want to know who I am, work hard, my fellow countrymen, don't embarrass yourself. I'll wait for you in the starry sky. If I'm still alive, I should be able to meet you again. Okay, that's it. See you again if we're lucky. The figure of the young man gradually dissipated, the space bubble automatically dissolved, and the two items naturally fell on the rock pile. Wyland stepped forward and picked up the druid's book. He could only look at the first few pages, and the rest could not be viewed. He picked up the key-shaped seed and looked at it, then put it in his pocket. What a bad taste. Wyland sighed and went out of the cave from when he came. When he left the cave, when he looked back, he found that the cave had disappeared, replaced by hard rock. Fill up the hole first, then go back to the Praying Star Lake, study according to the book, and see if you can become a druid. After spending a day filling the soil that had been excavated before, Wyland drew some water from the well in the city, washed his body, and then lay on the straw mat to sleep. The next morning, Wyland led the red phosphorus horse, bought some dry food in the city, and set off. As for the title deed and house deed of the house, Wyland put it in a box, wrote a letter and put it in it, and buried it underground. Here, probably he will never come in this life. Just leave a mysterious blind box to see which lucky person can get the ownership of this house. After leaving Lando City, Wyland stopped and watched for a while, then put on the armor and set off for Kur's province. It has been more than 2 months since he left the Praying Star Lake. It's time to go back. Through the Kur's province teleportation array, Wyland returned to Cadlo province. Returning here again, Wyland felt that the city was much cleaner, and there were fewer beggars around. It was unknown whether they were sold as slaves or optimized by the governor. Without staying for long, Wyland bought some food and went straight out of the city. The closer to the border, Wyland found that the surrounding noble territories were more desolate and sparsely populated, much more desolate than when he first came 2 years ago. Robbery. Several yellow-faced and thin robbers appeared on the road, and it was hard to tell whether they were men or women by their faces. Are you sure you want to rob me? Wyland stared at the group of robbers. The momentum of his high-level silver knight alone made them breathless. My lord, we don't dare. Several robbers knelt on the ground and stammered. Wyland took a look and didn't do anything. He patted the red phosphorus horse's butt and continued on his way. The influence of the famine sacrifice caused the surrounding nobles to lack food and could not afford to feed so many people, so naturally many bandits were born. The situation is helpless, and we can only wait for the next 2 years to pass, and the situation will be better. On the way from the provincial capital to the Praying Star Lake, Wyland encountered no less than 50 gangs of bandits, the largest of which was 200 or 300 people, and the smaller ones were a few people, all of whom looked like they were dying. Except for a few extremely vicious bandits who were destroyed by Wyland alone, he didn't care about the other bandits as long as they retreated on their own initiative. They were essentially a group of free people who couldn't survive. If he killed them all the way here, he wouldn't be able to reach the Praying Star Lake in 2 months. After 5 days, Wyland crossed the border and returned to his territory. In more than 2 months, the Praying Star Lake has almost changed its appearance. Near the border of Cadero province, a large amount of farmland has been reclaimed, and many malnourished farmers are farming, with a desire for life on their faces. Even the roads have been widened a lot. Wyland remembered that when he left, the road was only 2 meters wide, but now it is no less than 4 meters, more than twice as wide. When he returned to Kixing Town, he saw construction sites everywhere, with a large number of shirtless young men working hard. Even a few supervisors were not seen around, all relying on their own conscience. Lord, At the gate of the Kixing Town guardhouse, the soldiers standing guard at the two gates beat their chests and saluted. Wylan handed the red phosphorus horse to the guard at the gate and entered the guardhouse. Compared to after leaving, there are a lot more people in the government agencies of this Kixing Town. Most of them are new faces. But when they saw Wylan, they all saluted. Obviously, they have admired his portrait a lot. Where is Baird? After looking around, he couldn't find his steward. Lord Baird went to Orlando town and is expected to be back tomorrow morning. A clerk replied respectfully. When you come back, tell him to come to the castle to find me. Yes, Lord. Wylan left the Kixing Town guardhouse and rode to his own castle. After returning to the castle, Wylan briefly learned about the development of the territory from Kyle and found that it was far beyond his expectations. First, the population of Kixing Lake has increased more than 3 times on the 450 square kilometers of land. Baird had to divert the excess population to Orlando town and the development area led by Andrew. In this way, the number of people under his command has approached 80,000, almost catching up with the population of his cousin Alcott's territory. The influx of too many people forced Baird to continue to expand the size of the militia, recruiting and concentrating young and middle-aged people on a large scale, either to open up wasteland, build roads, or expand the urban area. Some people were even arranged to clean up the waterway around Kixing Lake. In short, they could not let these people rest. The treatment was better solved, 3 meals a day, 12 hours of work and no wages. What is the composition of this group of people? Wylan looked at Kyle and asked. My lord, as far as I know of the 50,000 new people, 20% are serfs, bought by Lord Baird from bankrupt pioneers with low-priced grain. How many pioneer knights are there in the border area of Cadlo province? I don't know the exact number, but it should be no more than 5, all on the verge of bankruptcy. Wylan touched his chin and said to himself, it seems that in the next 10 years, no noble descendants will come to this place to open up. Since a year and a half ago, Cadlo province has been plundered by small-scale monster clans. It is close to the defense line of the province in the south, adjacent to the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom, with tense relations in the north. In addition to the influence of the famine sacrifice, it is impossible for anyone to come here to open up. However, this is also an opportunity. The surrounding areas of his territory have not been greatly affected. If nothing unexpected happens, the title review and promotion can be started this year. Within 3 years, at least 10,000 square kilometers of land will be enclosed. And then development will stop quietly to prepare for the war with the Dwarf Kingdom 10 years later. Wylan has a rough division of the next 10 years in his mind. At the end of this year, if there is nothing else, Wylan plans to use the underground world teleportation array to initially explore the underground world. If you encounter other emergencies, you can only put it on hold temporarily. After returning to his home, Varen completely relaxed. After being away for nearly 3 months, I was exhausted both physically and mentally. At night, Wylan lay on the bed wearing a bathrobe and looked at the stars through the window. He really didn't know if that evil fellow countryman was still alive, whether he was adventuring in that world or wandering in an unknown place. A young silver dragon visited Kixing Lake and settled in Kixing Town. Kindness. Wylan sat up suddenly with questions on his head. Silver dragon. What's going on? After searching for the few information about dragons in my mind. Why did the silver dragon like to build its lair on an isolated mountain peak or surrounded by clouds and mist? Come to the Lake of Praying Stars in a low plain terrain, however. Since we are settling down, it means there is no danger for the time being and we can make contact first, in the recent period. Baird must pay attention to the situation in Kixing Town and try to find this young silver dragon. After a few days of rest, Wylan devoted himself to training in the morning, dealt with official duties in the afternoon, and had a few drinks with his guardian knight in the evening to get closer to each other, living a busy and fulfilling life. Half a month after returning to Lake of Stars, there was finally news about the young silver dragon. My lord, after more than half a month of investigation, we found 3 humanoid beings that were suspected to be transformed from silver dragons in Kixing Town. Baird handed the 3 organized papers to Wylan and reported respectfully. Varen took 3 pages, filled with basic information about the investigation records, and read them carefully. A few minutes later, Varen extracted similar information from the 3 of them. They are fair-skinned, gentle, and have certain assets. The people around them are not wary of these 3 people who suddenly settled down. They also like good food and have a special preference for beautiful women. Baird, is it possible that these 3 are actually the same person pretending to be the same person? Varen asked Baird. Baird shook his head and replied, "My lord, it shouldn't be possible. I sent people to monitor the 3 of them separately. They all appeared at the same time. It's impossible for them to be the same person pretending to be the same person. How do you make sure that the people you sent to monitor were not blinded by magic? This, I guess, my subordinates don't know." "Forget it, take me to see it." Wylan folded the paper, put it in his pocket, and ordered Baird. "Yes, lord." The 2 disguised themselves and blended into Kixing Town. Kixing Town is now the center of Wylan's territory, with a population of more than 8,000. Therefore, it is divided into Nansheng District and Baikeng District to facilitate management. It also facilitates the expansion of the urban area. Lord, look, that is one of the targets, named Jeddah, who runs a clothing store and can make almost exquisite clothes from rough linen. Baird pointed at a distance of 100 meters. Outside the shop, reports were reported in a low voice. A free citizen from a noble viscount offended the 3rd son of the local viscount and came to the Lake of Praying Stars under the pressure of survival. Varen observed, while silently reciting the basic information Baird investigated in his mind. "Let's go and check out the next place." After observing for a full 10 minutes and finding nothing out of the ordinary, Wylan turned to his next target. After 10 minutes of walking, Wylan arrived at a magic shop. This is the shop of the junior bronze magician named Al. "Yes, lord, this magician prefers healing. He usually charges a small amount of money to treat civilians. He has been here for a month and has a good reputation around him." A little weird. Varen recalled the information he had collected before and frowned. A man who thought he was useless in magic talent became a junior bronze magician at the age of 30. He gave up studying with his teacher and chose to live in a remote area for retirement. The key was that the mage tower provided by the other party proved to be true. Al-Jeda, the last one is called Al-Jeda. Wylan already had the answer in his mind, but he had to see the 3rd one to be sure. Crossing the central street, the 2 came to a tavern in Baikeng District. This is the last place. The owner's name is Argenta. He is a low-level silver adventurer. His extraordinary profession is a warrior or shield warrior. He has been here for 2 months and has opened a tavern here. It is famous for its high quality and low price, and drinks are sold almost at cost price, which attracts many surrounding residents to come and drink. Tired of living an adventurous life and want to live an ordinary life. This was the reason why he came to the Lake of Praying Stars. It felt reasonable, but he couldn't find anything wrong with it. "Let's go in and take a look." The 2 of them wiped some mud on their faces, messed up their hair, and followed a few strong men into the tavern. Opening the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit my face. "Have a good time, Lil John, have another drink." A strong man put the wine glass on the table and said to the 34 children beside him. Wylan and Baird came to the tavern counter, ordered a glass of wine, came to an unoccupied table, and sat down quietly. After the wine was served by the bartender, Wylan took a sip and whispered, "The alcohol is very low in intensity. It seems to be made from tree roots. I really don't know how it is made into wine. Maybe it's magic. Then the results are obvious." Wellen took another sip of the low-alcohol wine diluted with white water, looked at the entrance of the 2nd floor, and said to Baird, "Are you asking me to transfer the army here?" "No, the other party has no ill intentions. I just want to make friends with him. Let's talk about it later." A few minutes later, Baird paid the bill and the 2 left the tavern. At this moment, a young silver-haired man opened the gap in the 2nd floor window, looked at the 2 ordinary people, and said to himself, "It seems that he was discovered, but I don't know how he found it. However, this should be the lord of this place. His people praise him highly, so I think his behavior will not be so bad. Since that test, it has been quiet for nearly half a month. Both sides tacitly did not disturb each other and gave each other a buffer period. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it came to August. The first wave of harvests in the Praying Star Lake greatly alleviated the food pressure and gave great confidence to the free people who had just joined the Praying Star Lake. At the same time, a letter from the 16th Knights of the Kingdom brought Wylan an important message. The retaliatory military action against the last attack on the Grey Wasteland is about to begin. The kingdom has drawn 4 legions, 8 silver knights, and many noble armies who volunteered to participate in the war, preparing to attack from the 4 provinces of Serop, Lunsa, the Dukedom of East, and Dani. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Due to the small area of Cadero province, the noble armies that meet the requirements are unified into the Serop Corps to fight. Together, as the head of the 16th Knights of the Kingdom, Madmanchi serves as the deputy commander of the Serop Corps, commanding the 16th Knights of the Kingdom. The 6th Legion temporarily reorganized from the noble army of Cadero province, and the 7th Legion formed by the army of Cadero province. The letter revealed a message that if Wylan is willing, Madmanchi can arrange him to join the logistics and transportation troops, undertake the transportation of logistics materials, and earn military merits. It's good to have a wide network of contacts. Even if I don't understand, others will give the corresponding information. However, his father played a crucial role in this. If it weren't for his father, why would Madmanchi, as the head of the 16th Knights, write to himself in person? He didn't plan to participate in this military operation, but the opportunity came, and it would be a bit unreasonable not to go. My lord, a knight wants to see you, claiming to be sent by your eldest brother. Kyle entered the study and reported to Wylan. Take him to the hall, I'll be there soon. Yes, my lord. After Kyle left, Wylan folded Madmanchi's letter and put it in the drawer, tidied his clothes, and went to the hall. At this moment, in the castle hall, a man in silver-gray armor stood quietly in the center, waiting for the owner of this place to arrive. Kalons, why is it you? Wylan entered the castle hall and saw the face of the visitor clearly, and was a little surprised. Master Wylan, long time no see, your strength has improved a lot, which really makes me look at you with new eyes. Kalons beat his chest and saluted, saying respectfully, I never thought my elder brother would send you here. I remember my elder brother was undergoing trials under Uncle Hurricane Earl Iverios. Could it be? Master Varen, you are right. Karen explained with a smile. Lord Hurricane Earl Iverios is now the commander of the Dani Corps, responsible for commanding all the troops in the Dani province and launching military operations against the Grey Wasteland. So my elder brother is also going to the battlefield. Yes, Master Varen, Lord Iverios handed over the Hurricane Corps to my Master Lord Illicis. Varen was shocked when he heard this. The Hurricane Corps is the trump card in the hands of Hurricane Earl Iverios, second only to his other trump card, the Hurricane Knights. Amica-level Silver Knights. As far as he knows, the Hurricane Corps was established for more than 200 years, with 30,000 people, and the lowest professional is bronze level, divided into 6 battalions, each with a separate name. Of course, the Hurricane Earl family alone cannot afford to support this legion, so the other earls of the X family will send personnel and supplies to this legion every year to ensure the strong combat effectiveness of the Hurricane Legion. So what are you doing here? Wylan looked at Kalons and asked his purpose. My master, Lord Illicis, learned that you have become a pioneer knight and must need military merits to be promoted to the title, so he ordered me to invite you to join the Dani Corps. This is not appropriate. How can I transport the army over such a long distance? Wylan hesitated and asked. I saw Kalons smiled euphemistically and looked at Kyle next to him. His intention was very obvious. He is my guardian knight and someone I can trust. After getting Wylan's affirmation, Kalons said the solution. Master Wylan, you don't need to bring any soldiers with you. You can go to Dani province alone. When the time comes, my master will assign a battalion of 5,000 troops under the command of Lord Hurricane Earl Iverios to your command, and then you can join the noble coalition with this troop. Ahem, Wylan looked at Callance in disbelief. Does Uncle Everios know about this? Lord Hurricane Earl naturally knows, Callance answered with great certainty. After hearing this, Wylan fell into deep thought. Needless to say, this must be his eldest brother begging Uncle Everios to help him in this way. After an unknown period of time, Wylan decided to accept Madmanche's proposal and go to the logistics unit of the Serap Corps to serve as logistics transportation. Following the path planned by his eldest brother, he can certainly earn a lot of military merits, but this is not conducive to his managing his own network of relationships in the Cadero province. Even if he quickly improves his title in the future, he will be criticized by other nobles, and even if he doesn't say it on the surface, he will secretly frame him. And it is not difficult to analyze why his elder brother came up with this plan. It must be that his lazy character is deeply rooted in his elder brother's heart, forcing him to come up with such a method to help himself. But he is no longer the salty fish mentality before. Carlons, go back and tell my elder brother that I want to accomplish a career with my own efforts. I appreciate his kindness. Master Wylan, you have really grown up. There was shock in Carlon's eyes, and he admired from the bottom of his heart. Ha, a man should look at him with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Listening to Carlon's words, Wylan couldn't help but say proudly, Master Wylan, since the matter has been handled, I will say goodbye. Tell my elder brother that next time we meet, I will give him a precious gift, and he can look forward to it. Yes, Master Wylan. After Carlons left, Wylan returned to the study and began to reply to Madmanche. It took me half an hour to finish writing the letter, pack it, and prepare to ask Kyle to send it out, but he unexpectedly came in with another letter. My lord, your uncle sent you a letter. What happened today? So many people sent me letters. Wylan took the letter from Kyle's hand and opened it to check. Dear nephew Wylan. Wylan, I have received the letter from my eldest brother. I didn't expect you to be in the Cardero province. Your uncle is doing well now. He is already the deputy commander of the 17th Legion of the Kingdom. Although he is the deputy commander of the Garrison Legion, he was transferred to the Serap Corps this time. With my identity and strength, I have some power. Your provincial noble army has also been incorporated into the Serap Corps. If you want to participate in this military operation, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you. Signed by Bamond Axe. This I. Wylan looked at the letter to Madmanche next to him and didn't know what to say. No doubt it was his father who wrote the letter, asking his uncle to take good care of him. Forget it, let's talk about it when we see Uncle San. Wylan folded the letter and gave it to Kyle, asking him to send someone to deliver it to Madmanche. The final assembly date is at the end of December, and during this time, we need to deal with the promotion of the title and the Silver Dragon incident. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. In the morning, Wylan held the druid's book and studied it carefully, understood its meaning, and practiced the breathing method on it. It has been almost a month since I got the book, and I have barely gotten started. It can be seen how difficult it is to get started in the druid profession. After such a long time, I have only learned the magic of thorns. Looking at the thorns emerging from the soil, Wylan took the initiative to stretch out his hand to let it wrap around his arm, and then he easily broke free with a slight force. Too weak, according to the druid's book. The ultimate development of thorns can form a diameter of 3 meters, infinite extension. Harder than hard gold, and can bind the realm of legends. It seems that I still have a long way to go. From this point of view, his fellow countryman is a well-deserved big man. He has never heard of any druid master or legend who has used low-level magic such as thorns to the extreme since he came to this world. Take your time, there is still a lot of time. As long as you become a formal druid within a year, it will be a victory. Quietly comforting himself in his heart, Wylan relieved his inner anxiety. Afterwards, Wylan returned to the study and picked up the immersive game helmet he had exchanged from the Star Mage Grey. While entertaining and relaxing, he also practiced his command skills and kept trying and failing in the virtual world. low-level magic crystal can allow the immersive game helmet to run for 20 hours, and a Yuanli vine can produce 10 Yuanli crystals a year, which is equivalent to 10 low-level magic crystals. He has 3 Yuanli vines in his hand, which can produce 30 low-level magic crystals a year, allowing him to use the immersive game helmet for 600 hours a year without using additional low-level magic crystals. An hour later, Weilin took off the immersive game helmet and put it on the desk, taking a deep breath. Just now, he attacked the enemy with 3 times the number of troops as the enemy, but was actually confused by the enemy and used military tactics to wipe out the 30,000 troops in his hands. Next time, be absolutely cautious, but who would have thought that this virtual character could use 2/3 of his own troops as bait, which is really eye-opening. At this time, the door of the study was knocked. "Come in." Weilin put the immersive game helmet on the bookshelf and turned to the door. Kyle heard the voice of his master and pushed the door open. "Master, Lord Randolph sent someone to report that the first batch of black-skinned pigs are ready for slaughter. Please review the data now." Weilin took the data report on the black-skinned pig farm from Kyle. 6 months ago, he put 20 pigs in the black-skinned pig farm, 3 males and 17 females. According to the report given by Randolph, a black-skinned pig has at least 3 piglets per litter. In these 6 months, the black-skinned pigs have been in heat twice and gave birth to 113 piglets. It is expected that 60 black-skinned pigs can be slaughtered in February next year, and the rest will be kept for breeding to expand the breeding scale of the black-skinned pig farm. In addition, there are a total of 8 black-skinned pigs that can be slaughtered this time, 2 males and 6 females. It is expected that each black-skinned pig weighs 250 kilograms and can produce 175 kilograms of meat. As for why there were 2 males, Randolph also gave an explanation. "It's outrageous. One pig is possessive and bit the other 2 males half to death." Weilin shook his head at the outrageous record. He was indeed a violent animal. However, Randolph has already given a solution. Fences are installed in the black pig ranch. Boars are usually kept alone and released for mating in 3 months. Order Randolph to store black pork according to his ideas and send another 200 kilograms of black pork to my castle. Weilin thought about it and quickly gave instructions. "Yes, my lord." After Kyle left, Weilin immediately wrote an invitation letter and asked someone to give it to Baird, asking him to send it to the owner of the Adventurer's Tavern in his own name. On the 2nd floor of the Adventurer's Tavern, the silver-haired young man carefully tasted the wine he brewed with new ingredients and nodded with satisfaction. "Pine tree roots, adding a certain amount of yam vines, and supplemented by my own improved brewing technique, I can actually brew this kind of low-alcohol wine from this common thing. Although the taste is a bit bad, at least it succeeded." Looking at the results of his experiment, the silver-haired young man showed a satisfied look, as if he saw a steady stream of gold coins waving at him. "Master, the mayor of Kixing Town, Chief Steward Baird, is here to visit you." At this time, a voice from outside the door interrupted the silver-haired young man's thinking. "Please let him in." The silver-haired young man waved his hand, took away all the items, came to the door, opened the door, and instructed his servant. On the 1st floor of the Adventurer's Tavern, Baird followed the servant and entered the 2nd floor. "How are you recently, Boss Elgeta?" Baird greeted the silver-haired young man with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Chief Steward Baird. I am living well here." The silver-haired young man responded with a smile, without arrogance or contempt, treating the human in front of him equally. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Baird took out the invitation letter written by Weilin and handed it to the silver-haired youth Elgeta. "Boss Elgeta, my lord heard that you are an outstanding adventurer and is very interested in your adventures. He invites you to visit his castle in 5 days." The silver-haired youth Elgeta took the invitation letter and said gently, "I accept the invitation letter. I will visit you on time. In that case, my mission is completed, and I will take my leave." "Slow down, Butler Baird." After Baird left, Elgeta opened the invitation letter. His attitude was so sincere that he felt guilty if he didn't go. "Mysterious human lord, I really look forward to meeting you for the first time." After putting away the invitation letter, he devoted himself to the study of winemaking. On the other side, Wylan checked the juice yield of sweet grass again, which was very different from his expectations. The knight Cassius, who was in charge of this matter, could only smile bitterly and said, "My lord, this is the 4th generation of sweet grass we have cultivated. The situation is still not good, and the juice yield is still not up to expectations." Seeing Cassius's helplessness, Wylan also knew that they had tried their best. As far as he knew, there were only 2 nobles in Cadero province who cultivated high juice yield sugar-producing plants by chance, occupying the entire market of Cadero province and a small part of the market in Serap province. As for obtaining the seeds of this plant from the family, Cadero province is in a low magic energy area. As far as he knew, the family's plants with terrible sugar production could only grow in a medium and low magic energy environment like Zith province. In this case, he could only ask a druid for help. Although he has become a druid now, he has no idea how to cultivate plants. This will take time to settle down. This plan is suspended, yes. 5 days later, the silver-haired young man, Argenta, took the invitation letter and went to the castle for the appointment. At the foot of the mountain, Kyle was already waiting here. Looking at the silver-haired young man coming towards him, he stepped forward and saluted. "Lord Argenta, my master has been waiting for a long time. Please come with me." Argenta didn't say anything and followed Kyle up the mountain on the gravel road. It is located in the open space next to the castle. The surrounding area is well kept. Several male servants have already set up various utensils for barbecue. Wylan asked the blacksmith to make them urgently in the past few days. On the wooden table next to it are meat skewers made from black-skinned pork, and some fruits just picked from wild fruit trees today are placed in bamboo baskets. Wylan stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at Kixing Town below, admiring his territory and waiting for his guests to arrive. At this time, when he heard footsteps behind him, Wylan turned around and saw that Kyle had led Argenta here. "First meeting, adventurer Algeta, I am Varen Akers, the nobleman here. If you don't mind, you can call me Varen." Argenta felt a little relaxed when she looked at the kind and enthusiastic human noble front of her. "Wylan, this should be considered our first official meeting." Algeta handed the gift box to Wylan and continued, "According to your rules, this is the congratulatory gift I brought." Wylan solemnly took the gift box and praised it from the bottom of his heart. "It's a beautiful package." Then, according to custom, Varen unpacked the package in front of Argenta and opened the gift box, which contained a book. Seeing the other party's doubts, Argenta explained, "This is my experience of cultivating plants. I hope it can be helpful to your druid practice." "Knowledge is priceless, thank you for your gift," Wylan said sincerely. "I just didn't expect a silver dragon to be so interested in the way of druidry. It's really surprising." Argeta read the shock in Varen's eyes and just smiled at him without saying much. Very few people knew the identity of the other party, and he felt like a hermit. Naturally, Wylan would not talk about the other party's identity in person. "I invited this young silver dragon over today just to make friends, not to offend him. I held a banquet for you today, but it's a pity that it's just you and me and my attendants. I hope you won't dislike it." "Of course not. I am honored that the Lord here invites me alone," Argenta answered humbly, despite his attitude, who would have thought that he was a dragon in human skin. The 2 parties sat casually on the carpet and began to communicate. Kyle asked the other male servants to step down and acted as the cook himself, and started grilling meat skewers and some vegetables on the spot. "You are so humble. You are very different from your own race." Wylan took the meat skewers handed over by Kyle and handed them to Algeta with a look of emotion on his face. "My parents think so too. They say that I am a natural druid and do not inherit the arrogance of my bloodline." Algeta smiled, took the meat skewers, took a hard bite, and her eyes jumped. There was light. "How about this meat? It's very chewy, comparable to the meat of some silver-level monsters." "Argeta, may I call you that?" "I'm honored." The silver-haired boy smiled gently at Varen. "I really want to know why you came here." Argenta replied while eating meat skewers. "How should I put it? Maybe it's fate. 6 years ago, I submitted my resignation to my parents, left my hometown, walked through the misty forest, and came to the gray light wasteland. My personality is such that I like peace. After investigation, I finally chose to settle in your territory. After living here for 3 months, I think I made the right decision. Lake of Kingsing is a beautiful and harmonious place, not only in terms of nature, but also in terms of management. I enjoy such a harmonious and beautiful place. If you encounter an unsolvable crisis in the future, you can come to me. Aljeta looked at Wylan with a smile and then said, "Of course you have to pay. That's natural. How can you ask your friends to help you for free?" "Ha ha ha, Wylan, no matter what, I can feel your sincerity, and I will definitely make you my friend," Aljeta said with a smile. "It's my pleasure." A private banquet where guests and hosts enjoy themselves. Varen asked Kyle to pack the remaining black-skinned pork skewers and let Argenta take them back. Seeing Argenta's leaving figure, Varen couldn't help but sigh. This matter has been settled. It has provided another layer of insurance for the Lake of Star Prayer and gained the friendship of a young silver dragon. "My lord, have you already learned about the origin of the other party?" Kyle boldly asked. "Yes, I have some guesses about the identity of the young silver dragon." Varen looked at Kyle and replied with a smile. "Although the exchange did not last long, I can guess that he should be from the Silver Dragon Kingdom of Berk. My parents have a high status in the Silver Dragon Berk Kingdom. Are you talking about the country west of the Misty Forest that was founded by some silver dragons?" In the past 2 years, Kyle has long been no longer the serf he was. Now he has not only undergone systematic training as a knight, but has also been familiar with various historical biographies, human geography, and detailed explanations of monster clans in the Synapse subcontinent. He can be said to be well read. "Yes, that's that country." Wellen looked at Aljeta, who disappeared from his sight, and had a bold guess in his mind. If he could get in touch with the Silver Dragon Berk Kingdom, through this young silver dragon, and build a large teleportation array, he would gain immeasurable benefits. However, this requires strength to support this idea, and at least he must be promoted to the soul level. In addition, he needs to gain the trust of the other party, otherwise it is impossible to complete the construction of this trade route. 50 years, I hope to complete this thought. Then Wylan turned to look at Kyle, patted his shoulder and said, "I didn't expect that you are becoming more and more versatile." Kyle said seriously, "As the master's personal attendant, how can you take on this important task without any skills? Or I will dismiss the chef and let you take on multiple duties," Wylan said half-jokingly. "I think it should be possible to squeeze out some training time." Wylan continued to ask Kyle, "What if the chef loses his job? I can help him and let him open a bakery to make a living." Kyle thought about it and answered, "What are you thinking about? Go and practice now." "Yes, sir." Kyle left the place with a wronged look on his face and went to the training ground to start afternoon training. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Soon the time came to the beginning of September. On the one hand, Wylan submitted an application for title promotion to the kingdom. And on the other hand, he began to gather some elite troops to start training and actively prepare for December. So far, Kingsing Lake has a total of 3 administrative districts under its jurisdiction, namely Kingsing Town and the surrounding 450 square kilometers of land, which Baird is responsible for, Orlando Town, which is responsible for 600 square kilometers, plus 2 areas expanding to the south. 100 square kilometers. The last area is the area that Andrew is responsible for developing. A total of 400 square kilometers. Varen came to the military camp below the castle. While teaching Kyle how to train soldiers, he asked him to practice on site with these 500 soldiers, and at the same time he looked at various documents sent by Baird. According to the latest report above, he has nearly 4,000 troops, accounting for 5% of the territory's population. Compared to his cousin Alcott's territory, the number of troops was comparable, but the combat effectiveness was incomparable. For example, the proportional structure of warrior apprentices and bronze warriors in the standing army makes people feel a sense of pressure. Under normal circumstances, 1 bronze warrior commanding 10 warrior apprentices is a reasonable standard for the most noble army, while one bronze warrior commanding 4 warrior apprentices is the standard for the kingdom's standing army. Before meeting the astral mage, it would have taken at least 5 years for Varen to reach the reasonable standards of the noble army. But now, as long as the number of black skin pigs increases, and they are supplied to the army in large quantities for training, he is confident that he can complete this within 2 years. Proportion. My lord, the provincial capital has sent someone to send an official letter. The kingdom's reviewers will arrive in our territory in 1 month and start the review work. This is the newly revised promotion rule for pioneers to be promoted to baron this year. Baird entered the military camp and went straight to he walked over from the training ground and handed the official letter in his hand to Wylan. Wylan placed the information in his hand on the wooden table next to him, took the official letter, and began to read the newly revised promotion rules. According to the previous promotion rules, a lot has been changed this time. Baird heard this and said confidently, even if the kingdom doubles the difficulty of the promotion rules, we at Lake of Stars will not be under any pressure. Ha ha ha. Wylan closed the official letter and laughed. That's right, the kingdom is doubling the difficulty. We have already met the requirements. But what? The last time the promotion rules were revised was 150 years ago, and now the difficulty level has been drastically increased. It seems that many pioneers have fished in troubled waters in recent years. My lord is right, Baird agreed very much. I think it was the monster attack on the western border this time, and the performance of the promoted barons was very poor, which forced the kingdom to modify the promotion rules. That's right, what the kingdom needs is nobles who can manage the territory and fight wars. Doesn't need the existence of wine sacks and rice sacks. Wylan also guessed a thing or two about the reason, but he didn't expect that the kingdom would move so quickly. But can a life church be built in 1 month? Varen pointed to the newly added line and asked Baird. My lord, the territory is lacking everything now except for workers. Baird replied confidently, give your subordinates half a month to complete the task. Then I'll leave this matter to you. In addition, tighten the security in the territory. I feel that by the time we see the reviewers, the review may have ended. Yes, Lord, Baird replied firmly. In early October, Varen received another message of destiny. 1,000 kilometers west of the Lake of Prayer for Stars. There is a mutated moonlight flower growing in an underground cave. Mutated moonlight flower, also known as gifted moonlight flower, is one of the 3 main medicines used in the Moon Scar potion, a potion that repairs the soul. Wylan was extremely shocked when he heard the news and wanted to go immediately to get this thing back. However, let alone a silver knight, he is just a soul-level knight heading to the hinterland of the Grey Mansion's wasteland, and there is a high probability that he will never return. When he thought of this, Wylan felt like a basin of cold water was poured from beginning to end, and his excitement weakened a lot. Perhaps we can ask Miss Shia for assistance, but as the war is approaching, the timing is not good, so it will take some time. The kingdom was about to launch a retaliatory war against the Grey Mansion's wasteland, and he did not believe that the monster clans were not prepared. Maybe the top of the mutated Moonlight Flower Cave is the base camp of the monster clan, so he has to think long-term. I hope the kingdom can penetrate 1,000 kilometers at once, so that we can get the mutant Moonlight Flower effortlessly. If not, we can only wait until this war is over before asking Miss Shia to get the mutant Moonlight Flower back. At the same time, 5 disguised outsiders entered the Lake of Praying Stars. Captain Lester, why do we enter the Lake of Praying Stars in this outfit? A young man asked with some confusion. The middle-aged man at the head looked at the royal child who insisted on following and said helplessly, because this lord is difficult to review, I plan to check it out first. If it meets the standards, we will return to the review team after the team arrives. Just go through the process without having to worry about it. If the standard is not met, give the other party a buffer time without offending people for no reason. Why he still dares to target you blatantly, the young man said with some dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, he can't, but his elders can. Isn't the Akers family tradition very good? The X family has a good family tradition, but his grandfather, the Duke of Moravia, is protective of his son. I can't offend a big shot for no reason. You are right, Captain Lester. The Duke of Moravia is indeed protective of his son. The young man couldn't help but tremble when he thought of his father's story about his grandfather being beaten up by the Duke of Moravia. Okay, after entering the Lake of Praying Stars, visit and investigate separately, and don't do anything out of line. Yes, Captain. The other three responded. After the five entered the Praying Star town, they visited and investigated separately. Lester went directly to the gathering place of the town, the Adventurer's Tavern. If you want to say where it is easiest to get information, it must be here. He definitely didn't come here just to drink. As soon as he entered the tavern, Lester sat on the tavern seat skillfully, asked the tavern staff to serve wine, and soon got along with the people around him. The Church of Life is really beautiful, but it's a pity that there is no priest now, so we can't enter the church to pray to the goddess of life. A man put down his glass and talked loudly. I really hope that our kind Lord can invite a priest back. A middle-aged man not far away echoed. Have you heard that the tax land grain standard will be lowered recently? Thank you, Lord, and thank you, Steward Baird. This year, I can get more money and buy some clothes for my children. Other places are suffering from famine, but we are fine here. It must be that the Lord is protected by the goddess of life. Even though I have only been here 3 months, my life here is many times better than before. I heard that a warrior academy will be opened next year. I hope the tuition fee will be lower and I can send my children to study. Listening to the noisy exchanges in the tavern, Lester was chatting and laughing with the people around him while quickly collecting information. From noon to evening, when he left the tavern, he felt that the visit was over. It seems that the other party doesn't need me to make concessions to make time. Then it's up to the other 4 people. Lester stretched and looked at the darkening sky and said to himself, it's really easy. The next few days will be perfect, it's free time. In the next few days, the other 4 people returned to report to Lester one after another, and the results they obtained were surprisingly consistent. All they had to do was wait for the arrival of the large team, go directly to the process, and participate in the review. In mid-October, the reviewers sent from the kingdom arrived at Kixing Lake, and Wyland personally led people to greet them in Kixing Town. As the main members of the review team, Lester and the other 5 people had already changed into official uniforms, rode on white horses, corrected their attitude, and headed towards Kixing Town. At this time, a knight looked at the oncoming review team and whispered the report in Baird's ear. Is it true? Baird turned to his subordinate and asked. It's absolutely true. You asked me to pay attention to outsiders in the past half-month. The prosecutor in the review team has been drinking in the pub a few days ago. 4 of his subordinates were also detected by his subordinates and are now in the review team. It seems that what the Lord said makes sense. Afterwards, Baird came to Varen's side and reported in a low voice. Varen signaled to Baird and then rode a red phosphorus horse to greet him. Inquisitors from the kingdom, welcome to your arrival. Lester rode forward and said to Varen with a smile, Sir Varen can manage the wilderness so richly. He is really young and promising. You're welcome. This is the responsibility a pioneer should fulfill. Sir Varen happens to be here. How about we start the review work now? Lester asked his subordinates to bring a form and said to Varen. Since the prosecutor said so, I am naturally willing to listen. Varen said gently, the prosecutor is such an interesting person. I really want to make friends with you and have a glass of pine wine from the Adventurer's Tavern. When Lester heard this, he showed no embarrassment and said calmly, Ha ha ha, Sir Varen is very interesting. I can't wait. Of course, let's get started. Upon seeing this, Inspector Lester asked the other 4 persons in charge to follow Varen's subordinates to the Lake of Praying Stars to investigate. As the boss of the review team, Lester wrote the silver high-level knight in the Lord's strength column and handed the document to the record officer. You won't test my strength on the spot. Varen shook his sword and said to the prosecutor Lester. Sir is powerful. He led thousands of provincial troops in Lumen Nanshan and defeated the elite monster clan army that came north from the border of Serop. His strength is obvious to all, so why should I come to check again? It doesn't seem a bit unnecessary. Varen looked at Lester carefully and commented, You are somewhat different from the rumored censor. It varies from person to person, Lester said generously. For Jazz, who has proven himself in the war, he is naturally not comparable to ordinary pioneers. As for those pioneers who are just trying to confuse the public, they must naturally investigate strictly. Now that the business is done, how about going to the Adventurer's Tavern for a drink? Seeing Wylan mentioning the Adventurer Tavern again, Lester said without any stage fright, "It's just right. I haven't drank it for a few days and I miss the pine wine." In this way, the subordinates of both parties were busy with the review, and the bosses of both parties met in the pub to drink and relax. "Where is Mr. Examiner from?" In the tavern, Varin raised his wine glass and clinked it with Lester, and asked with a smile. "My hometown is in Dorais County, Ilia Province. My family has been in the military for generations. The highest honor belongs to my second uncle, who is now a knight of His Majesty the King's Guards." "Awesome, there are 36 members in His Majesty's Guards Knights, and all of them are leaders in the soul level. It is really a very high honor for your second uncle to be one of them." "We're there." Hearing Varin's praise, Lester couldn't help but feel a little proud. At the same time, he had a very different feeling about this kid from a big family. Is there any change in the rules for the Blazers to be promoted to Baron this year? Varin took this opportunity to ask Lester. Lester looked around and whispered to Varin, "Sir, you should know about the monster attack that broke out last year. Could it be that something went wrong during the frontline war last year?" Wylan had some suspicions in his mind, but still pretended to be ignorant and asked the prosecutor. Sir's political sense is really keen. Lester finished the glass of pine wine and continued, "Last year, the western border was attacked by monsters. Most of the baronies used as border posts were vulnerable. There were even many. The first thing a nobleman does when encountering a monster is not to resist, but to run away. His Majesty the King was furious and scolded these losers for losing their brave spirit. For this reason, he deprived many nobles of their titles and publicly executed some nobles with no background in the royal capital." Varin took the wine from the bartender and poured it for Lester himself. "Why haven't you heard about this? This kind of thing cannot be publicized, and these nobles were executed for the crime of poor combat performance. This happens every few years in the kingdom. So the news has not spread on a large scale, but starting this year, His Majesty the King personally ordered to revise the rules for pioneers to be promoted to barons. In the past 10 years, I am afraid that few noble children have returned to the West to open up." Hearing this heavy news, Wylan felt relieved. It was a little different from his own guess, but the result was almost the same. "Then it seems that your work as an inspector will be much easier in the future." Wylan poured wine for Lester again and raised his glass to him. Seeing this, Lester raised his glass and clinked it with Wylan and smiled bitterly. The reduction in affairs means the reduction of personnel. "Brother is so talented, why don't you come to work for me?" "No thanks." Lester waved his hands and said, "I can't go against the family motto. I appreciate the good intentions of the Lord. With the relationship with my second uncle, it is still no problem to stay in the inspection department." "That's a pity," Wylan said with great regret. "Come, have a drink. It's a great blessing to meet you today." Lester raised his glass to invite him. Wylan also raised his glass and chatted while drinking, gradually changing the topic from politics to gossips about the nobles of the kingdom. The two of them drank like this from noon to afternoon. Brother Lester has a really good attitude and treats the surrounding affairs calmly. Brother Wylan is brave and resourceful. He has built such a big foundation at a young age. If I hadn't been almost 50, my son would be as old as you. I really want to follow you. Brother, this is wrong. It's still a long time. Who knows what will happen in the future? Brother, I know what kind of talent I have. The silver level is over, but I'm satisfied. Kyle, take Brother Lester to the hospitality hotel. Varin supported the somewhat drunk Lester and said to the personal attendant beside him, No, just let a soldier lead the way. No need to go to such trouble." Hearing this, Lester shook his head. Seeing this, Varin could only do as he was told, and asked a soldier to take Lester and his entourage to the hotel. After leaving the tavern, Lester instantly sobered up a lot. On the other side, Kyle asked in a low voice, "My lord, this prosecutor is pretending to be drunk behind the scenes." "I know." Varin watched Lester disappear, still maintaining a smile on his face. He pretended to be drunk, but it just gave him a step. Would you like me to send someone to inform Chief Baird and arrange for someone to monitor the sensor? No, superficial friends are sometimes useful. Afterwards, Varen had a few drinks with the boss Argenta, and then left the Adventurer Tavern with Kyle and a dozen soldiers. The area around the Adventurer's Tavern was unblocked, and soon it was filled with residents who came to drink. After returning to the hotel, Lester lay on the bed relaxedly, recalling the previous conversation and whether there was any disqualification. Under the established rules, he told the other party some information that was not confidential in exchange for the other party's friendship. It's so tiring, but there's nothing I can do. On the premise of not breaking the rules, multiple friends can lead to multiple paths. This is the principle he believes in doing things. So the other 4 adults are back. The record officer entered the room and reported to Lester. Hearing this, Lester sat up from the bed and ordered the recorder. Tell them to come in and finish the matter first. Yes, sir. After a while, the other 4 people entered Lester's room. The record officer put various documents on the bed, left the room, closed the door, and stood guard at the door. Lester sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the documents while inviting everyone to sit down. Seeing this, the 4 people found random stools and chairs and sat around Lester. How is your situation? Lester put down the file and asked his team members. Captain Lester, my office is responsible for territorial area detection. According to what they told us, we have only completed the southern border review. I'm afraid it will take a few days. The immature young man spoke first. I am responsible for the census. Part of the roster provided by the other party has been completed. This town and several surrounding villages have already met the standards. However, they want me to stop the review and just record the review based on this population number. Another young man opened his mouth to report. Hearing this, Lester asked, what is the quantity given by the other party? 20,000 people. Since the other party doesn't want us to continue the review, then record it according to this amount. Anyway, it meets the standards. There is no need to do more. Yes, Captain, then it's over from my side. I asked the other 2 people about their progress one after another, and they all met the target. Enter, hurry up, and try to get it done in 2 days. Lester looked at the immature young man and ordered. And don't check the other party's confidential area. I understand, Captain Lester. The immature young man replied obediently. In the next 2 days, except for the busy young Inte who worked early and late, the others were very relaxed and took their subordinates to have a good time around the Lake of Prayer for Stars. On the 4th day, when the inspection team arrived at Kixing Lake, Wyland sat in the main seat in the Kixing town garrison. On the left were several of his guardian knights, and on the right were the 5 leaders of the inspection team. So Wylin, on behalf of the review team, I congratulate you for passing the promotion inspection and completing the final registration process. You will obtain the legal baronetcy of the kingdom, automatically join the provincial noble assembly, and gain the power to participate in the construction of the province and participate in provincial laws and regulations. The power of establishment and modification. Your territory becomes the territory of the kingdom and is protected by the kingdom. Next, please choose the noble flag, noble emblem, and territory name, and let us bring it back to the kingdom for filing, and at the same time complete the signing of the kingdom's tax obligation documents. After hearing Lester's announcement, Varen and his guardian knights both smiled. After leaving the Eagle territory, nearly 3 years later, they completed the first and most important step. Baird, take out the noble flag. Yes, Lord. Baird stood up and saluted, and then he and Cassius, another silver knight, took out the noble flag sealed in the bag and displayed it in front of everyone. The recording officer on the side quickly drew on the paper, drawing in detail the appearance of the noble flag. The noble flag is square with a red background. In the center are 2 knights' swords crossed, and above the intersection is a star pattern. As for the noble crest, I chose to use the family crest. Hearing this, Lester nodded and asked another record officer to write down the family crest of the Akers family in the column of noble emblems. Later, Wyland continued, the name of the territory is Lake of Praying Stars. After seeing Lester nod, the recorder wrote Kixing Territory after the name of the territory, and then added Kixing Lake in brackets. After some affairs were handled, Lester took out a tax obligation document, with the emblem of the Church of the Goddess of Life and the national emblem of the Kingdom of Ilia. According to the regulations, Sir Varen, within 3 years of being promoted to Baron, you will be exempted from tax obligations. Among them, tax obligations are divided into 2 categories. The first is material, and the second is military. For material taxes, you need to pay 3,000 gold coins or equivalent materials to the kingdom every year. If you pay taxes according to material taxes, you will no longer pay military taxes. Similarly, if you do not pay material taxes, you will pay military taxes for a period of 5 years. You need to lead 1,000 troops to join the Border Defense Corps and perform military defense tasks. The length of time can be determined at will, but the total time of performance must reach 12 months. The required materials must be provided by yourself, and the kingdom will not replenish them. Each choice will be implemented for 10 years, and the tax method will be redetermined after 10 years. If the title is promoted during this period, a new tax method will be implemented. After hearing this, Varen made a decision in his mind and then made a choice. I choose material taxes. Lester did not say anything, nodded, and asked the recorder to record the tax method chosen by Varen. After everything was over, Lester submitted his resignation and led the review team to leave the Praying Star Lake. From today on, his status changed from a pioneer to a baron, and he became a member of the lower nobles of the kingdom. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. October 18. 9722 in the glorious calendar was the official birth date of the Star Prayer Leader. From today on, he will become the legal lord of the kingdom and have the legal right to rule this area. For this reason, today is a special day. Wylan named the Star Prayer Day and promulgated the first real act in the territory. Starting from this year and every year thereafter, there will be a 7-day holiday. During these 7 days, everyone will put down their work and enjoy their own vacation. This decree was announced that afternoon and came into effect immediately. When more than 80,000 people in the Lake of Praying Stars learned about this decree, they were a little confused at first and then joined in the carnival. Who would have thought that the first bill I enacted after becoming a baron was actually a holiday bill? Walking out of the Kixing Town townhouse, Varen looked at the celebrating crowd around him and said to Kyle with a smile, "The Lord is so kind. Even those third-class slaves can enjoy peaceful moments during these 7 days." Kyle said respectfully after hearing this. Varen shook his head and sighed. For the nobles, every day can be counted as a holiday. But for the common people, they are always running around and working hard. The time for relaxation and leisure is all for them, extremely luxurious. From today on, this is my territory. I hope that under my leadership, a unique culture can be born, a culture unique to the Lake of Stars. I believe this will definitely come true. Kyle nodded heavily and said to his master, "In the next 7 days, everyone in the Lake of Praying Stars, except for the guards on duty at the border, joined in the carnival and celebrated the holiday promised to them by the Lord." For people who suddenly broke free from the shackles, they were confused, curious, and frightened about this sudden festival. They didn't know how to celebrate it. How about decorating our home with flowers? Until an idea comes up, is approved by the majority of people, and then is put into action. At the same time, more fantastic ideas were put forward by the people to fill the 7-day holiday. Upon seeing this, Varen asked Baird to record the celebration methods in towns and villages in various places, and weave them into a book to name the 7 days of Star Prayer Week. At the end of the 7 days, the people returned to their jobs after the celebration, bursting out with great enthusiasm, which greatly deepened their sense of belonging to this land. In the castle study, Varen looked at various fresh customs compiled by Baird into a book, and named the book Prayer for the Grace of the Star Week. Turn to the first page of the book, which lists the names of the 7 days. Follow our inner thoughts and celebrate the 7 days of this gift in a simple way. We named the 7 days of Star Prayer Week in ignorance to repay the Lord for our gift. Wylan looked at the words above and blushed unconsciously, but he still patiently turned to the second page, which recorded the names of these 7 days. Praying for stars, flowers, music, life, gratitude, bathing, and Wylan, these 7 days are named in turn. Seeing that his name was also named as a holiday day, he felt a little ashamed for no reason, and then accepted it with peace of mind. There are only a few words about how to spend each day in the future. Perhaps in more than 10 years, it will be filled with words. And when we look back at it, we may have a different impression. Close the unfinished book, Praying for Star Weekly Grace, go to the bookshelf, and place the book in the first grid on the 3rd floor. Afterwards, Varen left the study and wandered around the castle. The surrounding servants, both male and female, saluted Varen from the bottom of their hearts. If it was before, there was more fear than awe, but now it's the other way around. Unknowingly, Wylan came to the nest of 2 rock monitor lizards. 2 rock monitor lizards lying in the haystacks were leisurely enjoying the caress of the half-elf Eunice, making pleasant sounds from time to time. Suddenly, one of them suddenly opened his eyes, got up from the haystack, and ran towards the outside of the animal shed. Here's the. Looking at Zayabai being offered to his feet, Wylan stroked its extended head. It grows so fast, in less than 2 years it's already this big. Here's the. Enjoying the owner's touch, the rock monitor lizard Zayabai screamed comfortably. Eunice, the half-elf who is also the keeper of the rock monitor, saw Varen's figure. Bent down and saluted, "I have met you, sir. It's been good lately." Another rock monitor lizard also came over and looked at Wylan with longing eyes. "It feels like home here, and I feel very comfortable. You are open-minded. It is the Lord's gift that I can have such an opportunity." Half-elf Eunice lowered her head and replied respectfully. "Take good care of them. I will certainly not break my promise to you." "Yes, sir." At this time, Kyle hurried over and saluted Varen. "My lord, Chief Baird sent someone to report that a priest has arrived in Kixing Town. He is a clergyman appointed by the Life Church of Cardro Province. So soon, I hope this clergyman won't be so difficult to get along with." Varen touched his chin and said to himself. In the Kixing Town garrison, Baird looked at the priest who looked more like a warrior than a warrior. He was confused, but he still had to keep a smile on his face. "Pastor Lavia, may I ask how you such a mighty and muscular man became a priest?" Lavia held the priest's staff in his left hand and touched his bald head with his right hand. He answered shyly, "How should I put it? Actually, I wanted to be a paladin. But I became a priest inexplicably." "Oh, is there any touching story behind this?" Baird asked curiously. Lavia said awkwardly, "There is no story, but there is an accident. Pastor Lavia, if you have any unspeakable secrets, you don't have to say it. It won't affect your work." "No, it's okay to say it. It's not a shameful thing," Pastor Lavia said very frankly. "When I was studying at the Paladin Academy, I beat up my classmates one by one within less than a year of enrollment, finally. I was forced to transfer to the Sacrifice Academy, and then to the Priest Academy, and finally became a priest. Then I started my 10-year priest practice. I saw that a priest was needed here a few days ago, so I came here, excuse me." "Pastor Lavia, what is your best divine art?" Baird asked doubtfully. "Does beating someone with a priest's staff count?" "This doesn't count," Baird said speechlessly. "Okay," Lavia said somewhat dejectedly. "Then my best skill should be the magic of group life recovery." At this time, an official entered the side hall, came to Baird, and reported in a low voice. "Pastor Lavia, my master is waiting in the church. Please follow me." Baird stood up and said to Lavia. "Yes, sir." Lavia stood up and followed Baird to the Life Church in Kixing Town. The Life Church is not in the city of Kixing Town, but between the castle and Kixing Town, mainly to facilitate the expansion of the church. Half an hour later, several people came to the outside of the Life Church. Baird came to Wylan and whispered to him about Lavia's general information. "When I learned that the other party, as a priest, actually had the heart of a berserker, it was outrageous enough. But I didn't know how strong he was. Reverend Lavia, I am the lord of this place, Varen Axe, and welcome you to the Kixingaling Life Church." Ravia did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point, assuring Varen, "Please rest assured, sir, except for the way of preaching, I will never interfere with any of your decisions." Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Varen felt much more relaxed and responded with a smile. Reverend Lavia is a real person, I wonder. If you need my help, please, sir, can you allocate a few acres of land to me, so that I can solve the problem of farming in my spare time and solve the problem of food and drink? Varen looked at Lavia in surprise and immediately nodded and agreed. I will let Baird allocate 100 acres of land to the Kixingaling Life Church. As for how to use it, it is up to you to decide, and I will not interfere. Thank you for your kindness, sir, Lavia thanked Varen. Each of us takes what we want. For such a self-aware priest, Varen did not mind meeting some of the other party's needs. Then next, I will take Pastor Lavia to visit the church. Thank you, sir. Lavia then followed Wylin into the main hall of the Church of Life. When they saw the statue of the Goddess of Life, everyone stood in awe. After praying devoutly, Wylin took Lavia to the next location. The main body of the Church of Life does not cover a large area. It consists of the main hall, the pastor's residence, and the prayer room. As for other functions, the church can only build them by itself. Pastor Lavia was not disappointed with this simple building, and was even a little excited. Wylin was a little puzzled by the strange behavior of this bald pastor, but did not ask too much. Anyway, this church and the surrounding land were allocated to him. He could do whatever he wanted, and it had nothing to do with him as a lord. Anyway, the teachings of the Goddess of Life advocate that as long as you are pious, you can pray to the Goddess of Life even if you don't have a statue, a church, or a residence, and it is not limited to formal prayers. Reverend Lavia, this is where you will live in the future. The church will be handed over to you in the future. Don't worry, sir, I will manage the church well. Seeing this, Wylin nodded and left. After sending the others away, Lavia looked at the statue of the Goddess of Life and prayed for half an hour before moving his luggage into his room. After 10 years of wandering and practicing, it is a good choice to calm down and enjoy the pastoral life. I hope the goddess will forgive my somewhat selfish thoughts. Lavia confessed his sins in his heart, and then borrowed a hoe from a nearby farmer and began to repair the land behind the church. In the next few days, Wylin received news about Lavia every day. Until half a month later, when he found nothing unusual, he asked people to withdraw surveillance. On November 11, Wylin selected a volunteer team from the army to prepare for a preliminary exploration of Colorado, the world of the Underdark, since obtaining this Underdark world from a group of goblins 2 years ago. This matter has been postponed, suffering from insufficient strength. He dared not send personnel to investigate, taking advantage of the fact that the assembly date has not yet arrived. Wylin is preparing to send a vanguard team to explore and obtain basic intelligence, located 2 kilometers north of the ice-cold zone. An earthen fort surrounding the entrance of the cave was built. Unlike ordinary earthen forts for external defense, this earthen fort has 12 3-bed crossbows set up on the earthen wall. It uses long spears mixed with mithril as crossbow arrows, all aimed at the cave entrance. In the open space outside the earthen fort, 6 members of the vanguard team stood up straight, waiting for Wylin's lecture. 1 high-level bronze warrior, 2 mid-level bronze warriors, and 4 or 3 low-level bronze warriors, all of whom are pillars of the army. This operation is mainly based on reconnaissance. While ensuring your own safety, try your best to obtain intelligence. You are all excellent warriors. I am proud of you and hope you come back alive. Baird, pass out the daggers. Baird, who was standing behind Wylin, received the order and asked someone to open the wooden box, take out the daggers made of mithril, and hand them over to the 6 warriors one by one. Be careful not to expose the location of the teleportation array. Yes, sir. Adapt briefly and set off in half an hour. After the disbandment, the 6 people sat together and discussed with each other, discussing possible unexpected situations. On the other side, Wylin and Baird were not idle either. Eden, a very talented warrior. Hearing this, Baird said, My lord, he can be said to be the first warrior apprentice in the standing army, and the first warrior to be promoted to the bronze level. He is a talent that my subordinates pay close attention to. Wylin asked Baird, Have you married? He has a wife named Marilyn and twin daughters. If he comes back alive this time, we will increase our training for him. Such talents cannot be buried. Wai Lin suddenly thought of something, smiled mysteriously, and said to Baird, "At the same time you ask someone to check his wife. Maybe there will be unexpected gains." "My lord, why is this?" Baird was very puzzled by Wai Lin's actions. "Destiny is mysterious. His experience makes me think of some possibilities. Maybe their whole family is very talented." "I understand." Half an hour later, Baird asked people to remove the boulder blocking the cave. Eden looked at the deep cave entrance, holding a torch, and resolutely went underground. The other 5 members of the vanguard team followed closely and entered the cave. After everyone disappeared from sight, Wai Lin ordered people to close the gate of the earthen fort and let all soldiers on the wall remain alert. This place is close to Anastasia's icy area. If there is an accident, she can easily suppress it. However, Wai Lin did not want to trouble his patron saint with something he could solve. At this moment in the ice castle, Anastasia opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the transmission wave. After paying a little attention, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. The 6-member team of Eden passed through the winding passage and arrived at the underground more than 40 meters deep. "Captain, that should be the teleportation array." A team member pointed to the teleportation array emitting dim light in the distance and said, "Let's check the equipment for the last time. No one knows what will happen next. We can only rely on ourselves." Eden stopped and said solemnly to his team members. Everyone nodded heavily, wrapped their faces with cotton cloth, leaving only the eyes, and then applied deodorant potion on their cotton clothes, pulled out the dagger assigned to them by the Lord before leaving, and held it tightly in their hands. Seeing that his team members were ready, Eden stepped forward and turned a device that looked like a button next to him. The next moment, the teleportation array started, emitting brilliant light. "Let's go." Eden was the first to enter the teleportation area, and the other 5 followed closely. 3 minutes later, the micro-teleportation array closed and entered a silent state, waiting for the next opening. Dim, depression, and fear were their first impressions of the dark area. Although there were unknown glowing mushrooms around to provide weak lighting, the 6 people coming from the surface could only barely see the road clearly. "Half Kuru, the 2 of you stay here to guard the teleportation array and pick us up at any time." "Yes, Captain." The 2 bronze low-level warriors nodded and took on the task. They were the weakest in the 6-man team, and staying to guard here was the best choice. Then the other 3 followed Eden and carefully entered the narrow and dark passage, officially starting to explore the dark area. With every step forward, Eden would always pay attention to the surroundings to see if there would be any aliens, monsters, or other creatures suddenly appearing. Suddenly, Eden found that there was a tree root blocking the front. Gestured to let his team members stop, slowly crawled to the entrance of the cave, and found that there was a large cave outside, and a battle was taking place at this moment. Crack! A big snake bit off half of the gray dwarf's body and swallowed it into its stomach. A tall gray dwarf pointed at the big snake and cursed, bursting out incomprehensible words from his mouth, while waving a whip to drive his subordinates to attack. Asterisk 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 hissing. Puff! A long spear pierced through the scales of the big snake and stabbed into its body fiercely. The next moment, several gray dwarves were swept away by the tail of the big snake and fell heavily into the rocks, and their lives were unknown. Asterisk asterisk, the following battle was unexpected. The big snake dragged its seriously injured body and tried its best to kill all the remaining dozen gray dwarves, and finally fell more than 10 meters away from the cave entrance. Eden looked at the monster with a hideous face, holding his breath and concentrating, and continued to lie at the entrance of the cave, using the tiny gap of the cover to observe the situation outside, and did not dare to act rashly. He didn't know whether the big snake outside was pretending to be dead or whether those gray dwarves would have reinforcements coming. Sure enough, every few minutes, several gray dwarves drove hundreds of goblins to this place, collected the bodies of their companions, and carried the body of the big snake back to their tribe. Just when Eden thought that the group was about to leave, several big spiders suddenly rushed out and killed the gray dwarves in a few seconds. The remaining goblins lost their masters and fled quickly. Unexpectedly, the final winners were these big spiders. After eating and drinking, the big spiders quietly hid in the surroundings and ambushed, waiting for the next wave of prey to appear. Seeing this, Eden could only wave his hands to let his subordinates retreat and explore another branch of the road they came from. In order to avoid being discovered by the underground natives, several people could only rely on text to communicate. The situation is very dangerous. With our strength, I am afraid that we can only explore a few passages around us at most. Eden wrote down what he wanted to express on paper and described it to the others. Seeing this, the three nodded and agreed, even if they didn't directly observe the battlefield just now. Hearing all kinds of movements and sounds was enough to make people shudder. After all, this is not the ground, the visible range is large, and some dangers can be predicted in advance. In the unknown depth of the underground, every step you take may be ambushed by enemies, and these are still unobservable. After the four people reached a consensus, they returned to the nearest branch and continued to explore. In the next 6 days, the four people explored the passages leading to other caves, starting from the teleportation array. Perhaps because the goblins did things closely before, these passages were covered at the end to avoid being discovered by other creatures. In this short period of time, Eden and the other four found no less than 10 battles. In addition to the gray dwarves, goblins, gnomes, and dark elves, which were famous on the ground before they set off, there were more monsters that they had never seen before. The closest they came, they were almost discovered by a group of dark elves. If they hadn't been covered with deodorant potion and taken green turtle potion in advance, a potion that can reduce vitality to the lowest level, as long as they were motionless, they would look like dead things to others. Near the teleportation array, the 6 people sealed the cave entrance, lit torches, and began to summarize the reconnaissance situation. Seeing the long-lost light, the vanguard team was so fascinated. Things that are usually within reach are so luxurious in this bottomless underground. Starting from the teleportation formation, there are a total of 5 main passages, and each passage has 3 to 6 branch roads. There are a total of 21 roads, and 6 of them are blocked by rolling mud and rocks. This way there are only 15 passages left. These 15 passages lead to 15 underground caves. Of these 15 passages, the shortest is passage No. 6, which is more than 1,000 meters long. The longest one is passage No. 13, which is 6 kilometers long. Among them, cave No. 9, which we named passage No. 9, leads to, is the most dangerous. Eden thought of the dark elf so close at hand and couldn't help but feel happy, otherwise they would have to be found in that hellish place. "Captain, do you still want to explore next?" a team member asked. Eden looked around. The other 5 people were waiting for their decision. In his heart, he really wanted to capture an underground creature and bring it back to the surface for interrogation and obtain more information. But once it is discovered, this teleportation array will definitely be known to the other party, and it may directly fall into someone else's pot next time. After some decisions, Eden said in a deep voice, "This mission is over. We are too weak. If we explore further and accidentally fall into the hands of the underground natives, it is inevitable that the other party does not have an evil mage who is proficient in soul interrogation. We cannot, because of our action, led to the discovery of this teleportation array." The other 5 people were obviously relieved when they heard this. Afterwards, Eden activated the teleportation array, and 6 people entered it one after another, ending their trip to the Underdark. After returning to the ground, the teleportation array instantly became dim, and it would only take half a year to open it next time. There is no teleportation array specifically for energy supply, and it can only rely on naturally free magic energy to replenish energy. The 6 people checked the whole body again and found no abnormality. They took off the cotton clothes wrapped around the skin to expose the limbs and head. Set off. Eden dragged his tired body and gave the order, but his tone was very relaxed. They came back alive, and not one of them was missing. Outside the Earth Fort, Wylan waited here for 7 days. Thousands of troops have been mobilized around, always on standby, and will immediately go into battle if an emergency occurs. "My lord, the vanguard team is back. Kyle entered the room and reported to Linhui. "Come on, take me there." Varen put away the druid's book and walked straight into the castle. After the 6 people crawled out of the cave, they sat on the ground without any image, enjoying the warmth brought by the sun. Lord. When Eden saw Varen coming towards him, he immediately stood up, beat his chest, and saluted. The other 5 people also stood up and beat their chests in salute to express their respect. "Sit down, don't be nervous." Wylan smiled and looked at the 6 people who had returned safely. He was the first to sit on the yellow earth without any image. Seeing this, several other people sat down cautiously. "Sir, this is the situation of our investigation. Due to our poor sense of direction, we can only use the direction of the cave entrance as the west as a sign. Please take a look." Eden took out a simple map and a book recording the conditions of the cave from the bag. Wylan took the map and record book, then spread out the map and opened the record book to read on the spot. Not long after, Baird came to the castle, sat next to his master, and looked at the map on the ground. "You, the scout, have the best say in the situation in the Underdark. It's up to you to explain the situation." Seeing his manager arriving, Varen closed the record book and said to Eden with a smile, "Yes, Lord." Eden then began to organize his words and explain the situation in the Underdark. He is methodical and has clear priorities, which makes Varen and Baird nod frequently. He is a talent that can be created. Half an hour later, Eden licked his chapped lips and continued. Lord Baird, this is the general situation. To be safe, I ended this operation as the captain." Baird nodded in admiration. "You did a good job, you didn't rush in rashly. The unknown situation is scary. If you are not careful, we may lose this important transmission node." "Very good." Varen looked at Eden and said with a smile, "Next, I hope you will study with Baird for a year to make up for your shortcomings." Hearing this, Eden knelt down on the ground and thanked Wylan. "Thank you, Lord." Wylan stood up and also helped Eden up. "You achieved this through your own hard work. I value you very much." Baird stood up from the ground and solemnly said to Eden, "The Lord has given you this precious opportunity to study with me. It is also because I value you. Send someone to seal the entrance of the cave, and leave a squadron stationed here to observe the situation here at any time." "Yes, sir," everyone saluted. Afterwards, Varen put the map and record book on his horse, took Kyle with him, and left the castle. After Wylan left, Eden thanked Baird with gratitude. "Thank you for your cultivation." Seeing this, Baird shook his head and said seriously to Eden, "I like you. I will at most improve your position and pay attention to you all the time. And the Lord values you and allows you to study with me, because I hope that you will not only I am just a soldier who wants you to develop in the direction of uniting the army. Even if I have the heart to love talents, I cannot teach you these things without his permission. Did you know? I understand that I am willing to be loyal to the Lord for life, until death. But without your recommendation, I will not be appreciated by the Lord." Eden said to Baird from the bottom of his heart. You don't say such things again," Baird said helplessly. "Yes, sir." Eden decisively lowered his head and admitted his mistake without making any rebuttal. "Okay, I have something else to do. I'll give you a week's leave. Report to me in a week." Baird patted Eden on the shoulder and said with a smile, "As you command, my lord." After Baird left, the other 5 members of the Vanguard team gathered around and congratulated sincerely. "Congratulations to the captain for your rapid promotion. The road will be smooth in the future. Brothers, although we have worked together for less than a month, we are comrades in life and death. I, Eden, will never forget you. Captain Eden, take care along the way." After bidding farewell to the other members of the Vanguard team, Eden left the castle. At this time, a knight attendant led a horse to Eden and said respectfully, "Sir, Lord Baird asked me to send a horse for you to travel back to Kixing Town to visit relatives." "Thank you, brother." "You're welcome." After Eden solemnly thanked him, he mounted his horse and returned to Kixing Town. On the way, Eden enjoyed the breeze and felt more free and relaxed than ever before. 3 years ago, he was just a serf. By virtue of the original promotion path issued by the Lord, he became the first person in the army to be promoted to a bronze warrior. He worked hard to achieve what he is today. He was very glad to have met Lord Wylan and General Baird, otherwise he would still be farming in an unknown corner, living a life that he could see the end of and quietly leave this world after a few decades. More than 3 hours later, Eden returned to Kixing Town, handed the horse to the security team, and then went to the market to buy some seasonal fruits and walked towards home. Knocked on the door, Eden waited quietly in front of the door. Suddenly, the door was opened, and it was a young woman he didn't know. Before Eden asked, the other party took the lead and said, "You are Lord Eden." "Well, I am Eden, you are." "Lord Eden, I was assigned by the garrison to take care of your family. You can call me Adona." Seeing this, Eden nodded and then entered the house. Looking at his wife and 2 babbling daughters, Eden's tired heart was healed. "Daddy." Holding his 2 daughters, he felt that it was all worth it. After returning to the castle, Wylan put the map and the notebook on the bookshelf and waited until the next time to organize a stronger team to explore the dark world and then complete the information above. "Kyle, you can have more contact with Eden in the future." "My lord, why is this?" Kyle said with some confusion. "I just want you to make more friends." After glaring at Kyle and driving him out, Wylan began to deal with the official business of the past few days. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. It was approaching December, and the departure date was approaching. Before leaving the Kixing Lake, Wylan planned to dive into the bottom of the lake to see the cave full of 7 color life flowers. After more than a year, some flowers had matured. At night, Wylan came to the lake alone without disturbing anyone. Due to his ban, irrelevant people were not allowed to approach the lake without any reason, so it was so quiet and peaceful here. After taking off his coat and tying up the wooden box, Wylan suddenly jumped into the water and entered the bottom of the lake, according to the route he remembered. He moved the boulder blocking the cave, looked at the deep cave entrance, and plunged in. After more than 100 meters of passage, Wylan once again poked his head out of the water and walked to the shore. Seeing the faint purple light again and looking at the 7 color life flowers growing on the ground, he couldn't help feeling satisfied. Taking the waterproof wooden box tied to his waist, Wylan tiptoed around to check. Compared with the last bumper harvest, this time only 3 flowers had 7 petals and showed 7 colors. Wylan was not disappointed with this scene. He carefully picked the 3 7-color life flowers and put them into the wooden box. Leave one to Kyle and keep the other 2. When the time is right, send them back to the family. With a rough idea of the distribution in mind, Wylan closed the box, tied it around his waist, looked back at the cave, and went into the water. He left the cave, sealed the entrance of the passage with a boulder, and then swam to the shore. He wiped the water droplets on his body with a cloth beside him, then put on his clothes, held the box, rode the red phosphorus horse, and returned to the castle. The next morning, Wylan yawned and came to the training ground. He rested for less than 2 hours after returning yesterday, and he was a little tired from dealing with the accumulated official business before. However, in a few days, when he leaves Kixing Lake and reports to the provincial capital, these official duties can be delegated to Baird to handle, and he doesn't have to spend more than 3 hours a day handling affairs. "Master, you are here." On the training ground, Kyle, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Wylan coming in and stood up and saluted. "Come, let's test your strength today and see how you have improved." Wylan came to the weapon rack, selected a handy iron sword, and came to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle drew his knight's sword, held his breath, and looked at his master, ready for battle. "You attack first. Every competition is only to test combat skills, so fighting spirit cannot be used." Looking at the attack speed of his personal attendant, it has indeed improved a lot compared to 2 months ago. When the knight's sword was only 1 meter away from him, Wylan blocked it with one hand, shocking Kyle to retreat again and again, and his hands holding the knight's sword trembled a little. Even if they only competed in combat skills, the physical fitness of the Silver Knight and the Bronze Knight was an insurmountable gap. Wylan tried his best to hold back his physical strength to avoid sweeping his personal attendant away with a simple block. "Speed up, don't hesitate." As the battle continued, Wylan blocked Kyle's attack while constantly making corrections. "Exert force quickly. Don't just pretend to attack, It's easy to be seen through. The lower body is a little unstable. Go down and practice more. The left side is not good enough for observation. Focus on training. The two fought for half an hour, and Kyle was tired and lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Wylan looked at Kyle, who didn't want to move with an unsatisfied look, and threw the iron sword back, landing steadily on the weapon rack. The two servants who were waiting on the side came forward, helped Kyle up, and poured a bottle of ice blue magic potion into his mouth. The foundation is very good, but there are some areas that need to be trained more. Yes, my lord. Kyle's pain was relieved, and he said with some shame, take a good rest and come to my study in 3 days. Yes, sir. After returning to the study, he took a look at the official business next to him, then took out a large piece of parchment, took a pen, and began to write the development plan for the next 3 years. He didn't know how long this war would take and how long he would be able to return to the territory, so before leaving, he tried to make a general plan and left the remaining details to Baird, Orlando, and Andrew to discuss. For the next 2 days, Wylan hardly left his study, thinking about what might happen all the time and writing down his own rescue plan. On the 3rd day after the competition, Kyle recovered as before, came to the door of the study and knocked on the door. Come in. Wylan stopped writing and said to the door. Kyle pushed the door open and saluted Wylan, saying, my lord. Wylan immediately stood up, went to the bookshelf, took down a small wooden box and handed it to Kyle. This is the 7-color life flower. Take it when you go back. If nothing goes wrong, you can break through the silver level. This, my lord, you. I said that I would give you a chance. This is my promise. Thank you, my lord. Kyle hugged the wooden box and said with a sob, your loyalty proves your value. All this is what you have exchanged for with practical actions. Wylan patted Kyle on the shoulder and said, shouldn't I be the one to train my servants and my confidants? I hope you won't leave me behind too much. After all, my life is handed over to you. There's no one more suitable than you around me. Yes, my lord. Kyle didn't say anything. He used his actual actions to prove his loyalty, which was more convincing than countless beautiful words. After watching Kyle leave, Varen also felt a little emotional. The first personal attendants he looked for were actually the 2 brothers Orlando and Hebrews. However, after the mysterious sphere was activated, the 2 of them were overqualified to be around them. The 2 of them should play a bigger role than being guards. Therefore, in the next development, Varen discovered the night squire he had accepted, this young man who had been working silently. More than a year ago, he had been taking Kyle with him to train him. Time also proved everything to him, and his vision was not wrong. Resources are not a problem, nor is talent. I just need your unwavering loyalty. In the next half-month, Wylan went into busy mode, explaining the detailed development plan to the 3 mayors, visiting Miss Anastasia, inspecting Ivy Mountain, Black Tea Canyon, Luo New Camel Ranch, and Black Skin Pig Ranch, the Ice Blue Grass Plantation Manor, and the Ice Blue Potion Magic Workshop, and from time to time go to the Church of Life to secretly test Pastor Lavia. Finally, at the beginning of December, Varen will lead an army of 550 knights and knight apprentices, low-level Silver Knight Kyle, middle-level Silver Knights Imogen and Greg, and 300 militiamen. The auxiliary troops went to the junction of Cadero Province and Serap Province to assemble. After half a month of marching, they arrived at the assembly point at noon on December 26, the Brazilian camp, the headquarters of the Serap Corps. Looking down from the hill, the tents stretched for miles and could not be seen at a glance. Many camps were covered by the magic sky curtain, and outsiders could not see the internal situation at all. According to his rough estimate, there were no less than 200,000 people in the Brazilian camp. The road to the military camp was completely blocked, and countless noble troops were scattered all over the wasteland outside the military camp. According to Wylan's secret observation, there were no less than 30 noble flags from each family. There were noble troops from the Cardero province, and there were also noble troops from the Serap province. The quality of the soldiers was uneven. Some of them were all dressed in iron armor, holding swords and spears, and their morale was high. Some barely wore half-body armor, and the weapons they held were also varied and not unified. Thanks to the iron ore found near Orlando town, Wylan brought more than 800 people, 500 soldiers each with iron armor, and 300 auxiliary soldiers also with leather armor. After a long wait at 3 p.m., Wylan finally entered the huge military camp after registration. After being led to the logistics camp by the guide soldiers, he asked his subordinates to set up camp. When it was dark, Madmanchi heard the news and rushed over, accompanied by his Aunt Flora, his cousin Kadki and Layla. "Long time no see, kid." "It's been a year, Captain Madmanchi," Wylan responded with a smile. Madmanchi looked at the busy army behind him and praised generously. "This year has developed well, and the troops he brought out are well organized, better than the troops brought by some barons." "It's just due to some opportunities, not worth mentioning," Wylan replied implicitly. At this time Kyle came to Wylan and reported, "My lord, the tent has been built." "This is not the place to talk, please follow me." Wylan saw this and said to the others. The four nodded and followed Wylan to the tent. Entering the tent, Wylan asked everyone to sit down casually, and then took the teapot and teacup brought in by Kyle and poured tea for his elder. "Wylan, this war is very dangerous. Even as the deputy commander of the corps, I can't guarantee your safety, so I can only arrange you to the logistics department to escort war supplies and supply the front-line troops." Madmanchi took a sip of tea and explained to Wylan, "I know that you have given me this precious opportunity, which is a great favor to me. Well, if you have any questions, you can find your aunt and my daughter Layla. I have arranged them in the logistics troops and can take care of you. In addition, other people in the logistics department will not make things difficult for you for my sake. You just need to follow the rules. If a noble troubles you, you just need to come to me." "Thank you, sir," Wylan thanked sincerely. As for the noble who troubled him, it could only be someone from the Hax family. However, his third uncle, Bamand Axe, is also in the Serap Corps, and he is not afraid of the people from the Hax family causing trouble for him. The two sides communicated for more than half an hour. Mainly Madmanchi was responsible for explaining the factions within the Corps, and Wylan was responsible for listening. The Serap Corps has been established for 4 months, and there are 3 main factions, each of which controls a part of the army. The first faction belongs to the Orthodox military faction. Its main representatives include the commander of the Serap Corps, Bulborn Silves, who is of royal origin, followed by the deputy commander of the Corps, Madmanch Colombo, the deputy commander of the Corps and the commander of the 17th Corps, Els Wolfgang, the deputy commander of the Corps and the commander of the 17th Corps, and Bamand X, the deputy commander of the 17th Corps. It has the 11th Magic Corps of the Kingdom, 60,000 people of the 17th Corps, the 16th Silver Knights of the Kingdom, the 1st Corps of the Serap Corps, the 6th Corps and the 7th Corps, totaling 130,000 people. The second largest faction belongs to the Serap Noble Forces. Its main representatives include the deputy commander of the Corps, Earl Ademan Hax, Earl Orange Caste, and many noble armies in the Serap province. Their troops were reorganized into the 2nd Corps, the 3rd Corps and the 5th Corps of the Serap Corps, totaling 110,000 people. The third faction is the Duke of Lytend's troops, represented by Austin Lytend, the third son of Duke Lytend, who is currently the deputy commander of the Corps and has the command of the Duke of Lytend's 4th and 8th Corps, totaling 80,000 people. However, even so, all troops must obey the command of Bulborn Silves, the commander of the Serap Corps. In addition to being an important member of the royal family, there is another most important reason. The logistics department is in the hands of Madmanchi. The full-scale offensive will officially begin in January next year. There is still nearly a month left, which is your free time to move. However, the place where your third uncle is a restricted area. You may not be able to enter, but he may be on his way to your camp. "I think so." Half an hour later, an officer came with urgent matters, and Madmanchi could only regretfully end this short exchange. Then he left with Kadeki and Layla. But his Aunt Flora stayed. "Aunt," Wylan looked at his aunt's inexplicable smile and said with some fear, "Good boy, after not seeing you for a year, your strength has increased so fast, you are now on par with me." "Ha ha ha, luck, just luck." Wylan looked at Flora's gentle smile and continued, "Aunt, Are you satisfied with the gift that Sister Talela gave you last time? Flora nodded and said, Moonstone, such a precious thing, I really don't know how you got it. Just a magical experience. Wylan did not answer directly. I really can't see through you anymore. Maybe in a few years, you will break through to gold. And I may still be stuck in the high-level silver, Flora said half-jokingly. It's not long since I became a high-level silver. How can it be so fast? Maybe Aunt will be promoted before me. Thank you for your good words. By the way, Aunt, have you seen my third uncle Bammond? Wylan asked Flora. I haven't seen him very often. Lord Bammond is usually stationed at the 17th Legion, which is a military camp. No one is allowed to approach. I stay in the logistics camp most of the time, so I don't have much chance to meet him. Flora answered. Is that so? It seems that it is a bit difficult to meet my third uncle. Wylan shook his head and said with some regret. Ha, my nephew, come out and greet your third uncle. A rough voice came from outside the tent. Just now he was still talking, but he didn't expect his third uncle to come as soon as he was mentioned. Wylan immediately stood up and walked out of the tent to greet him.